Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and 𝐏𝐏𝐀𝐒. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds. Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and 𝐏𝐏𝐒. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds. Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include Vikendi and 𝐏𝐏𝐒. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome, PUBG enthusiasts from all over the world. This is the PUBG Global Series APAC qualifiers as we're heading into day 2's action. Joining with me here is 𝐏𝐿. Man, how are you doing and how are you feeling about today?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. I think last night, I mean, if you watched it and you were there to experience it, it was banger after banger after banger after banger. And I stand by that. I think we had some excellent PUBG. Whether or not the teams would have played their best doesn't really matter, because I think we got some crazy chaos regardless of what happened macro-wise for these guys. So I'm excited to get into tonight. I think it might be a bit hard to top last night. I think, again, all those games were quite exciting, but we'll see what we can do. I'm sure these guys are going to bring it no matter what.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it will guarantee a lot of exciting matches to come in. There's, of course, some changes heading into day 2 in the map arrangements, and perhaps a lot more changes from the team side, where they're going to be looking at readjusting their strategies heading into day 2. And day 3, that's where it's all survival mode to see who makes the cut for the top 8 in order to advance to the final. So, of course, if you guys are joining us for the very first time, don't worry, we will get you sorted out with how the format as well as the rules will be, of course, explained in moments time. So, of course, for those who have been watching from day 1, you guys know that there are a lot of interesting things that will be happening for today, as we are now on our Wednesday schedule for the playoffs. So tomorrow will be the final day of the playoffs, and then we'll take a break on Friday, and then we'll continue on over on the weekend for our finals. And with that being said, we'll see the top 8 teams to be able to match up against the seeded teams as well on the next week, so on the 2nd and 3rd of April.
Yeah, and I said it yesterday as well, but I'll say it today. They've got those day breaks to make sure that they can VOD review it and make sure that everything is in tip-top shape going into the next days of play. They don't have that luxury in these first initial playoff days, though. And of course, we had the 8 seeded teams who were essentially the top seeded teams, the top qualifying teams in their respective regions. So the teams that came first are essentially the top 8 seeded teams. They move on straight to the grand finals, so they'll play much later. They are the observers right now, watching all the chaos unfold in the playoffs. If you weren't lucky enough to be one of those 8 seeded teams, or probably should say if you weren't good enough to be one of those top 8 seeded teams, then unfortunately you are playing in the playoffs and you have to fight for your spot in the top 8 of the grand finals. And then of course, if you do come top 8 in those grand finals, you make it all the way to PGS. Those are the 8 seeded teams on the left-hand side of your screen, and the teams on the right-hand side in the playoffs, well, that's the teams that we've been watching over the course of yesterday. It's been an absolute highlight of a tournament for me so far, and it's only been one day of action. These guys have absolutely shown up, and even as I'm looking at those names, all 16 of them, really, apart from a couple of them, had some really sick highlight moments, and I can put my finger on exactly every one of them. So I'm excited to get into it tonight.
Indeed, 𝐏𝐿. And of course, these teams across APAC will be representing their own respective region of PTS, PVS, Challenger Rumble Series, and of course PMS as well as PJC. Some of all these teams from each respective region have been seeing some really good plays, especially coming in from Forest, as we saw them eventually getting that #1 spot by the end of the day, and they definitely shine bright during moments in Tago.
Yeah, Forest were similar to Unicorn Cyber to me yesterday. They're just pure survival mode, no matter what the scenario was, no matter how difficult it was going to be. That was a fantastic win that we saw from RXC, very assertive win from them. This was one of Forest Gaming's probably frustrating moments for them, having to hot drop FRKS in Al Azhar. Doesn't really bode well for their consistency, which was probably the story for them across last night. But no matter how difficult it was, they came out on top. And in this game especially, we thought they were dead for sure. We thought they were absolutely cooked when they were sitting in that bowl, but that wasn't the case. They managed to fight their way out, destroy Daytrade, who were coming out from the other side of the road behind them, and then put up a decent fight towards Valletai, but Valletai with that high ground just too hard to get rid of at that point.
Yeah, Valletai has also been really consistent on their matches in Miramar. And today we'll be starting on those Miramar runs, so we'll definitely have to see whether or not if FRKS will once again hot drop the current top team of the tournament. Meanwhile, GLS, of course, started off really strong in those matches in Erangel and Match to also secure themselves the chicken dinner. And with that, well, it's actually not the chicken dinner. They managed to secure second place, but later on, they did have a little bit of struggle heading into the bigger map. So hopefully today they'll be able to find a little bit more of better momentum heading into our day 2 run. As we take a look at our total leaderboard right now, we see a tie between Forest as well as Daytrade. Meanwhile, FTF is just 1 point away from chasing into the top 2, of course. And with Unicorn Cyber also within that range, we'll definitely see a really tight race within the top 5. But looking at the second half of the table, though, some of the teams haven't really gotten any sort of idea of how to basically get into the late phase of the game. So hopefully we'll see a better run for the teams that are currently placed from 10th all the way to 16th.
Yeah, it's rough, right? Because you look at the 12th through the 16th and it's a stark difference in comparison to the rest of the leaderboard, which is really unfortunate. But as I said yesterday before we dipped out for the night, I do think that one good 10-kill win from either of those bottom 5 teams and they are back in the race. Not necessarily for top 8 just yet, but one good 10-kill win, it puts them up there. Of course, we change up the map schedule for today as well. It's been reversed, so we'll have 2 more Miramars in a row. So it would have been 4 Miramars total for these teams. We moved to Tego, which is also reversed. We had Vikendi first yesterday, and then of course we finish on Erangel. I always like finishing on Erangel. It's like going back home, essentially.
Yeah, it really feels like we're basically flipping the page a little bit on how things are going to be going, especially when we take a look at the pacing. It feels like it will get faster in terms of the tempo of play eventually, especially with, you know, Miramar being so fast for them to go in for fights, as well as, you know, the early game is going to be a little bit more of a scouting action between all these sort of squads. So I really do like the sort of switch up that we do have for day 2. So we'll definitely have to take a look though for some of the teams that, you know, have those form of a struggle in that early game. And you did point it out that some of these teams that are over on the bottom half of the leaderboard, it's been back-to-back rough matches for them. So hopefully they've been able to, you know, take a look back into the VODs to identify what exactly is the issue that they've been having occurring multiple times, and probably will have themselves that quick fix over the span of one night only.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, right? Is you had a bad day yesterday, but if you can immediately, and it might be hard given that these games go quite late, so you probably have to do it probably start of today, really. You just go into those VODs, you make sure that everything is exactly as you want it to be. You make sure that your macro is on point, you identify any individual mistakes or kind of team play mistakes, you try and fix those as best as you can. Maybe do a team ranked session or something before the games just to warm yourself up, warm up your communication and all the aspects of team play. You come back into tonight with a decent fighting chance. Of course, it will be devastating if none of that pans out, but then going in from night 2 to night 3, you've got to do the exact same thing. That's just the life of a competitive esports player. You look at those VODs, you identify issues, and you try and remedy them in game when it comes to in the moment. And that can be very difficult sometimes, and some teams are just better than that at others. I did actually want to shout out the top frags of the tournament, the people that are actually performing right now. So right now, KM99, he's top fragging. He's at 15, but then very closely behind him, there's a lot of other players, to be fair. It's a pretty even list of top fraggers. You have 𝐏99 15, Trick with 14, Riz from Armory with 13, 𝐿𝐿 from Unicorn Cyber with 12, and then Flash from Daytrade with 12 as well. In fact, 3 of Daytrade are up there in the top 7 fraggers at the moment. So Daytrade obviously on fire, Armory Gaming as well up there. But those are the top fraggers at the moment. I want to give them a shout out because we don't have any graphics that shout out top fraggers at the moment. You kind of just have to look at the twire to see it. But obviously that's a big aspect. You want to look for those star players. And right now it's 𝐏99 on top.
Yeah, and we've managed to catch some glimpse of his heroics through those rounds, especially in Miramar, where you could evidently see he's been taking control, and a lot of all these pickups were actually coming in from the side of 𝐏99. So hopefully this will basically start off Forest Gaming on the right note, especially them needing to defend that #1 spot away from the hands of all the other competition like FTF, who's just 1 point away or so, and with RXE yesterday getting that back-to-back chicken dinner. Who knows if they're going to be able to pull up another couple of big wins for today, and perhaps having a chance to also have a go against the current top 3 teams out there, currently positioned at 7th. So despite getting those double chicken there, I would have actually expected Repsec to be able to get a lot more, but we'll definitely have to see as we are already getting the flight ready for our first game of the day.
Yeah, here we are on Miramar. It's funny you mentioned RXE actually with that double win, because it's only Fat from RXE who's up there in their top 10 kills. He's on 11 and his teammates are way, way, way down. Well, not necessarily way down, but yeah, back-to-back wins. It was wins that weren't necessarily wins that were going to net you a lot of kills from RXE, which honestly is kind of against the grain for them. I would have felt like they would be going for a lot more crazy things, and yet yesterday we saw them being quite measured and quite disciplined in their play. Again, though, onto Miramar, I will continue to say it, one of those maps that can be quite dodgy at times, if not treated properly. All the big barriers in between, all the unplayable rocks, massive cities and vertical terrain can be quite difficult to navigate. Of course, everyone has experience on the map. They'll know exactly what they want to do, but come time that circle pop, then phase 2, then phase 3, etc., etc., it can become quite difficult to manage your rotations. The plane is currently going across the northern side of the map. It's going to go from essentially kind of near El Pozo down towards Partona, as we do a nice flyover on resort. Not a resort I would necessarily want to visit, to be honest with you. There was a flaming car in that yard just then, and it's a bit too yellow for me. I think I'd want a little bit more green at my resorts.
A little bit more green. Oh, so it's just about the color, and that's just about it?
Well, it's probably very hot. I'll give you that. It's probably quite hot. That pool, if it's filled up, would be quite nice. But yeah, a little bit more green, some palm trees and things to make it pop a little bit. That's I guess that's my ideal resort location.
Pretty fair point. I mean, Miramar is always sunny and it's pretty much dry weather all around. So this form of a flight does give access to all the teams to be able to get by into their respective cities. This time around, though, of course, Al-Azhar is not going to be accessible, so we'll see some change up coming in from FRKS as well as what I believe was the side of Forest. So we've got to take a look at these type of adjustments. Forest will be taking a very interesting approach, a couple of members around the edges of Alcantara, and having Olympus to be a lot closer to Montenevo. They managed to at least squeeze in by the edge of the circle towards the western plains. Meanwhile, shouldn't be too much of an issue for the rest of the squads to be able to get in moments time. So we'll definitely have to take a look at certain areas of play, especially in Los Leones. We see pretty much a lot of spacing for the side of RS to be able to cut across, but eventually they might even meet up against teams like Daytrade or even PMA, who's basically taking control of both Picado as well as Chumacera.
Yeah, Daytrade are in a good spot as well as FTF. They've got access to all the central locations. In fact, the thing I'm looking at right now on the map stream is Tian from PMA, who loot Picado, sending it straight away from Picado into the center of the zone. He's the guy acting as the lone scout at the moment, trying to get that central position before anyone else does. And his job essentially is just going to be to create as much noise as possible. It's a double-edged sword if you're Tian, because you want to put yourself in a center location, but you're alone. And you want to create presence to dissuade other people from coming towards you and taking that compound, but the result could be the opposite. You could actually entice people to breach you because they can assume that you're a solo. So for Tian right now, he's making the hero plays and doing it all for PMA. Hopefully they can actually land themselves a central compound and not have any four-man breach them. You can see Tian there on the minimap. You can see him in front of 𝐏𝐿𝐻. He's taken that compound just on the low side of the hill here, just below the gym. So 𝐏𝐿𝐻 could get that information, could hand that over to his team. There's only one guy in here, and then obviously the rest of Daytrade are quite close to 𝐏𝐿𝐻, so they could group up quite quickly and then breach him, but I don't think Daytrade are going to do that quite early. That compound that Tian's in is not super priority. You'd much rather take the top of the hill and maybe sit two people in that gym just north of where Tian is at the moment, where 𝐏𝐿𝐻 is right now. In fact, this building can be quite nice later on.
Yeah, and we're also looking at members of Force to be doing exactly the same, but it is them moving into the hills of Monte Nevo, which may actually allow them to spot out the players from FTF. So going back to Tian, he's on the lower ground side. I'm not sure if he would be able to identify if there's going to be any players around with 𝐏𝐿𝐻, of course, in the vicinity. He might just be able to look around, but these footsteps might actually be heard by Daytrade. He's got to be extremely careful. He's got that AUG. Should be able to trade.
Yeah, he's in a bit of a rough spot right now. Has to make the perfect play, essentially. He can secure himself one. He can probably get 𝐏𝐿𝐻 here, but any more than that, the rest of Daytrade are quite close. Flash will be there to trade. Pete's kind of acting as a bait right now. This is perfect for Tian. Could set himself up nicely and his team up nicely if he's able to secure one, but they're on the roof. It's so much harder for Tian to get this kill when 𝐏𝐿𝐻 is on the roof, but he is going to go one step further. The secret agent that is Tian is going to put himself either outside, just outside, or potentially even inside. Luckily for Tian, he's got sound information, so he can make a play based off where 𝐏𝐿𝐻 decides to make footsteps. Oh, this is kind of perfect, I think. If 𝐏𝐿𝐻 puts himself on that corrugated fence, it's just game over for him. You can't whip this spray, and if you do, it's over. He doesn't. It's incredibly clean for Tian, and now PMA has to activate off this.
Perfect lure coming in from Tian. He couldn't play any better than that. With PMA really setting him up for success with all the rotations being set on the perfect timing. And PMA comes in with a first blood and a great head start heading into this Miramar round. But what does Daytrade do right now, knowing that for the fact that the rest of PMA is going to be around this sector? It's going to be Puchus that will be going in for that push. He's also pretty much alone. As you can see, well, Lawrence is going to be joining in from back. Meanwhile, Flash is actually the one that will have to deal with the majority of PMA, but managed to actually catch one in the form of Teddy, getting a knock. Meanwhile, 1-for-1 exchange as we see Flash go down.
Oh, Tian has to do it all right now. It's 1v2. He's actually got one. Nurens wasn't peeking. He pulled out utility, but thankfully Tian runs into his crosshair. So Tian goes down. Daytrade do get that exchange secured. And the rest of PMA, well, they got Flash. Are they going to be here to finish off the rest of Daytrade? I think not. They're just going to back off. With Valley Tie on top of the hill now, it's pretty much game over for that commitment there from PMA. A nice attempt from Tian. Obviously, he probably could have done a lot more if he was able to survive, maybe leave that compound, play within the line of sight of PMA once they had dealt with Flash. Many options for Tian to do there. Unfortunately, the one he went for, honestly, they gave him a chance. I'll say that. Daytrade definitely gave him a chance. Noren's pulling out utility wasn't necessarily the best timing. Basically let his teammate go down without a trade, but they get it done in the end, but both teams weakened from that exchange.
Yeah, of course, with PMA only slightly benefiting from that form of a scuffle, they still got a lot more to deal with here, especially with all the other teams surrounding the area. Reluctant Squad hoping for a chance here as they managed to also scope through the side of Valley Tie Esports. They'll be taking the lower end of the compound. So RS, they've managed to at least scout the area in order to make their next decision. As they're already around the center, they don't really have to make a move too much. It's all about getting the tags on a little bit of wear and tear. As Panic will have light work to be able to at least get the vehicles running eventually, making sure it's parked in the safe spot. As Armory Gaming will be on the lookout in order to see if there's going to be any form of chance of a pickoff. Armory Gaming had an inconsistent run from yesterday, and today they are looking pretty much on a good form with that proactive play onto the side of PMD at least.
I felt like yesterday for day trade specifically, it was them losing 1 early and then kind of playing the game through as 3. And then for Armory, it was them losing 2 early and playing the game through as 2. And yet both of those teams managed to be on top of the leaderboard. Obviously, they had much better games. It wasn't just every game they lost players, but for Armory, certainly, my memory from them yesterday is that one clutch from Jane. There were a couple highlights from Dynasty and Riz too, but the biggest memory for me is them just having to play as 2 all the time.
Yeah.
Going into today, I'm hoping that changes. We did see one go down, but luckily it didn't actually get flushed.
It wasn't just one specific map that happens to the side of AG. It's like a couple of rounds consecutively. So perhaps just making sure that they keep their survival rate a lot higher into today's matchup. We'll definitely see much better yield coming in from the side of Armory Gaming. Meanwhile, Panic Esports, we've seen some pretty interesting plays, especially the one in the Candy. But in Miramar, it's a lot harder to pull that off. So first, different tactics will apply for today. As we take a look at Force Natural Gaming making a maneuver to Brickyard. Oh, he's going to be looking to see if he stands a chance against the rest of From the Future. Kimoy spotted out already. Master pulls up the AUG, looking for a catch. Not able to actually dish out enough damage as of yet. But FTF, they will have pretty much a sniping range from afar to be able to at least give him a little bit of cover. So Kimoy can actually back off. That Panzer's not going to be able to hit him from this distance.
I feel like that was close, though. A couple seconds late, and Simoy might actually go down to that Panzer, but he does get out of there. It's good for Forest. They knocked Orkarin, and then Master was the one that was pulled up close, and then I think Olympus off in the background yeah, maybe it was Olympus off in the background, was getting the off angle on that flush, just securing it so that FTF have nothing to fight for, essentially, and they are the team that's going to be disengaging from the fight with Forest. The kill feed, sorry, is popping off a little bit. It's Panic and Unicorn Cyber. Unicorn Cyber, much worse for wear here. In the corner of Monty this early. An incredibly interesting exchange, but it is a very central spot. So I suppose if both teams want it, they're going to fight for it. Panic is in a much better position now. Hudat's just down on the left side of them. And I think the rest of Unicorn Cyber have... In fact, no, the rest of Unicorn Cyber are all the way on the north. They have absolutely no interest in getting involved in this fight. They were never involved in this fight to begin with. And so they've just lost 2 teammates for an attempt at the corner of Monty.
Yeah, Hudat really get caught off in a really tough area for the rest of Unicorn Cyber to even lend any form of assistance at all. So it's a rough start for the side of Unicorn Cyber. That may actually affect them in the long run here in Miramar, as they will still try to actually cut across, as they are not to be able to secure any form of real estate right now. The central area is absolutely swarmed with all other teams, so I'm not too sure if Unicorn Cyber will be able to book a safe spot, as they will be able to at least get some cover through the valleys if they will be driving by. But the further they go, though, it's going to be another squad over on top side of the hill. So let's see if they're going to be able to at least get some good exchanges.
I feel like this is as far as Unicorn Cyber go. I think you're right. They just kind of have to submit to sitting in and around these ridges. They're not currently getting shot at from the warehouse. That's a false positive from Sapao there, and finally he does get shot at. So that's a no, going to that warehouse. He's going to have to come back, maybe group up with Manhung and see what they can do, see how they can fight their way up this hill. Because ISG currently own most of the real estate around this area. They've got the shanties just above Unicorn Cyber, and they've got that warehouse. It's a deadly 2-2 split. Not one that can easily be reinforced. It obviously will take some time for either 2-2 to regroup, hop in their cars and drive down. And by that point, it might be too late. But I think the presence from ISG is enough. And in fact, you can see on the map there, they are leaving the 2-2. They are going to group up on those shanties, and I like that play from ISG. Bottom of the leaderboard currently, so they need a good win, and one of the ways you get a good win is keep yourself up as 4. Unicorn Cyber have not done that. Forest on the emergency parachute as well, all the way in the sky. In fact, they're probably going to come down on top of that unplayable and just be a nuisance for everyone in the lobby, potentially ISG as well. But we remain on Unicorn Cyber, who remain in dire straits.
I'm not really sure if they're going to be able to even get much out of this form of exchange against some of the squads up there. So they're kind of stuck in between, especially with Forest over on their south. There's honestly not too much spacing for them to work with. So either they basically hunker down, play a little bit more defensive, and wait for the next space to appear, then only make another form of rotation. Meanwhile, the rest of PMA so far have been pretty steady after that initial battle that they had over onto the southern quarters of the map. We'll be eyeing out onto the gas station. Norins, all alone as the day trade member, will at least be safe from harm's way at the moment. Not too sure if there's ever going to be any form of backing with 𝐿𝐼 even much closer to the side of PMA. Oh, this is looking very, very dicey as we approach the late stage of the game.
Yeah, this is one of the spots where teams kind of end up just because this circle can shift north quite often, and that compound is a nice staging point to take to give you access to the north. And unfortunately, two teams have ended up inside it, and in this weird kind of agreement to just share the compound for the moment. Dopeness find themselves stranded on the side of that hill, and Shinosuke has been knocked down by GLS. This is happening in the blue, mind you. Shinosuke was the cover. He was the one covering his team all the way on that side of the hill. He's been knocked down, now trying to get flushed out by a completely separate team as well. That's Armory off in the distance, trying to yoink that, but 𝐿𝐼's there to finally get his kill. And then the rest of Dopeness now are going to be in a lot of trouble. GLS coming in for the flank. Dynasty, though, making it even harder for Dopeness. In fact, they're not shooting at GLS because they can't. GLS are the ones in firm control of this situation, being helped out by Armory Gaming, and having to fight GLS is just not a good combination. So 𝐿𝐼 and Omoshidaten are just going to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, they just really have to make a dash for it. So 𝐿𝐼 at least survives to tell the tale for now. Armory Gaming have gated them for quite some time as well, just from the minimap. And both of these teams will still have to journey their way back towards the south, as we do see the update of the circle pulling it towards the outskirts of Picado. So this is definitely going to be challenging terrain. Some of the areas are just flat grounds, unworkable at all in this current state of the game, where we're going to be seeing a lot of those battles taking place on top of the mountains.
It's a very rough shift for so many teams. The ones that were playing it for the north have now had their entire game plan thrown out the window. The ones who are playing it for the south probably aren't in the best spots because they weren't really necessarily accounting for a southern shift. They were just playing it just in case it went north or in case it went closer to the unplayables. These two teams, actually, PMA and 𝐿𝐼, funnily enough, end up in a decent spot. It's rough, don't get me wrong. You never want to be sharing a compound like this, especially when you're dead center as well. It just limits you so much. 𝐿𝐼 are going to be able to look to the south where most of the teams are going to be, and then there's PMA who can't rotate, who can't really do anything. A lot of the angles they can actually shoot from are completely locked out from them, because if they start to shoot through those top floor doors and things like that, they're going to be shot at by 𝐿𝐼. In fact, they're going to have to peek out of those backside openings if they want to shoot at the south, and then 𝐿𝐼 is obviously going to be there to potentially take advantage of that. They're also both in nade range of each other, which could cause its own problems. ISG, they had center a while ago, no longer. T9's been taken down. Riz will get that one, and Armory Gaming look to clean up their side of the zone.
So sharp coming in from the side of Riz, and is eventually going to be able to secure it unless that's going to be stolen away. Rest of Armory Gaming closing in, spots out more members to the side of GLS. See if Stack's going to be able to get one more. As he's basically having some trades going on. Dynasty, James, all pinned out by the side of Kuei-sama. And there is going to be 𝐿𝐼 that will also catch the finishing blow. Armory Gaming will leave Riz on foot. There is a vehicle to work with, and they will be able to spot out Diane as he turns his back, trying to actually catch his teammates instead. Hong Nam now dropping in the grenade, and will be basically making a dash to keep himself alive for now. This power grid fiasco is just starting to conclude.
Oh, Armory sent it into those bowls, hoping that the cover from, I believe it was Riz or Dynasty up on the top there, or maybe it was 𝐏𝐿𝐼. They were just hoping for that cover to be good enough to support them while they were in that bowl, but that was not the case. The lines of sight weren't good at all. Armory sent it into those bowls and just get torn apart. GLS were ready for them, and GLS had their crosshairs lined up on those driver's seats when they drove in. And then, of course, it makes it even harder for the rest of Armory to survive with ISG and Whitefish in the background. So Armory Gaming caught in between a multitude of teams here without anything they can really do. They took that fight. You've got to respect them for that, but it was a very quick fight, and they didn't really have any chance of winning it. Whitefish very nicely spread on top of these unplayables as well. It's shifted off of them a decent amount. They're still going to have terrain to play with as ISG finish off GLS, but the priority now for Whitefish is Forest, who are creeping their way up just underneath these unplayables.
Yeah, eventually we'll have to climb down and maybe have to even force a fight against the rest of Forest. They do have Dahlia positioned pretty nicely over the top, of course, and also having the angle coverage coming in from the side of Tiari. So far, trying to at least give them a little bit more pressure, but that's not going to be flushing any sort of members away from the side of Forest at all. In fact, they're just going to be hiding right underneath their noses for the time being. No angles to work with, and also spotting up other teams, trying to also attack Forest from another corner. 𝐏𝐆𝐒 though, spotted out. Dahlia won't be able to land it just yet. Molotovs. Oh no. He burned himself instead.
Nah, that's rookie. He tried, but yeah, to no avail, unfortunately, for Dahlia. He'll heal himself up, so not too much of an issue, but I think the most important thing there is that's information gained, right? That's information gained for Whitefish. Forest, though, they have to fight towards Panic now. Panic are coming in from the edge of the zone. They didn't have any spot to play, and so they're going to invade the terrain that Forest is sitting in. Forest have a nice piece of terrain, mind you, so Panic's certainly going to be wanting this. ISG now getting involved with Whitefish on top of the unplayables as well. It's chaos on the northern side of the zone here, as everyone's got to come off this high ground and put themselves in the line of sight of everyone across the zone. Those hungry eyes looking at these as just pure kills right now. Panic, though, incredibly struggling on the western side there. They're going to have to move their way down into that compound with PMA and Valet Tai, essentially. Dusky might even be the last one up for Panic at the moment. Never mind, they have three. I'm surprised that three members of Panic have survived for as long as they have. They found themselves in a very low ground position on the far western side of zone. Look at that. Neurons has complete eyes on both those players, but they've got a car to work with so they can make their escape.
Yeah, and also lucky for both of those squads, because we had Whitefish over on top of the hill and they decide to rotate away. And that basically allows a little bit more spacing for PNC to basically work with. Now, first, Natural Gaming will just slowly creep right in, but still stuck in between both PMA as well as Whitefish, with PNC will just obliterate the final member side of Daytrade Gaming, taking over the gas station. Well, Olympus, trying to see if he can basically find something with his DMRs. Dusky will have a little bit of a problem there. I believe that I see a self-lane or something like that. Not too sure. Gotta check it once again. But anyways, back to the side of Forest Gaming. They're still in close proximities and already poking at some damage from afar. Whoa, this is not going to be doing him good. Very little cover as they need to proceed to move down the hill.
RXC looking like they're in a decent spot right now, aren't they? I feel like a lot of the action's going to happen around the edges of the circle. Teams are going to weaken each other, and RXC's just going to clean up towards the end of the game. It would be another one of those games where potentially they don't get that many kills because they are in one of those central compound locations. They're going to have to really capitalize on people coming down from the north. But as you can see on the map, Whitefish, Forest, in fact, as you can see in the picture-in-picture, they're both going at it with each other right now, trading blows, getting shot at from RXC as well. I told you, man, RXC, they want these kills. They need these kills. They need to put themselves up there, fight with the rest of the top teams currently in the 7th. But look, they can definitely get more. We've seen it from them many, many times. KM99, the top fragger in the lobby, looking towards Whitefish, but what can he really do? He's kind of got to overextend a little bit too much, and if he overextends, not only does he open himself to Whitefish, he opens himself up to RXC as well, but he's making a play regardless. He doesn't care. Blue Zone backpack is on. He can tank this as much as he wants. He's going to make that play around Whitefish. Olympus opens up for him. He's going to get the second one. Can he get the third? He cannot. If Evans trades it out, but Scappy and the rest of Forest are here to finish off Whitefish.
Kind of overheated a little bit there, and like you said, a little bit of overconfidence being displayed from the side of KM99, but he did smell blood and still will get the advantage for the rest of Forest Natural Gaming. Huge nade drop towards the side of Scappy. Won't be bringing him down, but Feven, does he even have a fighting chance? The Blues already creeping in as well. Represent Esports also will have some long-range duels, but Valet Tai Esports so far really racking up a lot of elimination points with 𝐾𝐆𝐒 securing those kills onto PMA, while we continue on with this long extended trade from the side of Forest, now leaving with only one member after that push towards the members of Whitefish.
Yeah, only one up for Forest. They did exactly what I thought they would do. Trade blows until you end up with one up or two up on both teams. Master is the only one up for Forest, and then Fevin's the only one up for Whitefish. So it's unfortunate for both those teams, but we move over to another pretty influential fight in this late game here. The team that ends up victorious in this compound is certainly going to have an impact on 𝐼𝐸's game. But 𝐼𝐸, yeah, rose-tinted glasses coming over here thinking they can third party. All the action's happening on the south side of this compound, though. Reluctant Squad cleaning 𝐹RKS up. Hasn't been a good tournament from 𝐹RKS yet. In fact, Reluctant Squad taking losses of their own. They really desperately need this res. If they can't get this, then the rest of the fight is going to be a lot harder for them. But it looks like they are getting it with the backup, the help of 𝐻𝐿 on the backside ridge.
Yeah, it definitely has been a really tough tournament for the side of 𝐹RKS, but we do see gradual improvements heading into this match of Miramar, where their survival rate definitely has increased. This is going to be able to find one, as they are also spawning out members from the side of FTF, and Dopeness will finish up at 8, but 𝐼𝐸, they just wiped out the entirety of FTF.
Very clean. I mean, you can't ask for an engagement that much cleaner, but they had to push themselves outside of those compounds to do it. Vanahan's gone down for it. valetai remain very dominant in this game, taking out PMA. I think that was a gimme given the positions both those teams were in that compound. So Power's now gone down. valetai look on fire. We saw an excellent defense from them last night. The very last game of the night, they looked incredibly good, looking to continue that form and continue that momentum going into night 2 here. 𝐼𝐸 still on the outside of that warehouse compound. They know how important it is to weaken the teams around them, and I love to see that from 𝐼𝐸. It's very heads-up play. 4G down, tries to make a 1v3 attempt onto Reluctant Squad, but shut down just as quickly as he jumped out that window. The rest of 𝐹RKS now stuck inside the only building they have to play, and Reluctant Squad are going to be looking to clean those guys up.
That was such a risky decision making coming in from the member of 𝐹RKS, and absolutely got punished for that. Reluctant Squad now sees a chance to be also trade right back, as they still will continue to trade, managing to spot out Reluctant Squad as well from the outskirts. So Valtai Esports, they are on a hunt, and they will get it. 7 points, the highest right now, and aimed up to 8 with that kill secured. Valtai Esports, they just have this supreme mastery of Miramar. Not a single time we've seen them drop away from a top 5 finish, and now, once again, securing pretty much hefty amount of points heading into the first matchup of the day. Reluctant Squad next one to bow out. Now, 𝐹RKS makes it to the top 4 for the very first time.
The game's kind of come to not only valetai, but 𝐼𝐸 as well. They've had to make a couple important decisions, and they've had a couple pivotal moments for themselves. Obviously, 𝐼𝐸, FTF, that's a good fight for them to win, and for 𝐼𝐸 as well, pushing themselves out of this compound and not losing a single member is another reason why they have a really sick chance of winning this game. For valetai, it was essentially that defense against PMA. PMA were in the northern side of that compound, and if PMA will put up a decent fight against them as they ran towards valetai to try and get out of that compound, then maybe we're not looking at valetai to potentially win this game. But that was a very clean engagement from valetai against PMA, who were sharing that compound previously. And, well, 8 kills to their name so far. I think they know that Forest is up there on the north. They've allocated 2 players to make sure that at least that northern side is clean, and the zone's going to help them out with that as well. Not entirely. There's still a little bit of terrain that maybe Forest can play, but valetai being very diligent right now. I think they know pretty much where everyone is in the zone. I think they know that it's 4 up for 𝐼𝐸, and there's probably a solo somewhere up there on the north.
Yeah, good read from the side of Valtai Esports, and you were pretty spot on when you mentioned during like phase 4 or so, where 𝐼𝐸 has gotten the prime state where all the other teams basically will have to battle it out for the valley, and once it all settles down, this is where they're going to be able to basically do all the cleanup to eventually look for that closure. But Master, since he's all alone, he might as well try to seek out for opportunities, and he's basically having all eyes on all the members of Valtai Esports, but there's also pressure coming in from the side of 𝐼𝐸. So this is going to be the last stand. Is he going to find it? To connect one shot, not enough to knock out the members of Valtai on that vehicle, and he's just going to throw in everything, including the kitchen sink.
Yeah, look, Master can't do anything here. He's going to go down to the blue. That was inevitable. What's not inevitable is this push from valetai. This is so aggressive, but probably necessary from them. They can't have sat on their side of the zone the entire time. Latte's knocked himself. Megalos has the trade, though, but I feel like this is just disaster from valetai. Rapsiek Esports are going to wrap this one up. I'm sure of it. There's not much they can do. valetai, I mean, against 𝐼𝐸 right now. They've got full control of the situation, and there it is. 𝐿𝐸 will be the first victors of the night. I said earlier on that maybe this was going to be a game they don't get many kills, but look at that. 13 on the trot for 𝐿𝐸. What a way to start their night.
And this will be their third chicken dinner here in the playoffs, looking supreme with their current momentum brought forward from day one, and will still have it in the bag. And the way that they basically taken control of the entire state of the matchup was just sublime. So of course we will be showing you guys once again all the highlights of all the action, but the way that they played out, they were calm, they were composed, and honestly, 𝐿𝐸 Esports, like you said, they didn't really have too much of a great area to play, especially with some sort of hiccups with push, not really favoring them in that sort of exchange. So 𝐿𝐸 basically picked this one up clean.
Yeah. I feel like I'm just warming up into the night. I mean, a decent game, right? A decent game to start us off. I don't think it had the same stature or excitement as some of the games yesterday, but that circle certainly was pretty wacky. Put a lot of the teams in a difficult situation, to say the least. That massive unplayable barrier, of course. A lot of the time you just have to kind of maneuver around to the western side or the eastern side. And I mean, that just creates these incredible choke points for teams to capitalize on. This was one of the pivotal moments for me. I mean, the teams that are up here on the north, if you can survive with 4, amongst all of this chaos, mind you, it's incredibly difficult. But if you can survive as 4, you put yourself in decent standing to take the kind of positions that 𝐿𝐸 did towards the end of the game. This was a really nice play from 𝐾M99. I think he realized that he was basically committing his life to make sure they could win the fight against WF, secure 4 points, and give his team a lot of space to work with. So very valiant and commendable effort from 𝐾M99. Not so much, though, for 4G.
Yeah, and they managed to also have Master to pull in a top 3 finish to survive to the tail end of it. Well, 𝐿𝐸 Esports basically waited for that golden moment, and they did manage to also pick up those 10 solid points before going for that final commitment against 𝐿𝐸 Esports. And all they really have to do, drop those nades into the open space of the warehouse and eventually just go in for that clean sweep. So pretty straightforward of how 𝐿𝐸 have been able to just close this one off. So of course, may not be as flashy as compared to some of the games that we do see yesterday, but it really does set a proper tone of how things are going to go for day 2.
Yeah, I feel like 𝐿𝐸 there, potentially it was a bit of a rushed decision, because I think they realized that 𝐿𝐸 had an emphasis towards the south. They were playing outside of that compound, and they were looking to clean up the teams that were coming out of the compound right next to them. And I think 𝐿𝐸 maybe realized that, but a little bit too late. And so they wanted to take the soft side of the control that 𝐿𝐸 had, essentially. In that case, it was the northern side. If they can crash into the warehouse, take out the 1 or 2 guys that are defending the north, then 𝐿𝐸 actually have a decent chance at winning that. But they were kind of bogged down in having to deal with Master. By the time they dealt with Master or decided to ignore him, it was too late. 𝐿𝐸 had a massive emphasis towards that warehouse. Obviously, it doesn't help at all that 𝐿𝐸 knocked himself as soon as he entered the warehouse out of the car. Either hopped out too quick, maybe it was a ping thing, who knows? But that's you really can't have that happen when you're making a play as pivotal as that. And so 𝐿𝐸 tried. They absolutely tried. I think maybe, again, too rushed or too late, and whatever it was, it just didn't really work out for them. I like the play, though. I think fundamentally it's decent. You understand that 𝐿𝐸 have an emphasis towards the south. You want to take what they don't have, and that's kind of towards the north. So decent attempt from 𝐿𝐸. But 𝐿𝐸, man, 13 kills to start off the night, and off the back of yesterday where they had 2 wins. This is a lot of momentum and a lot of confidence going straight into their back pocket.
Yeah, I certainly agree when it does seem like a rush stance coming in from the side of 𝐿𝐸 Esports. But prior to that, we basically see them in such a great spot where a lot of teams were basically cutting into their corner of the map, and then they've been able to pick up multiple teams while they were on midst of rotation, though we may not actually catch everything on camera, where there's just a lot of open spacing for them to basically work with. So from that, they also did manage to pick up a lot of kill points. So with that being said, let's take a look. How much have they been able to rack up? 𝐿𝐸, they got themselves the chicken dinner along with those huge amount of kill points that will add up to 23 to top the board. Of course, 𝐿𝐸 Esports did manage to secure second space with 15 points on the block. Meanwhile, Forest with 8 and 7 for FRKS.
Very top-heavy game. 𝐿𝐸 and 𝐿𝐸 hogging all the points in that one. It's a 7-point drop-off to third. and that was Forest. So I guess consistency for Forest remains. Decent game from FRKS, better game than we saw from them yesterday. I'm looking at Panic in the exact same spot as I've seen them basically every game this tournament, just up in that like 5th to 7th spot of total points gained in any game. That gap between 11th and 12th got much bigger that game. It was 20 something points before that game, I believe, and it is quite a bit larger after that game. Panic trying to break themselves away from that bottom 5 as much as they possibly can, which is exactly what they should be doing. And they put themselves right in contention for that top 8 position. Again, I mean, you're looking at it, 41 to 8th, which is 49. That's 8 points. That's very doable in a lobby like this. It's very doable for so many teams. But the ones like FRKS and everyone else in that bottom 5, it is slowly slipping away from them. You cannot be letting Panic be having decent games, average games, keeping their points per game up, while you have bad games. You just cannot let that happen. So for that bottom 5, I don't want to write them off just yet, but it's getting very close to that point, and we're not even halfway through the playoffs yet.
Yeah, we're not even halfway there yet. So there is going to be opportunities here in day 2, as we will be having our final Miramar match of today, and then we'll hit on to Taker later on. But when we look into how things have basically churned up in our first game of the day, we still see some improvements at the very least, because FRKS, they start off on a singular digit. So with this form of finish, they are slowly inching in, although we did see that disparity being pretty huge of a margin for them to chase for now. But within the span of 5 games, anything is still possible. If it's going to be a chicken dinner, I think they would have actually saved themselves to be able to eventually fight for that top 8 position.
Yeah, it's man, I do feel really bad about the bottom 5. Although to what you were saying, actually, FRKS feels like they're fighting early all the time. It's like we haven't really seen them in any engagement that's kind of mid to late game. Maybe that game was the only time we saw them, or am I getting myself mixed up? Either way, FKS have been fighting early basically the entire tournament, which is a recipe for disaster. It can be a recipe for success if you win your fights at the start of every game. FRKS have not been doing that. They've been pretty much dominated every single time. So it's very unfortunate for them. In fact, they've been taking fights with other bottom 5 teams. I believe it was maybe Pixel Stars we saw them take a fight with in Porto Periso the other day, or maybe it was ISG. Can't remember. But those bottom 5 teams have just been fighting amongst themselves. It's just this mess down there. But we do have a fight for that top 8 spot. There are teams that are very close. Panic is obviously the furthest away, but they are only 8 points away, which is absolutely fantastic, and they absolutely have a shot. I think the top, I actually don't know. I'd like to see the Twire again, because we saw the leaderboard just then, but I'd like to bring it up for myself, just to remind myself of how good the top 4-5 are doing in comparison to the rest of the top 8, because I think we're going to see a bit of a breakaway in the top 8 teams. I just don't know when it's going to start happening, or how bad that gap is going to be. So I'm just waiting for the Twire to update, and then I can start to look towards that.
Yeah, we'll definitely catch it in a bit, but Rapsec Esports now adding so much points into this match. They should be pretty much poised into the position to eventually overtake even Forest Gaming, where of course this game was a little bit rougher on how things have played out for the side of Forest Gaming, where we saw they have always been dealing with a couple of teams surrounding them while they were battling over on top side of the hill, which of course they made an effort to be able to at least squeeze some points to get by into the top 3. So they're definitely still trying to defend that spot for themselves. Meanwhile, Day Trade this time did struggle a little bit back in game 1, where they, of course, got that early ambush coming in from the side of PMA, which was a little bit surprising of how that execution actually happened without them being able to trace that lurker from the side of PMA. So I definitely want to see a lot more of all these kind of early shenanigans once again from PMA if they do take that center stage in Picado again.
Yeah, it's a show of confidence from Tian. I mean, doing a play like that early on, it's a play you can so easily back down from, right? You can so easily call that off for yourself, but for Tian in that moment, it's not what he's doing. He's saying, okay, guys, I have a really good opportunity here to get us a really sick central position. But on top of that, we can potentially wipe a team, get 2 to 3 kills, worst case scenario. And 𝐾𝐆 puts himself at risk to do that, which of course is a sign of confidence. It's a sign of experience too. He knows that by putting himself in the middle of day trade, in the middle of 2 players of day trade, he's got all the information that his team can act on. Unfortunately, in the early game there, PMA were kind of caught up dealing with Flash. Flash was on the low ground there, dealing with 3 of PMA. PMA put themselves in that low ground compound and unfortunately couldn't find themselves a way up to help 𝐾𝐆, and so 𝐾𝐆 had to take a 1v2. You could probably argue that 𝐾𝐆 could get out of there and avoid that 1v2 and put himself in the line of sight of his teammates and live from there. Then maybe PMA have 4 up at that point, but he didn't do that. He took that 1v2. Of course, it was quite a close 1v2 as well, but to even be doing that in the first place, it shows confidence, right? And that's the kind of stuff that's going to put you in the top 8. If you're not doing that kind of stuff, you're going to fall out of the top 8.
And of course, PMA definitely represented the Master region very, very well, as we now do have Game 2 at the ready, as we'll see whether or not there's going to be, of course, similar type of play style to be implemented by majority of the team. Of course, some of all these hardships are looking a little bit scuffy back in Game 1. I hope that maybe this time Circle will be a little bit kinder for these guys.
Yeah, that circle was pretty rough, to be honest with you. I mean, it's not super rough until it shifts towards the unplayables, right? Then it becomes a bit of a mystery, kind of how it's going to play out, and then it becomes even more rough because we saw a lot of teams playing for that northern side, and then it goes south, and then it goes towards those fields, and it becomes even more rough there because everyone's got to come off the high ground. And usually in PUBG, if there's a bunch of teams that have to come off the top of a high ground, yeah, you get a lot of shenanigans. You get teams just playing for their kill points, and then hopefully they get some placement points. And that's what we saw Forest do. It's what we saw Whitefish do. Obviously, Forest coming out on top in that specific engagement, in my opinion. I mean, they did have one survive until that top 3 spot. So here we go. Flyover in Boxing Ring, an iconic spot at this point in time. Maybe not as iconic as Pachinki, but certainly in my heart, it is an absolute favorite hot drop location of mine. Out the top window to look at the rest of Miramar. It's match 2, and the first Miramar showed us some wacky circles. Whether or not that's going to happen in Game 2 is yet to be seen. I am still hoping for that Eastern Island circle, but I will settle for a Partona, or like you said yesterday, a prison. I'll be totally happy with that as well.
Oh, I would definitely love to see it, because I think like I've witnessed, only once in, I don't know, so many hundreds of games where I played it out, and it was just so rare that it occurs. And when that happens, I'm not even sure if the pros here will be ready to even get to that kind of scenario where teams will have to cut over through the bridge, whether if it's from Valdemar or even over onto Platona. So, well, if it happens for sure, so they don't really have to worry about that for now. So when we take a look at the map, though, we do see some teams starting off driving in close proximities. So we'll see maybe a little early of a pickoff coming in, but looks to me that majority of them will be pretty much safe and sound. Circle does go towards the south side. We may not get prison, but it does cover a little bit of circumference over that section.
Yeah, we can still hope for a Partona potentially if we get a very southern hard shift, but I think you're right. I think it's a bit of a pipe dream at this point. Day Trade remain in a fantastic spot, similar to last game. ISG actually in a decent spot. This is one of those games where if you're ISG at the bottom of the leaderboard, you're really hoping for a much better shift than you got last time, because again, you're in a really solid spot to capitalize on a great circle feed. Earlier in the previous game, we saw them with the shanties just west of Power Grid. Generally, if you're going to be fed at that location, you can have a really good game. And then the circle kind of messed with them a little bit. They had to make plays fight towards the east, and it just didn't work out after that. But they've got kind of a second wind. They're going to be able to try again in this game, because they've got full access to the center of the zone. All the high ground locations in and amongst those hills. Well, it's all ISGs, and Day Trade's probably going to have second priority as they come in from the north at Chumacera. FRKS, so this kind of does confirm to me that they were here yesterday fighting in Puerto Periso in that hot drop that we saw. This time around, though, no hot drop to be spoken of, and this is a little bit more early game action potentially. It hasn't really popped off yet. Olympus is driving away from DNE. DNE is one of those teams where maybe at this point in the tournament, If Olympus or any other solo just kind of drops in and or around your location, you just send it, you go for it. You pick up bare bones, utility, armor, weapons, and you just try to get that kill, build that momentum. Hopefully you can build off that momentum going into the late game. That's an 8x. Nice pick up there for 𝐏𝐿 on the Bolt. But yeah, for DNE, I don't even think they know Olympus is there. But if they did, I wouldn't be surprised if I saw them going for that kill, because you need them at this point. You desperately, desperately need them.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with an 8x off the bat, that will definitely provide them with just about enough. And Spinosuke has already gotten that. So just going to see if they'll be able to trace the rest of them. Well, it's going to be quite the coverage, though, as they are on the opposite side of the valley. Meanwhile, it seems like they're still scavenging for any form of utilities that they could possibly get. ISG all the way down over on Valdemar will be having some really good time to get themselves stocked up in order to prepare for the later phases of the game. So far, doesn't seem like there's going to be teams around this township for the moment, so they're going to be a-okay. Whereas, if I do take a look at the map stream right now, RXE, they will have the furthest journey as compared to the rest of the squads out there. May have to bypass the likes of Armory Gaming by the corners of St. Martin, and also traverse towards either Picado, and if they basically take the long way route, it's still going to be pretty tough for the victors of the past matchup. So that will be a story we'll tell later on. But for 𝐾𝐁 Esports, we've seen some improvements coming into the game 1 of day 2 for the entirety of the squad of OCE. So hoping to actually see what more can they basically get out of this matchup, where PMA will send Small Town Kid to have a lookout into the city of Jumasera. By the time Esports will be following their passage from quite afar if you look at the minimap. Meanwhile, it's going to be a defensive form of setup coming in from day trade within this top end of the city of Jumasera by the factories.
Decent spot. Nice split too. Just go kind of 1-1-1-1. Kind of remain kind of close to each other just in case something goes awry and you can be there. Okay, are you serious?
What? With a red
Are you serious, Pooches? Just, okay.
This guy.
It just, a quick little burst, get that quick headshot. If he was able to land the last few bullets as well, that would have been absolutely insane. Best highlight play of certainly today, maybe even probably just one of those crazy moments across this whole tournament, but unfortunately it wasn't. In fact, he ran out of ammo in that H32, so that was like the remainder of his bullets just dedicated to that. That's plus 62 damage. If you're a damage farmer, we rejoice. Pooch is on top. And he's alone right now. One of those situations where if it was a team kind of rotating his fort and he decided to spray those bullets, maybe that team would decide to turn straight into that compound, breach him, take him out, and then it's a disaster. But Pooches remains quite safe and probably deterred that team and that player from even getting involved off the back of that headshot. So Reluctant Squad, they're up here. Still very close to PMA on top of those unplayables with a nice split down to the south as well. This is a pretty common split. You'll see between teams that like to split across this road. They take this high ground, they take the southern high ground. It gives them a lot of control. They can get information on teams rotating down this road as well. But I think most importantly for Longhai and Hwang up here, they're in really good spots to sneak a good couple kills. And then they've got that massive vertical cliff they can just fall back off of. If they happen to put themselves in a little bit too much danger, they can just jump off that cliffside. So in a decent spot, Reluctant Squad with a split, I'm liking a lot. And it seems like they've got their cars parked as well, ready to leave. Say if Jun was to get breached right now, then he'd be able to leave, group up with his teammates, and it wouldn't really be an issue. So nice split from Reluctant Squad. Do PMA venture over here is the question.
Yeah, for now, they don't necessarily have to do so, as all the teams are waiting for that shift. If it does pull towards the side of Reluctant Squad, though, that is just going to be pixel perfect for them, as they've already got that immaculate setup. But for Unicorn Cyber, though, they are over on north side dealing with Armory Gaming, as they managed to spot them in the midst of that rotation over on the top end of the hill. Not being able to catch them just yet. We still see them pretty much getting themselves into a better position instead, so they don't really want to overcommit this early in the game. Actually, with FTF not too far off. So it's just going to be some long-range taps coming in from between the Thai side as well as the Vietnamese squad of Unicorn Cyber for now. I'm just going to wonder if Armory Gaming is just going to be going on that full aggro approach once again, because every single match that we've seen them so far, they have that no back down mentality, and then if that exchange happens, they walk away with maybe 1 or 2 surviving and unable to play that late game. So hopefully they will be able to get themselves a little bit of a safety net in the early game at the very least, while James is going to see if he can basically get a little bit of a bypass towards the far west end, and that's also where members of the side of Forest will be between the corners of Valley.
Surprise ruins for Orcaran. Oh, but he's got to commit. He's in such an awkward spot. The bullets would have landed on the ground. I think Unicorn Cyber Destroys specifically would have heard the bullets hit Orcaran's body. And so that's full information gained. But Unicorn Cyber know they were being approached on, so maybe it's not such pivotal information, but certainly they know that now that at least there's another member here. There's now 2 members of FTF trying to get involved with Unicorn Cyber here. And FTF are going to back off, I think, potentially off the back of DNE's damage. It's not easy to push around the side of that compound when you're getting shot in the back. That said, it's probably the priority way to do it, but not in this situation. Amishadartan actually, with an SKS from a decent range, has knocked Man home. So maybe FTF consider getting back into this, but I think FTF have already committed to backing off. Orcaran stays, though. Orcaran stays, and maybe FTF just want to put the brakes on a little bit and kind of re-engage this situation with a different strategy. Manhung is going to get rezzed, and Unicorn Cyber will be able to go back to 4 up. That circle has done nothing but center up. Pretty even donut. So ISG in a fantastic spot, and Destroy is going to confirm to FTF that this is their territory. In fact, it's not even anyone's territory at the moment. Out of zone right now. So both teams have to leave. No point in taking a fight on edge right now.
Yeah, really no point at all to take unnecessary fights at the mid and just putting themselves at risk, while Unicorn Cyber didn't really have to travel all too far. They probably might be booking some form of a small estate if they could basically find one for now and then hunker down for a moment. There's just so many teams, the further down they extend this stretch, some over onto the unplayables as well. So they're definitely keeping an eye out for this. Apao now driving by. This might actually be a good catch if Whitefish spots this movement. While Shank going to be opening up a little bit more of that spacing for themselves. Armory Gaming now will have to deal with the rest of FTF passing by. Oh boy, this is going to be huge.
Oh, the nade. It could have been so good if cooked a little bit earlier, but that Dymasty's now announced himself. This gets awkward now for Dymasty and Shanks. They've got to back off. It's a 4 versus 2, and they're not even in zone. Time to get out of here, boys. Use those unplayables as cover. Get back in that buggy. Shanks will secure the buggy, and then I think they're just going to use these unplayables to LOS FTF. That molly's not going to do any good at all. They just want to get out of here. They're potentially panicking. Dymasty's been left behind. He's got backup in the form of a couple teammates in James and Riz, but they are way too far north to even see FTF at the moment. But there's a little bit of action going on between Panic and Forest. Panic have secured a couple knocks. Forest traded one back, but look who it is. The top fragger for Forest Gaming is the last one up. Panic have basically all but won this fight. Suspect down on the fence. Maybe he loses his life, but Panic securing that res to make sure they're 3 up, and they can take that 1 versus 3 against KM99. But before we can even think about Panic winning this fight, ISG in the form of Aegon have pushed themselves down here to third party.
I wonder if KM99 could basically seal the deal, though, because we're looking to Panic Esports. They're still trying to actually get the res up. They're also dealing with some pressure coming from ISG on the top of the mountain, and this is KM99 going for the push, gets the knock, and going for the double.
No way.
KM, he gets pinned out, but there's still Master alive. He's got so little health, hugging by the corner of the wall. He's got to pray that no nades fall through these corners. Gonna bring up the folded shield and should be able to actually go in for the rescue right now. But the moment that the rest of these other players gets resuscitated from the other corner of Panic, the push might come into effect. So PNC, they're not leaving that compound. So that actually gives Forest Gaming a fighting chance.
Oh my gosh. Panic were in control of this engagement off the bat. essentially. They got the 3 knocks that they needed. 𝐏𝐆99 comes in with an absolute hero play and delivers for Forest Gaming. It's now turned into a 3v3. Remember what it was a minute and a half ago. Panic in full control. Aegon's had no impact on this fight at all. Maybe he's limiting angles on the north there, but that certainly hasn't had too much of an impact on this Panic versus Forest fight. It's all 𝐏𝐆99. Off the back of those 2 knocks, it means he's able to get his 2 teammates up, and it turns it into a 3v3. That is insane, and Panic will be devastated, especially if they go out here to Forest, the team they had so much control over just seconds ago. And now they find themselves stuck in this compound. ISG, a nuisance on top of the hill, sharing singular buildings between each other. This is an absolute disaster for Panic.
Yeah, perhaps the pressure coming from ISG is the reason why they weren't all too confident to go in for that full push towards the rest of the members of Forest. So they will just have to make do for now. Me sharing estates with these noisy neighbors and Puchus.
Damn.
That's so unlucky. Well, I guess that's what you get in the late game when you go in for those emergency parachutes. So it's just easy to spot, especially when you are flying close to all these hills. Well, these neighbors don't seem too noisy after all, but first, information has already been gained from either side. It's just that they're just waiting for the first move. And it's 𝐏𝐆99. He's just going to run for it. And they're all wrapped around. Dusky, can he actually hold through the doors? He's going to try to seal it for now as they slowly lose members one after another. It's only work as well as Dusky and the rest of Forest. They're basically throwing some utilities towards the top. And Dusky, he's just trying to get some cover over the lower ground, but he's got no intel, no info at all.
𝐿𝐿 getting involved now as well. This is good for Panic. If they wanted to somehow recover this situation that has gone awry for them so terribly, then 𝐿𝐿 might be their saving grace. Forest Gaming, absolute man mode, decided to push over and clean them out of the compound. They don't want to share this. And Panic completely caught off guard. 𝐏𝐆99 opening it up again. Who else but the current top fragger in the lobby? Scappy's there as well. Light work down. It's just 1 up for Panic. They have completely thrown this situation away in control not 3 minutes ago. And now Forest remain the dominant team in that compound. They can claim both those buildings now. They are not limited to just 1. Panic, what a disaster from them. Reluctant Squad now 6, 7, 8, 9 actually, with 3 kills of his own. PMA torn apart with the assistance of the rest of Reluctant Squad. I think 6, 7, 8, 9 was under a little less pressure in that scenario, but still, regardless, a good individual performance from him as PMA decided to breach him as 2, and the rest of PMA are now coming over. Do they want revenge? Do they just want to send themselves into their death? They want to make sure they get at least a couple of these kills. Stuck inside that car cover, in the smokes, in and amongst all these cars. Unicorn Cyber take out WF. In the meantime, Reluctant Squad has PMA. Reluctant Squad keep 4 up. Jun will go down, but it's not much stress. 6, 7, 8, 9 now onto 4 kills. It's all chaos in phase 3.
It is absolute chaos, and that approach really bit PMA in the back with that full rush, actually having other teams to be sniping them down instead. So wasn't too much of a problem for RS to deal with by the end of it all. Dopeness though, managing to survive some stray bullets coming from down the hills. And these couple of smokes will also allow other teams to also identify their current positioning, but they've really got no other choice as they are basically playing by the side of the hill. Genosuke managed to spot 1 out of ISG. Will go in for the quick takedown, while FTF will be able to find 1 out of Armory Gaming. That's going to be happening over onto the southwestern corner of the map. It's only going to be Shanks driving across with 𝐿𝐿 as well as FTF having a go at it as well. That's not going to be looking all too easy for AG to survive. Meanwhile, Nate's tossed right into these corners with Monk guarding from a very difficult off angle to be spotted out if in the case where Dopeness eventually push, but there's enough spacing for them to work with, while Latte basically finds the rest of UNC.
All right, couple quick kills onto Latte. He'll take those. Valetai still 4 up in, I wouldn't say firm control of this situation. It can go sideways for them very quickly in terrain like this. They've also got day trade they have to deal with. So Valetai kind of stretched thin. 2 teams they have to deal with, but at least they've done a ton of damage onto one of them. Unicorn Cyber might now be pushed towards day trade, and then that becomes easy mode for Valetai. Have to see though. They're getting ready for it, I think. that car moving is an indication to 𝐏𝐿𝐼 that they're going to put themselves right in the crosshairs of Daytrade, and 𝐏𝐿𝐼 hear these shots, they hear this exchange, and they want to get involved. Daytrade might do 𝐏𝐿𝐼's work for them. �unicorn Cyber now just down to 1 member. That spray, not a single bullet there's not a single bullet hits. It's a difficult spray to hit, to be fair, but Daytrade now down to 2. �unicorn Cyber go out, and 𝐏𝐿𝐼 remain in control of this hillside.
Yeah, force maneuvers coming in from the side of �unicorn Cyber. Meanwhile, 𝐏𝐿𝐼, okay. That looked a little bit too convenient. By just picking up Happy right there. But Force Gaming so far looking really, really solid. Slowly getting a little bit more safe space for themselves towards the western corner map. While we did basically see majority of the squads being over on the north point, and 𝐏𝐿𝐼 managing to find the rest of AG running by, only having smokes as cover for the meantime. Managed to also get into a little bit more of a crease to hide out for the moment. Force now with 7 points, now topping the board, giving chase to the side of RXE. RXE is still in the game with a full strength squad. 𝐿𝐼 Esports now spots the rest of Daytrade. Flash waiting for the exchange, looking for Latte, and will be able to knock down Medgloss. Insane shots coming from afar.
All the fighting's happening on the edge right now. The center of the circle is completely free. There's a massive warehouse in the middle that is fully open. Latte and Kiss are doing it all for 𝐿𝐼 right now. Daytrade gone, completely gone. They're in 4th right now, and you want to see them up there, but I guess top 8 is all that really matters. GLS up against FRKS. You ask me, I have a team that I back as my favorites to win this fight, but anything can go sideways here for GLS, but Hwang isn't caught out by Lucky G's peak. He had the MG3 as well. That could have been dangerous. If 4G whiffed that, I would have lost my mind, but Hwang does go down. The rest of GLS now scrambling to save their 4th member. 4G hasn't been able to finish off Hwang. Those nades come out, desperately trying to just get that 1 point for FRKS, but they can't do it. Diane here, he had a couple hero moments yesterday. Looking for another one here. Just a straight 1v1 for him at the moment. Teammates aren't really that close. 4G versus Diane. Who's going to win it? And of course, it's Diane. The AK remains dominant in the close range, and the rest of Freaks are now here for FRKS. Sorry, are now here to try and back him up, but he can't do it. This is just unbelievable from Diane. I'm losing my words trying to cast this because Diane is just taking all 3 of FRKS on as a solo. 1 versus 3, and he wins it as well.
This guy is an absolute demon. He just went in so confidently, pushing through, and you saw how he basically transitioned that, just facing off the footsteps that they heard, and man just basically wiped off the entire team by himself, making it into the top 8. Reluctant squad so far. We'll have more spacing for them after clearing up of a couple of teams from the outskirts, as 𝐿𝐼 Esports is still going to be the one that will be controlling the top end, though. Latte, after that form of a finish against another, we'll see whether they'll be able to get much more. A couple more times being shot towards the top side of the hill as Armor Gaming hoping to catch GLS, and he does! What was that, 𝐏𝐿𝐼?
What a good nade. Couldn't really take fights with his weapons, to be fair. Vest broken, helmet on red HP, so better opportunity there is to just chuck a nade and hope for the best. Secures it. Riz and 𝐏𝐿𝐼 on the high ground here. Pixel starts off in the background. Riz taking those dragging off shots at long range. Riz currently out of zone, so is 𝐏𝐿𝐼. They're going to have to move their way more north. They've got space to play, certainly, but they'll stick around for as long as they can to try and pop a couple Pixel Stars heads, but Pixel Stars aren't really giving it to them at the moment, so I'm going to back off a bit. 𝐏𝐿𝐼's actually getting closer. I don't know if I like this from Armory because they've got space to play, but I think this is one of the plays that Armory could make if they really want to cement themselves in the top of that leaderboard. If this actually pans out for them, if they are banking on Pixel Stars potentially dropping it to other teams, never mind, they're just going to fight them straight 2v4. This is Armory Gaming in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen. A 2v4, and I even give them a fighting chance in this. Pixel Stars bottom of the leaderboard, Armory Gaming in that top 5 position. Can they actually pull this off in a 2v4? The blue is going to stop behind them, so that's not going to be an issue. The only issue here for Armory Gaming is whether or not they can hit these shots.
Yeah, outnumbered but never outgunned for the side of AG. Well, we move back towards the side of 𝐿𝐼, just long-range exchanges. Well, going back to Armory, they just basically got themselves into something that they couldn't really outlast against a full squad of Pixel Stars. bit too much more than they can chew. So I guess like they should learn their lesson by now in the upcoming games that, you know, I guess like when you're by the edge of it, they do have the idea that, well, might as well try because there's just an open field for them to drive by. And if they do basically go for that approach instead, it'll be the rest of Forest to be able to spot them out. So now it seems like things have settled down for quite a bit, heading into the top 5 situation here. 𝐿𝐼 has such a great spacing across these hills, while Pixel Stars managed to catch a glimpse of the 2 members of Reluctant Squad. 𝐿𝐼 may actually have to turn the other way around in order to get by safely.
Pixel Stars are going to have to move in from this southern side. Spots in front of them to play, but they won't be pretty. Put themselves in that low ground. They do have a ridge to work with, I suppose, but getting there could be an issue. I don't think they have any cars to work with. I didn't hear them bring or see them bring any over. Didn't see any when they were fighting with Armory either, so they're going to have to make this run on foot. They've got smokes. 2 on 𝐴NGSKR at the moment, and definitely more on his teammates. If they can get a knock onto Forest as well, then that'll probably give them incentive to finally make that move to deeper inside the zone. But until that happens, they are probably going to be hesitating a little bit. Doesn't really change what they have to do. That spray isn't super clean, but at least that headshot lands, so it gives opportunity for that nade to follow it up. That nade goes a little bit too short. It doesn't actually reach that car, so 𝐿𝐼 remains alive. 𝐿𝐼 just trying to do his best for dopeness right now, get as many points as possible. He's already found placement points, so good work from him so far, but 𝐿𝐼 is alone. So if he can win this 1v1, he puts himself in good standing to potentially get a little bit more. It's just 2 up for 𝐿𝐼. A headshot through the top of the smoke for 𝐿𝐼, and a nade to follow it up. Trading similar fighting techniques between these 2 right now. That nade isn't any better than 𝐿𝐼's before, but a second one has been thrown out. No more damage. These nades aren't reaching for either of these players. Finally, the bullets do. 𝐿𝐼 takes out DNE, and 𝐿𝐼, pressured by the blue, pressured by his need to move deeper into the zone. Pixel Stars have made this push on foot, and they're currently winning the fight against Reluctant Squad.
Yeah, they do get that pick a little bit lined up though. RS having 2 members down, Pixel Stars having a huge advantage here if they do basically send every other member to base, all pushing all the way up. But they will basically keep a safe distance for now. The rest will go through, should be able to actually get that pretty much up in the meantime. Well, they have 𝐿𝐼 to be able to land that hit shot and will eventually bring 1 member down from the side of 𝐿𝐼 Esports. Without UNQ, I guess like this might just make things a little bit harder for the side of 𝐿𝐼 Esports. But now Circle does actually shift away from the side of Forest. They will have to rotate in, so it may actually be spotted out by the rest of Reluctant Squad while they make their way in. But it's pretty much a locked out situation for now between Pixel Star side as well as RS. A couple of all these crates available for 𝐿𝐼 as well as 𝐿𝐼 to restock, but 𝐿𝐼 keeping a close eye. Let's see if this is going to be a catch here. While Forest does get a little bit more of a wiggle room while these 2 teams are still busy trying to get a little bit of an angle against one another.
This is potentially that win that we've been talking about for the bottom 5 teams. Pixel Stars in prime opportunity to take it right now. They've got tough competition though in the form of Reluctant Squad and Forest Gaming, who have both shown incredible prowess across this tournament, and there's even more of it. Scrappy takes down MadPig to open up that fight. In fact, MadPig's a little bit too off by himself right now. Forest are probably going to claim that kill, get that flush, throw a nade over the ridge, and maybe you can secure it. But if they go too wide, they're going to run into the off angle from 𝐴NGSKR. It could be the thing that secures a fight potentially for Pixel Stars, but I think that's information known now. 𝐴NGSKR is a known quantity in this fight. Reluctant Squad also getting engaged with Forest. They've had to leave this warehouse. They've left one behind to deal with the off angles from 𝐿𝐼, but it's not really working, is it? 𝐿𝐼 through the smoke gets one on the Orm. A shot from him. Mastered put down to low HP as well. Excellent opportunity for Reluctant Squad to claim a really dominant win here. They're already up to 10 kills.
Yeah, like I didn't really notice this 10 already. Is 6, 7, 8, 9 really did a splendid job in the mid game to be able to secure and back the most points from the side of RS for now. But every single member is definitely running on high gear throughout the course of this matchup in Miramar. 𝐏𝐿𝐒 now still having crosshairs pointed at him. Lucky enough, managed to skirt by safely. Forest in a dicey spot though they are basically taking over a little bit more of a central area of play, but honestly couldn't really take any form of a good peak angle against either Pixel Stars or even Reluctant at the time being. So they will basically see whether or not these two teams eventually go up against each other, and then maybe that will basically open up a little bit more space for Forest Natural Gaming. And now Pixel Star sees KM99. It's been multiple times that KM's been knocked down, but he's not out just yet. 𝐏𝐿𝐒, next one to fall. What a work rate coming in from the side of MadPig, and might be even able to wipe out the entirety of Forest Gaming. Shots coming in from the warehouse. MadPig was still very cautious about the approach coming in from the rest of Reluctant squad.
I was wrong. I thought 𝐿𝐒 was known. I thought they knew about his position. I thought he took shots at Forest beforehand, but he didn't. Either that or they completely couldn't figure out where he was, because he just opened up that fight entirely for Pixel Stars. He loses his life for it, but look at them now in a much better standing to win this game. It'll just be a clear 3v3 after Master has been dealt with, and Master will be dealt with. Will be dealt with by either the blue or this Orm of Long High that has 5 bullets remaining. Maybe not shots you really want to take right now. Let him die to the blue, and we end up in this 3v3. Reluctant squad on the high ground, Pixel Stars on the low ground. There's an Orm in play, though, that could make one hell of a difference. There's not a 𝐿𝐿𝐒 as well. Full 3 gear 2 for 67889, who has been on an absolute tear this game. He's had an opportunity now with that fresh 3 gear and 𝐿𝐿𝐒 to continue his tear. The portable shields go up, creating cover on the side of this hill here, making it a lot easier for Reluctant squad to get these peaks off, and Pixel Stars remain pretty much dead silent. There's one up in the middle here for Pixel Stars, that's 𝐿𝐿𝐒. He's playing a very pivotal role. He has to activate when the others activate. The others have to take a presence essentially away from 𝐿𝐿𝐒. 𝐿𝐿𝐒 has to get at minimum 1 here.
Yeah, like he's still staying really silent, though there are a couple of deathblaze being popped. Thankfully, those are basically smokes. He's not even moving a muscle just yet, but hopefully that's just about enough info for them to work around with. But they're closing in. Reluctant squad, they're just full sending it. They're on the hunt for 𝐿𝐿𝐒. Well, that actually opens up a little bit more space for 𝐿𝐒 to be able to get a little bit more of a repositioning. Going up against the grows up, and he still wins it. 𝐿𝐿𝐒 now equals the trade. 2 versus 2. Is he gonna find it? Huang couldn't really spot him out. He's got the flashbangs ready. Couple of shots coming from the back, and it's gonna be a Reluctant squad that seals the deal with a 14K to close off our second match in Miramar.
Yeah, that's a good win from Reluctant squad. 14 kills. That's got to be on the higher end of frags that we've seen from wins in the playoffs so far. So very well done, I might say, from Reluctant squad. They controlled the terrain that they had to work with so damn well. It was incredible to see them not losing that many members when they had all this stuff happening around them. They had all the fights happening on the top side of the hill. They had teams coming at them from the low side of the hill. We saw them in action earlier on when 6789 was stuck in that shack, and they remained on top. They remained 4 up the entire time until we go into that late game. But at that point, it's just a 3v3, and 6789 and the rest of Pixel Stars, sorry, not Pixel Stars, Reluctant squad seem to be incredibly on point. So a fantastic win from them, and I'm glad we got to see action from them that game. It wasn't a win where they just get 14 kills, but we only see 4 of them. No, we got to see a very good amount of action from Reluctant squad that game.
Yeah, and we start off with them, of course, complimenting them playing outside of Chumacera with their positioning being so immaculate, and then we will see them basically garnering even more when teams start to cross that valley with their 2-2 split setup. And Valentine on the other end will have to deal with this form of commotion with multiple squads basically rotating their way. And by the tail end of it all, RS, they managed to also move through without any form of hesitation because they managed to get such clean angles to work with. But GLS really had Diane popped off in this moment. One of the biggest plays that we had in this matchup so far.
Yeah, really incredible stuff all around this game. One of the games that lives up to all of the highlights of yesterday. There were some really incredible moments and some good hero plays too. The individuals seem to be doing really well this tournament. I feel like there's a lot of moments where generally an individual might not actually succeed, but so far in the playoffs, we've seen individuals succeed quite often. So it's been excellent to see. I mean, it's trades back and forth in the end game here. Almost thought that the DBS for Malrush might have been better in this scenario. It kind of gives you the confidence to go for that close range pick. You LOS the far back cover from, I believe it was 6, 7, 8, 9 off in the distance. You kind of LOS him. If you use that DBS, you're able to get up close and personal, take that 1v1, and then move to that guy that's off in the distance. That wasn't the case, though. I think pulling out the Ace-32 might have been the wrong call. But we also had X-Ray on, so maybe we had a lot more information on the exact position of the player than Malrush did. But either way, an excellent win from Reluctant Squad. Unfortunately, I guess the other storyline that we can focus on from that game is the fact that was Pixel Stars with an opportunity to find themselves away from the bottom 5 on the leaderboard. But instead, they don't win the game, and they find themselves kind of in a very similar position, unfortunately. For them. They had a really good opportunity, but just couldn't capitalize.
And I really do think that this is a really big round for them when we take a look at them also securing so many frags across the span of the matchup, where I think that they've definitely improved in a certain way of how they've been able to really establish certain holes of area. And by the time that they hit the late game, they kept themselves pretty much safe from harm's way for most part, though there was, of course, some pressure applied from time to time. They've been able to really hold out, even against the side of Forest that we saw, that some heroics coming from Matt that definitely gave them that golden opportunity to start fighting for that chicken dinner. Though, of course, a little bit of 50-50 when it comes down to a 2 versus 2 by the tail end of it all. So I'm definitely glad to see that, the teams that were struggling back in day one today really give themselves those perfect opportunity and they managed to at least seize as much as they can.
Yeah, it's good to see that at least they were in that spot to potentially capitalize on that opportunity, but it's devastating that they didn't, because that would have been able to support the narrative that these teams that are in that bottom 5 can actually fight their way out of it. But right now it's seeming like an impossible task. It seems like everyone else in the lobby is just far and away a lot better than those teams, which is incredibly unfortunate because it doesn't necessarily mean that we have an 11-team tournament, but when you look at the leaderboard, it certainly pans out that way. It's 24 points total for Reluctant Squad. Valet Tai coming up second with 15, and it's close by for Forest in third. Pixel Stars with 11, so it's not terrible, but you want 9 more, maybe a little bit more, get up to that 20-point mark, and so the gap isn't too big. I guess the good thing for the bottom 5 teams is that Panic that game only had 1 kill, and remember they're the team that the bottom 5 are currently chasing. So yeah, an excellent game from Reluctant Squad, and it's good to see that not only Valet Tai but also Forest and Pixel Stars were able to claim above 10 points as well.
Yeah, of course, for Panic, they were pinned by ISG, and we also did see that they had to deal with Forest just sharing the estate next door to them. So I did feel like there were chances that can be created from the side of Panic Esports in those instances, but may not have actually handled the situation or all too well enough. But when we take a look at the total standings right now, Forest Gaming reclaims that #1 spot as RXC now pushed back down to third placement with 69 points, alongside with Reluctant Squad with this chicken dinner actually got them skyrocketing all the way up to the 4th place. So definitely a huge points garnered from all these fights that they've been able to take in this round itself. Well, great job for some of all the other guys, though. On the second page, Pixel Stars are slowly making that climb, as you did mention early on, as we prepare ourselves for our next match coming up next. It's going to be Taego.
Getting scary for the bottom 8 teams now. A bit of a gap being forged between 8th and 9th. It's an 8-point gap at the moment, but that can very quickly become a lot bigger. It's unfortunate. It's going to be unfortunate for us if the playoffs end up being a story of the top 8 having closed it out by the end of night 2. But hopefully that's not the case, because the teams that are currently sitting on the right side of the leaderboard, like your Panics and the teams that are above them, kind of in that points range close to top 8, they can certainly make it happen. They can certainly bridge that 8-point gap. It's just unfortunate that they haven't been able to do it. We've seen decent consistency from Panic, right? So they're one of the teams that could potentially do it, but the consistency isn't as good as the consistency of Forest, so the consistency of Armory Gaming, because those are the teams that have been getting kills, while Panic seem to just be getting placement points. They end up with like the seventh most points each game. It's like, 5 or 6, something like that. It's just not good enough for them. And again, I'm going to wait for the Twire to update so I can firmly secure which teams could actually make it. I think GLS is another one of the teams that are in that the top of that right side of the leaderboard that could make it. We saw some excellent stuff from them on day one, so there's no reason why they can't bridge that 8-point gap, which might even be less for them after that game. So yeah, it's just a matter of having that one good game that puts you in contention to fight for top 8, and then following it up with consistency after that.
Yeah, I was also trying to actually spot out whether if it's going to be a really tight battle in the top 8, because we last see PMA to be in that position, though. Reluctant Squad with this win might have actually pushed PMA a little bit further back, so that definitely is going to be a little bit more of a worrying sign. And even teams like Armory Gaming isn't going to be at a safe spot for now, even when they are around, top 6, top 7. I felt like this form of inconsistency of how they've been playing has really put themselves into such a tough spot, because AG, we saw the type of approach to 2 versus 4. They still went for it, although there are options for them to maybe hold out a little bit more. They basically want to see whether they could just pick up a couple more kill points. But I just feel like maybe if they do tone it down a little bit more, AG might actually see a better run into the tournament. Yeah, maybe I've been scrutinizing them a little bit too much, so I'll give them a little bit of breathing space for now. But GLS definitely in a really great position to eventually emerge as a top 8 contender.
Yeah, I think honestly, your scrutiny of Armory in this situation specifically, because I mean, they've had excellent performances in the Thai series as of late. They came 3rd in the lead up to this tournament, and then obviously they won Super Cup before that. So Armory Gaming should absolutely be in that top 8, that top 5 really, and be quite secure. But they haven't really been able to find consistency. Again, it comes down to the fact that probably yesterday they were losing members left, right, and center. Today, I don't think it's necessarily been the same story. Other problems might have cropped up for Armory Gaming, which is incredibly unfortunate, because Armory Gaming at their peak, absolutely insane. I feel like Armory Gaming probably one of the rosters that can run away with first place in this specific lobby. It's a playoffs lobby, weaker on paper than the grand finals lobby, but they haven't been able to do that yet. They haven't been able to run away with it, and yeah, they find themselves close to falling out of the top 8, which is not where I would expect them to be, Contra. Not at all where I'd expect them to be. But we move to Taego, which should favor Armory quite a bit more, and honestly might even favor GLS, the team you were talking about just then, too. Very team fight heavy on Taego, so I can't wait to get into it.
Yeah, that's what I do want to see a whole lot more of. Yesterday, we did see a majority of the battle to be around the outskirts of Hosan, or so maybe we get a little bit of a different type of setting heading into day 2's action of Taego. So kind of wish that there's going to be more rounds to be played out in day 3, because I absolutely starting to like the type of pace that we're getting in this specific matchup. But sadly to say, it's only going to be this one map only for each respective day.
So I had a look at the Twire because it is updated. Armory Gaming do sit in 8th, along with From the Future in they're 57 points respectively to both those teams. And then of course PMA, they're in 9th with 49. That's the 8-point gap that we were talking about. I have to wait for the Twire to update, because we look at the leaderboard and we go through it, and then as soon as it's gone, I tend to forget it unless there's something very pivotal that's happened. So wait for the Twire to update, and then I can confirm my information. But yeah, to see Armory almost dropping out of the top 8 are very worrying signs for them. Similar with FTF as well. They're usually a team you'd peg to just farm kills in the lobby and secure top 5 just off the back of high kill games, but haven't really been able to do it this time around either. But this play path is incredibly fair. No matter where you loot on Taego, you should be able to get somewhere. And there should be absolutely no complaining. Panic and 𝐹𝐴𝐾𝐻 getting out very close to each other. Whether that is going to end up being a hot drop is yet to be decided, but I don't think there's going to be any other hot drop action. PixelStars, ISG moving away from each other. Those are the only other teams that I think are quite close. Actually, maybe RXC. There's a team under that massive clown logo. I don't think so, though. I think that's just all 4 members of RXC dropping towards Palace.
Oh, Panic as well as 𝐹𝐴𝐾𝐻 is going to have a brawl to kick things off right here. Fox X-Ray Kingslayer. Yes, I've said it. Long name.
No. No.
They managed to pick up a Vector to begin with. It's not too shabby after all, but I would still say within these sort of spread in this township itself, it's still going to be pretty difficult for them to actually go in for the push, as there is a lot of open spacing near the courts as well as the open street. So it is not going to be all too straightforward with the battle that will take place between these two teams. But we'll give them some time to stock up first. But I want to see what the outcome of the result is, because 𝐹𝐴𝐾𝐻 today, they started off on the first match of Bearmar to be scoring pretty well as compared to day one. Maybe if they do get another good brawl going their way and maybe finally winning that first hot drop fight, then that will give them that pure confidence to continue to do so.
Look, I don't want to draw the lines draw teams out of competition immediately or too quickly. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I don't think 𝐹𝐴𝐾𝐻 is really in this tournament, to be honest with you. They seem to be fully dedicated to taking early fights, whether they win them or not. Doesn't really seem to bother them. And then when it comes to fights that they take mid or late game, I don't even know whether we've seen them in the late game, but fights that they've taken mid game, we saw one, I believe they were taking a fight with GLS last game, and they got absolutely torn apart by Diane in a 1v3.
Yeah.
And so no matter what for 𝐹𝐴𝐾𝐻, it doesn't seem to be their tournament. Doesn't seem like they are fully in it, but they're certainly here to play. It's not like they're not showing up. They are certainly here to give us a show, drop early, give us that early bit of action. Sometimes the early circles of PUBG can be quite boring, quite sleeper. You know, it's just how it is. Sometimes everyone's got to loot up, got to go through the motions, and it can just be like that sometimes. And so we've got 𝐹𝐴𝐾𝐻 in this lobby to make sure that we are occupied with some action in the initial stages of this match. Basically every match. 𝐹𝐴𝐾𝐻, though, it continues to be dire for them. One of them's already gone down. Suspect's gotten out of the building. What? Will he be able to switch back quickly, do the 180 to get this knock? He won't be able to do it. Bowfish through the window somehow gets him. Didn't even look like his gun was up. Can't get the second one, though. Dusky's got that quick trade, so 𝐹𝐴𝐾𝐻, again, look to be the losers of this early hot drop.
2 down. Might be more to go. I would still commend the effort coming in from the side of Bo. Dusky still keeping eyes onto Lucky J, and he's already tagged up so low. Should be able to actually go in with a clean push, especially having a shotgun in hand. Maybe he's going to be able to secure the other end. Turtle Key already out of the matchup. And slowly just worsening the condition of what the state is for the side of 𝐹𝐴𝐾𝐻. Nowhere to go, nowhere to hide, as they're just going to be pinning them off of this entire area. So we'll definitely move into the bridge where we see Battletide Esports absolutely negating the rest of ISG from cutting across. Gets even more. Megaloff will try to actually take out K9 and will do so. Valentine just have the absolute zone control and will be able to fully secure all these points. Closing in on him is going to be Kiss, and they would need to close in because Latte has got that one in the bag. So that's a straight up 4-pointer to kick off our Taego run. Now leading the pack alongside with PNC. 2 very clean fights from different side of the map.
Damn, yeah. ISG, 𝐹𝐴𝐾𝐻 both gone. Panic trying to... I mean, it's easier for Panic now to bridge that gap between them and 8th. If you're having 𝐹𝐴𝐾𝐻 drop in your loot spot and just kind of not perform to a certain standard and Panic are there to clean them up, then they'll certainly take that. In fact, I think it's smart for Panic to not back off that fight if they know it's one of the weaker teams in the lobby. I think Panic kind of need to pick themselves up and start, putting kills on the board, essentially. As I said before, they're able to get that consistency through placement points, but kills are where they seem to be lacking quite a bit. And so that's going to help them quite a bit in their crusade to the top 8. And of course, ISG tried to come across the bridge, but _𝐷𝐻 had them locked in. Don't often see bridge camps on Taego that much. It's not like a Wrangle where you can hide behind cover and persuade the team to come across by not showing any presence. On Taego, you don't have a lot less cover to work with, and it'll be a lot easier for the team that's scouting across to the other side of the bridge to actually see you if you are there. But _𝐷𝐻 make it work. ISG completely caught off guard. And so that's an excellent start to the game for both them and Panic.
Yeah, and when I do look at the map stream as well, there is still going to be, of course, RXE that will also trail into Yeonchan. So _𝐷𝐻 might actually be able to catch more the longer they do stay around that bridge. So Reluctant Squad, they're currently in a really good spot of their own, as they would have pretty much the north of Hosan to hold out. And if the circle does close in onto them, they would still be able to basically slowly work it out against the teams like Whitefish as well as Unicorn Cyberdead. So within touching distance. But for the meantime, 𝐷𝐻 Esports, they've gotten what they wanted and they will continue the same. I do believe that 𝐷𝐻 Esports did go back and study how exactly certain teams have been dropping in the very first day for them to actually come up with such an ideation of this bridge camp. So they definitely have given them some really good advantages here in the early game, but I'm not too sure about the late game because they're going to be taking a slower approach moving into the circle, whereas RXE is starting to move into the mainland with the rest of the squad already being in the direct center. It's going to be PMA as well as Forest. That's going to be mid center at the meantime.
Yeah, I mean, you make a good point. It's hard to sometimes identify whether a team has, gone back, studied the VOD, and then made a play based off the information they gained during that session of studying the VOD. But one of the most blatant strategies you can make is either a hot drop or a bridge camp, right? One of those two generally will give you an indication as to whether or not a team has directly studied and tried to counter someone's rotation. So maybe that's the case for 𝐷𝐻. Either way, it's a perfect capitalization on ISG's rotation. GLS barely scraping past Shinosuke and the rest of DNA. If they rotated a little bit more to the north, maybe Shinosuke can get a freebie out of the car, but not to be. So they'll continue to rotate into the circle for free. 𝐿machaDARTn maybe trying to cut them off. He's all the way more north than the rest of his teammates. Probably the information is going to be passed on to him, essentially, to keep track of GLS and figure out where they go. So Shinosuke can now go off and do a different task for the team. And then we move to Whitefish. Panic very close by. Have they done their due diligence? Have they scouted this compound? Yes, they absolutely have. They've spotted Fevin as well. In fact, I think they're only going to see one of them. The rest of Whitefish are off on the hill behind that compound. So this might give Panic the confidence to make this push.
Yeah, and now they also did spot out that Fevin is already claiming the top end of the real estate. There are a couple of shots being fired towards his side as well, but it won't basically deter the push coming from the side of PV. When you take a look at the update, centering into the direct middle once again, it's Pixel Stars that will be taking the long way route, as we managed to spot them starting off over from the islands, cutting into Hapo to get by safely. So should be having enough space to move around, but
that's rough.
Oh,
that is so rough.
We're going to expect a lot of battles happening from all the way on the western plains as well as the south. This is going to be
migration.
A huge migration, like you said, and there might just be some massacre going through in between those rotations.
Oh, absolutely. There'll be a massacre starting it off with GLS. He's fighting out of the car, but James gets him. The headshot's clean. He's got an opportunity, but he runs out of ammo. 𝐏𝐆𝐒 gets the trade. 𝐏𝐷𝐻 in the backside here in the second floor of this building, now looking to help out his teammates. Hopefully, 𝐏𝐵 doesn't get flushed here. Riz is on the side to make sure that doesn't happen, throwing nades to damage GLS, but hopefully not flush his own teammate in the process. GLS throwing their own defensive utility as well. Hwang might have a 1v2 to contest with, but no. He's going to get the information now. The 1v2 is probably going to be taken flash over the wall, but we go away from it. I really want to see that 1v2 because it's absolutely pivotal, and Hwang gets both. 𝐏𝐷𝐻 and Dynasty down. Unicorn Cyber rotating in the meantime. Do they stop? Do they third party this? Do they steal a couple kills? Disaster for Armory Gaming, but it's better than GLS. It's better than whatever GLS can pull together because it's just Hwang up for them.
And he survived with 1 HP. Armory Gaming absolutely devastated. There is James to be salvaged right there. But same could be said about this situation here for the member of GLS. 𝐿 instead want to take good care of himself for now. I'll get into a little bit more cover as they do hear a couple of these shots coming in from the top of the hill. Blue zone grenade popped out. Not being able to actually catch any form of damage. And also 𝐿𝐴 will be pretty much the vultures coming in from 𝐿𝐴 Cyber to try to pick them up, because these two sides are absolutely damaged, and 𝐿𝐴 actually does secure it against 𝐏𝐴, leaving only Hwang from the side of GLS. So AG, they're just gonna be stuck in here for some time.
Yeah, pretty much. Unicorn Cyber, basically the landlords of this compound right now. They demand rent in the form of kills. Hwang and Armory Gaming aren't going to give it up that easily, though. Hwang again has another 1v2 to take, this time in a much more different context. It's not so much pressure on him. The timing is so different this time round, but that is a lot of damage done by 𝐿𝐴. The double barrel to follow it up potentially. Hwang doesn't even have time to heal. Up the stairs. Crosshair placement's got to be on point. He can't even get the first aid off. He's in the bathroom and he goes down. 𝐿𝐴 claims it. Armory Gaming up to 3 kills, but they lose 2 again. The story of them from yesterday continues into Game 3 today. The damage these guys can do is immense, but they never seem to have 4 up to be able to do it. Late game still on the cards for Armory Gaming, and at least they break themselves off a little bit more from falling out of that top 8. Yeah,
and they also made the best decision to basically sum up the fight between them as well as GS, because if they do eventually get zoned out by the rest of UNC, I mean, at least get that 1 point in the bag. While UNC, they're basically taking different positions, giving a little bit more priority towards the western corner of the map. Meanwhile, inside of Buksansa, I hope I didn't botch the name, I mean.
That's how I would pronounce it.
Okay, so about 3 teams are going to be according into that way, with Dopeness now going to claim the south side of the circle. Quick maneuvers, but we'll see whether or not if Day Trades is going to be able to go up against Unicorn Cyber, who's already planted on top of the hill, but they also do have forests to deal with as well. Well, Panic now getting into the crossfire of Valentine Esports, but Valentine with that form of 2-2 split. We also have a few members paying attention towards Whitefish rotation so far. All the teams are doing a good job on their movements across the map, not being caught out just yet. Furthermore, still alive, but for UNC, they got trouble lying ahead of them. Belmont slowly applying that pressure from the other corner of the hill, and they also have gotten a little bit more intel onto Whitefish, dropping by closely.
I feel like this is such an interesting circle to be seeing played out, especially because if you look on the map, if you have access to the map stream, then it's basically all the action on the west. Barely any team is going for a hard kind of soft side north or south wrap, which makes the eastern side of the circle right now completely open, including a lot of spots in the center as well. There's a couple of compounds that are incredibly nice spots in the center of this zone that aren't currently occupied. everyone's fighting on the west, getting into it, fighting in and amongst these hills, and they either don't see an opportunity to wrap north or south and get a better spot in zone, or they're just there to take a fight, and that's their game plan. So, and I think it makes sense. We've seen that be the strategy for these teams a lot throughout the playoffs so far. So just interesting to see, though. You look at that map and you go, guys, there's a couple of comp maps that you could probably take, but not to beat. And so we get to, I mean, we're rewarded for it. Certainly, spectators, the casters, we get a lot of action now on the western side. The late game might be a little bit boring, might be a couple dominant teams that come out on top of all of this, but at least we get some action for now. Day Trade looking to secure themselves Forest Gaming, but Forest Gaming have been an absolute monsters this entire playoffs. Unicorn Cyber, again, Vultures like they were exactly before, coming over here to third party. They're going to open it up, though. This is a three-way fight. This isn't Unicorn Cyber being a cheeky third-partying team. This is them being loud and proud, sounding off and saying, we are here to claim these kill points. Forest remain in a little bit of control, though. They remain surviving.
Yeah, Daytrade's about to do the same as well, though they look to be a little bit more reserved, maybe because of some of these angles not really giving them all too much of a line of sight, having to work through some trees as well as some of all these other creases that other teams might be hiding away from. So FTF finally appears onto the feed by taking down Puchu's. We'll be happy that we'll be claiming that one off the bat. Well, Whitefish go for playing it safely, and they are being parked directly in the middle of all these teams. Not exactly the safest spot to be, but it doesn't seem like they have much option to take right now. Whitefish, wonder how long can they actually hold out, because right across them, of course, members inside of Day Trade. Now, of course, weakened side with only Flash available. RXE over on the southern part of the map as well. As Valentine Esports still on that split, leaving UNQ alone. He's not going to be able to catch anybody out there because everybody's busy on the west, like you said.
Starting to move in now, though. Looking at the minimap, there's a lot of teams trying to come in. Unicorn Cyber, one of them flashed the solo for Day Trade. He tries to move his way into the field, gets immediately destroyed by Dizel from RXE. RXE now trying to split in the field too. I mean, you're going to see this in a zone like this. A lot of teams are just going to anchor themselves in the field, use cars as cover, use rocks as cover. There's, you know, decently high ridges that can be utilized as a second line of sight from all the other teams off in the distance. So, excuse me, that field is pretty decent to play right now. And Whitefish, RXC basically saying, we don't want to have anything to do with all the action that's happening up on the hill. We don't really want to get involved in that. We don't really see that as valuable at the moment. We're going to have to leave that hill anyway, so we would much rather put ourselves in the field, put ourselves in the center of the zone, keep up the resources, keep up the ammo, keep up everything, right? Keep up the numbers as well, the player count too, and then we can take the fight later on, because you can guess in a zone like this that a lot of the field is going to be in no matter what.
Yeah. And UNC has finally decided to push inbound into the compounds, and that will basically give a tough challenge to our side of Armory Gaming that has been spending at least a good 5 minutes in there, while we focus on to Olympus as this battle will commence between Pixel Stars as well as Forest. Full huge Nate will be able to clip onto Olympus, bringing him down, and Master basically wants to pull away. He knows that this is not going to be his fight to take, with them being outnumbered by Pixel Stars pushing up ahead. Should be an easy claim with the Blue Zone grenade that was being popped up as well. So, Unicorn Cyber Esports, they managed to eventually close in onto the side of Armory Gaming. I believe there's still one more hiding right down below. How long more can he basically survive? Sapow now getting pushed to dead rooms. He almost pulled it off, but he doesn't have enough bullets to work with. But the damage definitely being done. UNC still comes up ahead, while Malrush finds a little bit more, this time gunning out for Happy.
If Riz gets that first one, he's got that exit down the stairs, he can reset, take that second 1v1. It's actually scary for Unicorn Cyber, but not the case. They get that kill off. Sapal put down to 2 HP, finally does get it. Pixel Stars in another opportunity to potentially have a good game. Out of zone, one knocked. One car to work with, I believe. I didn't see any more, and so they kind of have to use that and park themselves up in the field. It's not going to be much cover, but maybe that's their only option right now, and it's an option that they might have to take before FTF do. Because if FTF take that option first, they set themselves up in the field before Pixel Stars do. Pixel Stars are just going to run into the crosshairs of FTF. But off the back of that knock onto Pixel they've had to reset, take a little bit more time to make sure they're all ready to go because, I mean, you can see on the zone, both of these teams are going to be out no matter what. You can't play the terrain up here. You're just going to be torn apart by everyone who's currently in the fields. Panks has gone down, though. I think it might be time to ditch him, just hop in that car, send it to the field and hope for the best.
Yeah, he's just got to book it for now. From the future, though, they are just trying to stay alive by just priming as many smoke grenades as possible to cover all the angles from all the opposing squads. 𝐏𝐷𝐀𝐀 as well as Mount Rush, they're just going to run right at them. But will they be able to clip out majority of the side of FTF? They do have Trick on the watch. It's still going to be a 1-for-1. Mount Rush still crawling. What was against a 1 versus 2? 2 HP left, but he does it. He's looking for 𝐏𝐵oy, but will be brought down. Oh my goodness. 𝐏𝐵oy still has it in the bag. 2 more alive for the side of FTF. Both just scraped by, but now 𝐏𝐵oy's gonna be down and out. And that shot from Dusky, well, actually 𝐿𝐴 of UNC will claim it overall.
Didn't expect Pixel Stars to make the push like that. I was also kind of wrong too. Looks like Mad Pig's found some terrain to play with. It's not pretty. It also could be out of zone too. In fact, it is. I'm looking at the map. He's currently out of zone, so not good for Pixel Stars. Lightworks got an opportunity here onto DNE. In fact, all of Panic have an opportunity here onto DNE. Rotating through the blue. Incredibly vulnerable, and Lightworks going to capitalize. 1 down out of that car. Canna gone. Flushed as well. And that gives a lot more room for Panic to work with to continue to take this fight. DNE, again, still on rotation. Lightwork goes down to the blue. He did his job, but he much rather would have preferred to survive. But the rest of Panic get it done. Up to 7 kills now. Much better from Panic off the back of the 4-kill hot drop win against FRKS at the start of the game. They have continued that momentum. Lightwork will lose his life. And so it will just be 2 up for Panic, but they are close to the center of zone in a pretty decent spot. Very open windows on that side of the shack, but still room to play with, room to work with, and everyone else on the southern side is going to be fighting in these fields. Panic probably won't have too much kill opportunity that they can claim out of this shack. They're probably going to be pinned down constantly by valitai, by Unicorn Cyber, but eventually their time will come. They'll be able to peek their heads out of that shack and maybe get a couple steals here and there. Those crates look incredibly delicious as well, I suppose, for Panic. Yeah, but they're going to have to set up smokes if they want to get even close to them. But this is that field circle that I kind of imagined would happen. This is why Whitefish were there as early as they were. This is why RXE put as much emphasis as they did towards the field. It's because on Taego, unlike maybe Erangel or Miramar, they're actually playable. There's little divots and defilates that you can play around, and it's what we're seeing between these 2 teams right now.
Yeah, as we do see exchanges coming from RXE as well as Whitefish. That will eventually be sorted out, but I'm focusing on to what's happening over on north side because Happy still needs to squeeze by, should be able to maybe make a run for it, but hoping to not be spotted out by some of the members of Unicorn Cyber is definitely going to be a tough ordeal. So 𝐿𝐴 just going to see if they're going to be able to get the right timing to move out of this compound. I think they've already had an idea that Panic Esports is going to be on that tiny little shack, as they still have a working vehicle. They can actually move to the streets across. And Nanghang managing to actually get a glimpse out of FTF doing some significant damage. Sorry, that's actually Whitefish. As they will have a tough time to actually go in for a revive because they are just segregated apart. So expect him to slowly bleed out if there's not going to be any retaliation. And Unicorn Cyber Esports, they're going to full send it.
Oh, but you cannot forget about Mad Pig. You can't forget about Happy either. It's such a unique situation for Unicorn Cyber to find themselves in. They've lost 1 to the solo. Mad Pig taken down by RXE. Helping Unicorn Cyber right now is Thanahan, but Happy is still blue. They are going to think that there's another solo behind them. Absolutely no way. Runax has 1 with a grenade too. 𝐿𝐴 down. 𝐿𝐴 is the last one up for Unicorn Cyber. Hasn't gone the way that they hoped it would. If they were able to keep 3 up going into this field, they have a fighting chance. But Happy's behind them. RXE are looking to get involved too. And Whitefish putting on a decent defense as well, barricading their side of the field. And in the meantime, Happy has gone down. Okay, so 𝐿𝐴 secures that. Panic lose their lives too. valitai far too dominant with that man advantage onto that. Let's be real, it wasn't the best shack for Panic to play, but it was all they had.
Yeah, it really was the only play that basically doable at the very least for the side of Panic Esports, and I guess like they just basically take their chance whenever there is. 𝐿𝐿𝐻𝐿 though will keep their eye out onto Whitefish that has been pretty much staying pretty still. But I really do love the usage coming in from the side of Whitefish in order to really take out majority of UNC, of course, with a member of FTF being able to also supplement, as well as members of the side of Panic to be able to also chime in. Thai Esports finally decide to close into the center, sending 𝐏𝐿𝐻𝐿 to be able to book a spot for themselves. And now looking to be pretty prim and proper for 𝐏𝐿𝐻𝐿 to go in for that full push, gets a glimpse of it, and will secure it against TRA, and the rest of Whitefish would have a lot of trouble with these two squads starting to sandwich them from different sections.
Well, they tie. Team that came second in the Thai series is showing it right now, as they did multiple times yesterday. They haven't slowed down one bit. Utility coming out for them as well. 𝐏𝐻 trying to get one. That might actually be a good nade onto Dahlia. Dahlia hasn't moved. It's a fantastic grenade. Knocks him down. Runax is quite close getting that res onto Fevin though, so maybe this can change the tides of battle here for Whitefish, but I don't think so. I think Latte's got them locked in. The rest of WF are probably all but dead here, but here comes 𝐿𝐻𝐿. They're trying to get involved. Finally, Whitefish fall, but in the meantime, Thai have lost to 𝐿𝐻𝐿. They want to claim this win. Similar to yesterday, they are not letting the teams come to them. They are pushing towards the teams and closing it out themselves. Domination and aggression from 𝐿𝐻𝐿. It's assertiveness that you love to see from a team like this. That's another knock, and the win is all but certain for 𝐿𝐻𝐿. They close it out. 8 kills to their name. That is 4 wins for 𝐿𝐻𝐿 in the span of I haven't done the maths, but a very short amount of games to have 4 kills in. 𝐿𝐻𝐿, what are they doing to this lobby, man?
Man, you don't even have to count the numbers. With 4 chicken dinners in the back, they are certainly at the top of the table right now. I love their approach. They have been keeping themselves pretty much safe in the early game from the south side, while, of course, taking opportunities to fire pot shots of the teams coming from the west side. And on this very final moment, they did not waste any time at all. They saw the commitment coming from Whitefish, and also, of course, the other opposing squad eventually just basically swarm in at the perfect timing. So, clean, crisp, what more can I say? 𝐿𝐻𝐿, the best team we have so far in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've certainly shown an affinity for wins, which is insane. Look, 𝐿𝐻𝐿 to me, a couple moments where maybe in the 4 wins that they've had, they've shown assertiveness. I think that's probably the best word I could use to describe how 𝐿𝐻𝐿 play in the late game. They just get it done. They don't wait for the game to come to them. They go to the game, right? That seems to be 𝐿𝐻𝐿's way of playing late games right now. Yeah, you can say what you want about circle favor, and 𝐿𝐻𝐿 certainly have had a decent amount of circle favor, but then you look at how they play the late games, and you can't really judge. You cannot really criticize, because they don't sit there and wait. They don't take what they have for granted. They go for it. They absolutely gun it for these wins, and it's been beautiful to see every single time. What a game, though. Multiple highlights again, as the playoffs have shown multiple times over, and a field ending too, which was something I suppose we haven't really had yet, but we got one this game.
Yeah, and it really was really exciting on what really happens throughout the spine of this hill, where we see battles between UNC, Pixel Stars, as well as FTF, and then comes the moment where FTF as well as Pixel Stars had to make that difficult decision whether to commit to the battle, and they did lock horns, and FTF managing to scrape by safely to be able to at least secure themselves a top 4 sort of finish. But Thai Esports, I thought they actually have a solid chance, because we saw them having such a solid start with a bridge camp, but heading into that late game there, it really felt like they may have actually come in a little bit too late to the scene. But of course, hard for them to even find those angles so far away against the side of Repsec Esports without actually putting their bodies on the line. So they basically went for what was a little bit more accessible, the push towards the side of Whitefish, which definitely made so much more sense. They brought a couple of important points to also close out the round. So I'm absolutely satisfied with the entirety of the outcome for some of these squads out there. Sure, of course, some of all these early game stuff needs to be implemented a little bit better. Especially, I'm keeping my eyes on FRKS. Like, pop drops every single game is definitely not gonna earn you, consistent points. I mean, whether you win that or not, like, and in most of these instances that we see from day 1, day 2, they're not winning those fights. And Pixel Stars get that huge hit start, and not only that, they basically carried forward that momentum in this matchup, and now potentially overtake some of the teams to try to squeeze into that top 8.
Yeah, it's I mean, that endgame was I feel like there was the other pivotal moment for me was the 2 solos behind Unicorn Cyber. If Unicorn Cyber pulled up in that field and were able to take a much better fight towards Whitefish, then maybe that changes some things up going into the late game. Maybe Valley Tai are less inclined to push a 3-man Unicorn Cyber. Who knows? But we did have 2 solos behind Unicorn Cyber, and they absolutely ruined Unicorn Cyber's game. They are going to be quite annoyed at that, but that's sometimes how it goes. They knew one of them was there. They didn't know that the second one was there, I don't think. Not until later on, at least. So it's very unfortunate for Unicorn Cyber in that moment. But this is the final leaderboard for that game specifically. Points very evenly spread out, not really too top heavy. No one team dominating the points gained that time round. Panic again, dude, I keep seeing them in like 5th points gained for a match. They're never like down there. They're never really up there. They're always right there. It's so weird, but that's consistency for you, ladies and gentlemen. They're always in that 5th most points gained per game spot. And if it's going to put them in that top 8, then I cannot criticize. So Panic there, and then obviously RXC with the most points that game, closely followed up though by Valley Tai.
Probably that lucky number overall, but I wouldn't complain as well if they could basically churn up about 7 to maybe even higher to 8, 9. Like, if you keep getting these kind of points, you most likely would be able to end up in the top 8, as they are just inching closer. There is, however, 8 points of a gap between them as well as Armory Gaming. Armory did a really good job defending that compound in order to at least squeeze a few more points, but now even Day Trade is not going to be safe with 61 points. Well, of course, needless to say, RXC with those 4 chicken dinners, they are untouchable right now. I believe that it will be safe enough for them at the very least to make their way into the finals, so I don't think that they're going to have any form of momentum drop at all from the way that they basically played, because they have been the cleanest team so far.
Yeah, I mean, 4 wins, you can't criticize that, essentially. It's if you got 4 wins, you may be lucky with the circle, but I think lesser teams in the situations that RXC have found themselves in would crumble. They would crumble, or they would be too passive. They wouldn't necessarily be as assertive as RXC have been. That's not the case for RXC, though. They have earned every single win that they've got, and they're on top of the leaderboard because of that. It's a bit concerning that they are close to the teams below them, because if you're, okay, say just on paper you have peak form Day Trade up there with 4 wins. I feel like they'd be probably a couple dozen more points ahead of second place. RXC seem to be capitalizing on these wins, but not much else. They've obviously had decent games other than these wins, but to have 4 wins out of 9 games and be in first, tied for second, yeah, it's honestly kind of concerning. But if they can keep picking up these wins, if they can keep putting themselves in the situations to put themselves at least in that top 2, top 3 per game, then you can't criticize. RXC have done excellently so far, and obviously you're not going to knock them for taking the feeds when they come to them.
That's right. And of course, we'll be preparing ourselves for our next matchup. I believe it's going to be Vikendi that is up next. So, of course, this is where the teams will have to figure out how they're going to be strategizing into this matchup. So we'll give them a couple of minutes, and we'll be right back for more chicken dinners to go. So catch you guys in a few more.
Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. Erangel's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, So get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include 𝐏𝐸𝐻𝐒 and 𝐾𝐒. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds. Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. 𝐴𝐿's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include 𝐏𝐸𝐻𝐒 and 𝐾𝐒. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds. Welcome to Update 28.2. Join us for our 7th anniversary celebrations, an all-new SMG experience in the arcade, and finally, the recall system update. We've got lots of surprises in store for you to celebrate our 7th birthday. 𝐴𝐿's school will be transformed into a festive 7th anniversary venue. Plus, keep an eye out for throwable cupcakes and surprise gift boxes scattered across the starting island of each map. We've been hard at work balancing the SMGs to offer a more unique experience and accommodate various gunplay strategies. The arcade is all set for you to try out these changes, so get that early feel and let us know what you think. And there's more exciting news. Based on your positive feedback, we're expanding the recall system to include 𝐏𝐸𝐻𝐒 and 𝐾𝐒. Check out the patch notes to discover all the details of this update. Lastly, this patch also includes weapon mastery updates, world bug fixes, and performance tweaks. Be sure to dive into the patch notes for all the details. And we'll see you on the battlegrounds.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, and this is the APAC qualifiers for the PGS, and we're already at the halfway mark of day 2. Of course, joining me is Extreme. So far, I think that we've been having really great games going our way for the entirety of the evening, and maybe different time zones from where you guys are from, but hope you guys are enjoying it so far, as we'll be moving into Vikendi in this matchup. So Extreme, I think yesterday we've seen a glimpse of Vikendi and how teams have been able to basically play out, but that was kind of like the test waters of how things have gone so far, because we've seen, you know, teams being really close to one another. Now that they've already had a little bit of an idea, how do you think that today is going to go for some of these teams moving into the snowy map?
Yeah, look, I think yesterday we saw some early engagements. I believe we saw one, maybe 2 hot drops as well. I don't think, at least one of those hot drops wasn't really a hot drop. They kind of just dropped in the same city and kind of left. I believe it was 𝐏𝐿𝐒. And so that might not continue today. And any of the rotational stuff that we saw yesterday is probably going to be cleaned up as well. I don't think going into Vikendi, you want to be crashing into people on rotation and losing yourself that quickly. That said, it is one of those middle ground maps where maybe you kind of ignore it, put more emphasis on studying rotations on Wrangle, studying rotations on Miramar, rather than studying rotations on Vikendi, just because you play it once, right? It's just how it is sometimes. So that might be the case as well. So we could honestly see the same stuff that we saw yesterday on Vikendi. We could see the same shenanigans. We could see the same chaos, just because people don't really want to put as much emphasis on Vikendi as they would a Wrangle Miramar, because you don't play Vikendi as much. And if you've only got that much time between days to study VODs, then you could leave Vikendi out.
Yeah, and of course, there's definitely a lot of narratives that have been shaped up throughout the course of the run for today, especially with Daytrade as well as Armory Gaming right now at the borderline, trying to basically hang on to the top 8 position, now being challenged by teams like Panic Esports, and PMA didn't exactly have a great start to day 2 as well. So they are currently sliding down towards the 10th position. So I guess that they might actually feel that form of pressure to really step up their gameplay, but it seems to me that it's also been the rise and resurgence of teams that may not have gotten their good games off from yesterday to be really going in for that full push. Panic definitely on the rise. We got GLS also slowly making their climb up there. So I think that this game for Vikendi definitely is going to be a huge pivotal point for them before we approach our final day of the playoffs.
Yeah, it's got to be. We're getting closer to the point in the tournament where you could be cut off. I think for a few teams, it's already at that point, to be honest with you, but not for the teams like GLS, Panic, and I believe PMA were pushed out of the top 8 as well. So not for those kind of teams. Those guys are going to still be with a fighting chance, but for a lot of them, I think it's game over. At least that's what I'm seeing in their play. You know, that's what I'm seeing them put on the server. They're not passing the eye test, you know, whatsoever. So I'm happy to put a line through a couple teams already. But there's still a very good fighting chance for everyone kind of in that top 11 to fight for top 8. So as much as there is that 8-point gap remains, we'll see it in a bit, but that 8-point gap between the top 8 and the bottom 8 does remain, which is unfortunate. But again, that's a gap that can be made up so easily. And as you said, Daytrade, Armory Gaming on the cusp of potentially being pushed out of that top 8 if a couple of those teams below them have decent games. So it's something we have to look for. And on Vikendi, well, it's again one of those maps where obviously people will play to a certain standard, but it is one of those maps where things can go wrong when you just don't expect them to.
Yeah, of course, there's a lot of unexpected things that may actually happen in this matchup. But when we take a look into the comparison of the performance of regions, of course, PBS side, the Vietnamese squads have been doing fantastic. Of course, we got RXE on that winning streak so far from yesterday till today, and you got Valley Thai so also coming in with a lot of second place finishes, especially for today. They managed to pick up that one chicken dinner to actually open up the rounds, but consistently they've been denied by RXE with those final few pushes. So that seems to be the trend, but at the very least, you know, they are at the top. They are not too concerned, but for the rest of the squads, though, they still have a lot of work to put into this map here in Vikendi. a lot of battles happened yesterday inside of the 𝐏𝐆𝐒 that we did mention early on. So maybe it will be slightly altered on how the end game will be, depending on, of course, where the circle's gonna go. So we'll have to take a look at whether or not will there be any form of a huge comeback coming in from teams like AG that had those form of struggle, and we also did see a little bit of that stagnation coming from FTF, but they still kept it competitive, surviving to the tail end as well. But numbers wise, in terms of kills and eliminations, maybe a little bit more lackluster compared to yesterday. So it's definitely time to pick up the pace here in our fourth map of the evening.
Yeah, it's a bit weird as well to look at the top performers on Vikendi. In fact, it's almost useless because we've only played one match of Vikendi so far. So there's no point in going back to the Twire and looking, oh, okay, well, Unicorn Cyber won yesterday, so they must be the top performers on Vikendi. Yeah, technically that's the case, but over one game, it's a really small sample size, and so you can't really gain much from that. We played 2 Tagos, you can gain a little bit more from that, but even then I feel like 2 is still too small of a sample size. You're much better off to look at stats like that on Erangel and Miramar, and now that we've played a few more of those. Or we will play a couple more Erangels as well, obviously. But on Vikendi, a bit hard to gauge who's actually the top performer here. Obviously, yesterday, Unicorn Cyber was the team that took that one out in a decently... sorry, not decently. I feel like that's selling them short. It was an excellently fought battle between them and the rest of the server, finally culminating in a pretty clean, I think it was 4v4, 3v4 versus them and Panic, and they're looking to start it off well going into tonight as well. The shots do miss from Destroy, but you can't blame him. Not easy shots to hit. Valley Tie in the form of Kiss do get out of there, and Destroy will now do nothing but loot up. Looking at the map, are there any hot drops happening? Are there any close encounters? Maybe Reluctant Squad and Pixel Stars down there to the southwest, getting a little bit close. This one actually is probably the closest we're going to get to a hot drop. It looks like a direct hot drop from FRKS, and they're opening up as well. ISG, one of the other teams on the bottom side of the leaderboard. Is this finally one of those early game fights that FRKS can win?
Well, who else could it be but them? Oh, Bo kind of botched it, though. It could have actually been a really good one, but it won't be an instantaneous response coming from ISG, though it's only Muck as well as 𝐴𝐿 left. 2 versus 2 still entirely doable, but it's going to be 𝐴𝐿 that will be shot down. Muck only has a BSS in hand, and that's not exactly the weapon with the most bullets to go up against a 1 versus 2, but he will have to make do. What's he gonna do this time? No grenades. That's definitely something that is gonna be a little bit of reprieve for now. So Lucky J is just gonna see if he's just peeking out, but it's gonna be Lucky J soaking up the damage. But here comes the confidence in FRKS to actually maybe get one, but oh, thank goodness. FRKS finally gotten this win, but it definitely come at a cost.
Yeah, it comes at the cost of 1, which is better than what they've previously had, which was a loss at the cost of 4. So FRKS will be happy with that. And look who's here to catch them off guard as they're resetting, debriefing from that fight, looting all the bodies of the ISG members that they've just killed. It's Armory Gaming. Jamie is getting close. He silent breached up here as well, so they wouldn't have heard his car. Riz probably did the same. Catching them potentially in rotation outside the comp band. Riz will get that. James has announced himself though, so he's not able to get the surprise factor he would desperately want. In fact, he could even get caught out here by Lucky G if Lucky G's got that good off angle. He actually does. James might be getting a bit too aggressive here. The spray comes out and it's a beautiful one at that. It lands and the bolt is just not in the position to flush that kill onto James. He's just able to get over that ridge. That could be what saves James' life here. That is so dangerous from James to get that aggressive into the compound. One of the reasons probably why Armory Gaming is on the cusp is because they keep doing plays like this and they seem to be just losing 2 members off the bat in so many of these games. FRKS as well, if you lose to these guys, I mean, they're hot dropping every single game. Can't lose to them. Shanks is here to save the day, get the res onto James and reset this in Armory Gaming's favor.
Yeah, they should be able to actually help James up in a moment's time, but it does allow opportunities for the rest of FRKS to hopefully set in Lucky J close enough to drop in a couple of deflates, and yes, he will. It's going to be falling onto James, but it's not going to be able to take him down. And instead, it's going to be Lucky J on the receiving end of it. Dynasty sharp enough to be able to land it on the head. And this is definitely going to hurt FRKS once more. But they take those small little victories as they will.
Oh, it's a very small victory. A very, very small victory. Reluctant Squad now trying to get involved. So this is 𝐏𝐿𝐒. I said yesterday, very similar vibes to Sanhok back in the day, where you start taking a fight and all of a sudden you've got 8 teams around you trying to third party it. Just because of how the terrain works, you can very easily access the lines of sight that you need to get that third party off. Excuse me. Had some Doritos in the break.
Ooh, Doritos.
I had some, yeah, my break was, because I haven't really had dinner. So I had Doritos, I had a shortbread, and I had a piece of bread. And that was my break. That's my dinner so far. But that's the caster's dinner when you're casting over prime dinner time. So yeah, that was my 15-minute break.
Yeah, I was searching for stuff, and I just remembered I didn't restock once again. Yeah, we had this conversation before for 2 days in a row, but I'm okay. I'm not too hungry, but certain teams in this lobby is hungry for their own chicken dinner.
Oh, yeah.
𝐏𝐿𝐒 definitely would make good use of one right now because they are prompt into a really good position if they would actually secure a win, and maybe with that would be able to overtake day trade. AG though, like with them garnering that 3 points off of FRKS, at least they are in a safer spot for the time being. So that's not going to be too much of a challenge for them to still be within that top 8 in this game, unless of course I will be proven wrong by some other squads to be able to send them out really soon and have a few more from the lower ranks of the table to be able to outshine the rest in this map of 𝐏𝐿𝐒. But overall, I think that Unicorn Cyber Esports, from the looks of it, I think they've been having some really good games from day 1. Day 2, of course, things could have actually been better for a few instances, but they have always been able to make the best out of some of all these instances so far. They've been able to get consecutive top 4 finishes, or of course, some rounds inside Miramar was a lot rougher heading into today's matchup. As we take a look at the current scenario for PMA, looking at PNC driving by, small town kid trying to actually pick him up of the vehicle, but will not be able to do so, still having a little bit more of shots coming in his way. So if they do turn back, who knows, might be a chance for the side of Panic to have a few scored up.
It's a very fair circle for everyone to play. It doesn't really touch areas that are hard to play, I'd say. Just a central circle. So no water either. Very easy for these teams to navigate. That said, it is still 𝐏𝐿𝐒. Rotating on 𝐏𝐿𝐒 can be quite the task sometimes. And as I said yesterday, oftentimes the terrain means that you take this rotation path. You say you go all the way north, and then all of a sudden you have to turn left to go to your destination. And then as soon as you turn left, you run into a team that you never really knew existed before, because it can be quite hard to scout certain pieces of terrain on this map. But we haven't really lost anything disastrous in rotation. In fact, we haven't lost anyone in rotation. The first 8 kills were both FRKS and ISG. Sitting in 15th and 16th. Unicorn Cyber quite close to 𝐏𝐿𝐒 at the moment. 𝐏𝐿𝐒 has been very good for most of this tournament. Unlike RXE's 87 points, I feel like 𝐏𝐿𝐒's 87 points has been more earned through consistently good games rather than a heap of wins. DNE has absolutely ruined it for that player. FTF and happy RXE. Oh, it's going to pop off everywhere. We're about to lose track of all the action, and we've got to try and catch it all as it all goes down. FAP is quite close to FTF. They're all regrouping though. So if FAP stays close, it could be difficult for him to take this fight. If they've all got, or if FTF are so close to each other, it's going to be hard to trade it out. But just as quickly as FTF regroup, RXE decides to get the far angles so they can cover FAP, who remains up close.
Yeah, just a little calm before the storm right now. Unicorn Cyber from the other angle have got some clean view of 𝐿𝐒, but the trades are not really coming into full fruition with a recall coming out of some of all these mini 14 shots. Not going to be able to at least get the upper hand in this form of a long trading. Now, with that form of intel, definitely will have the rest of the LTH to pay a little bit more of attention. Meanwhile, Ocarina actually managed to creep up, but thankfully there was 𝐏𝐶99 to be able to help with a little bit more of support. So that should be pretty much a opening for the side of Forest Natural Gaming to eventually flush, but Drake has got the lure kill covered.
I think he DC'd. I think that was a DC from 𝐏𝐶99. I was looking at the map stream, I came back and he was just walking slowly down the hill. That looked like a DC, which is incredibly unfortunate for Forest. They've been so good this whole tournament. Luckily, they've created a bit of a buffer to play with where things like that can happen and it's not so devastating. They're not fighting for 8th place right now. But still, 𝐏𝐶99 came into tonight top fragging. I'll have a look in a second who is currently top fragging, but that's not exactly how you want a fight like that to go. I could be wrong, but it looked very much like a DC. He was just walking down that hill, completely in line of sight of FTF. So yeah, very unfortunate, but is what it is sometimes. You just have to move on and play your own game. I mean, Forest still have a chance to get some points in this game too. A couple members up. I think it's a couple members up. Yeah, a couple members up. One very close to RXC actually, so maybe 𝐏𝐶 can get another one. Forest currently on 0, so they need any point they can get. 𝐏𝐶's going to get the knock. Can he get the flush? He's got to really commit to it, and I think this is smart. LOS himself from the RXC players he's just heard driving away, off in the distance, put himself, put the trees essentially in between him and the rest of the RXC squad. Get that flush back down to the city that Olympus currently sits in, and then Forest can go play the rest of the game.
Yeah, and Forest could basically at least buy some space and time for the moment, whereas all the other squads playing through the hillside here, RS now having Jin spotted out, while Pixel Stars are basically hugging tight in the city. It's gonna be pretty hard for RS to actually find anything at all. Meanwhile, Armor Gaming would be having a really clean angle, but Ruffin will be able to quickly reposition, though not too problematic for themselves. So far, RS have been able to stabilize in all these matchups that has been played out for today, while FTF is just in the middle of the open out there with 𝐏𝐶 really putting a little bit more pressure for them, and it doesn't seem like they will be able to move up far too much, have to rely on Mooks for cover for the meantime. The rest of the LTA should be able to join in to be able to perhaps suppress them even further. But inside the city, these two teams will basically share some real estate. Long High still on the watch. I'll take it over on the top end of the roof. And eventually, when it does close out, these teams might actually collide. And on the far end of the hill, I guess that Armor Gaming later on might be able to gatekeep them from advancing even further. So, in this case, Dopeness getting shredded off. My. Seems like the planet of Dopeness was trying to actually go in for a little bit of a death trap. Might have actually bit them back, but they managed to also still find Drake through their sort of tactics at the very least. So, not too shabby after all. Just a little bit of a exchange while Repsec Esports just locks FTF from moving anywhere at all.
Yeah, they get one. Not bad. DNE will take it. Again, down in 14th. It's probably the point in the tournament where rotate camps are looking more and more appealing. Bridge camps are looking more appealing, and generally kind of cheesy plays to get you points are going to be top of the mind for DNE. But that said, I haven't actually been able to fully capitalize on that rotate camp. You want to get that kill, any kill you can really get off the back of that, and then find yourself in a nice quiet spot to play out the rest of the game. But they found themselves in a really rough position, now losing members to the team they just rotate camped. FTF aren't going to take this lightly, but maybe they have to. Maybe they do have to back off because their car's on fire. It's about to blow up, courtesy of Panic, courtesy of Light Work. Just going to back off into the compound. He said, yeah, I'll leave the safety of the compound. I'll blow up that car, try to get a kill, and then I'll come back. Omisha Darton absolutely fighting back, though. Simoid goes down, and so maybe DNE can finish off FTF here, but it won't be for free. They've lost one in the process.
Yeah, DNE so far hasn't really gotten too many clean shots other than the pickup against FTF. And that's going to be a free pass for some of the members of Panic Esports, I do believe, coming by. So far, didn't seem like there's going to be direct challenges with the current rotation set into place. Pixel Stars having themselves a really good spot though, but still needing to squeeze into the circle. Going to be too problematic for themselves. Still lost space to play out. While I'm looking into the mini map as well, the direct center right now being held by FTF here, despite them not having enough members to work with. Maybe it's going to be a chance for him to be able to pull in some position points later on, but a full collateral damage going in. PMA just wipes out the entirety of GLS with a clean nade dropping in.
Yeah, I think they both sent it to this central compound, or at least one of them was close enough to it to be able to fight for it, and then the other one sent it in from somewhere off in the distance, and well, PMA cleaned it up very nicely. They managed to keep 4 up as well. Small Town Kid will get res, and so they get 3 points onto GLS. GLS's attempt to claim the center of the zone goes completely wrong. Valet tie as well. You wouldn't expect them in a spot like this to be losing members, but Unicorn Cyber is putting them on blast right now. Stuck on the edge of zone, having to make a fight into the zone, and Unicorn Cyber were fully aware of it, fully caught them off guard, or maybe just took some fantastic 1v1s. Either way, Unicorn Cyber, 2 kills to their name, both on Valley Tai. And look at the rest of Valley Tai. Backed off into the blue, into the car that they saved up for a moment like this. They're going to have to find their way into that northern edge. And I think they're mostly going to be fine. They can park up inside the zone, look a little bit deeper. They don't necessarily have to send it right now. They've probably got a couple spots in mind. You can probably park up next to a road ridge, or they've got a dip that they prefer to play in a zone like this, but no real need to send it to it right now, although they can totally choose to do it if they want to. Unicorn Cyber, though, continue to be pressured on this edge. Whitefish now trying to get involved.
Oh my, that actually draws a little bit of attention, because I last saw UNQ actually shooting some straight shots towards some members of Unicorn Cyber, and now it's going to be a full push coming from Dahlia. Trying to actually find cover all the way to the back.
Whoa, what?
The zone.
He's just doing rings around the rosy. He's just doing a circle around this rock, and he's allowed to survive? What is that?
I don't even know, man. Like, Whitefish somehow managed to pull that one off, but Unicorn Cyber needs to deal with this oncoming attack. Tiari managing to deal a little bit of damage, but not enough to take down Hudat. The entirety of the Japanese squad will find themselves having two being knocked. Great cover fire coming from Sapao as well as Hudat. And Whitefish unsuccessful with their attempt. Unicorn Cyber stays put. But Valitai, they are going to be seeking out for this opportunity to also see where if there's any damage done towards the side of Unicorn Cyber, but that was a clean fight. So this might actually overwhelm the rest of Valitai eventually, and the circle at the very least will be gained by Valitai for the moment. Panic Esports finding one, while that is going to be a freebie for PV.
Yeah, little nice kill there. Got 3 gear to work with as well. Didn't opt for whatever crate gun was around him. Surely there's a crate gun somewhere in the mix of all those crates, but didn't opt for it, or maybe a teammate grabbed it before he could. Either way, he's got that 3 gear, which is excellent in a spot like this. They are certainly going to need it. They are in the zone right now, but it is a fight that Panic will have to take later on. You have to fight their way through whoever's in front of them, or maybe drive to a piece of terrain and have to immediately take a fight. Either way, they've got the gear to at least they're prepared for it with that 3 gear. So that's the good thing for Panic right now. Forest moving into right next to Armory Gaming, who are probably just going to mop Forest up. They've been weakened since the start of the game off the back of that DC from KM99. And now they're looking even worse for wear with Armory Gaming completely surrounding them. Flash will do very well to get the shots through the windows of the car onto Mad Pig there. Pixel Stars putting up a decent fight onto Daytrade, but there's only one up for them off in the distance at that rock. It's Mal Rush, and Belmoth desperately wants to finalize his kills. That bolt shot that we just missed did indeed miss. And Nurun's remains in the blue. He's got a car right next to him, so he can get the hell out of here whenever he wants. It's not going to be very free, though, for Daytrade or Pixel Stars. Whoever makes it out of here alive, they've got Reluctant Squad to contest with inside the zone.
Yeah, I don't think Malrush is going to be hanging on for far too long, but at least one more first aid to be popped. And the battle of attrition continues on. Nurun's is struggling to actually make ends meet. And like you said, though he has a vehicle for him to work with, still going to be a little bit of a journey ahead, and who knows what's waiting along the lines. Meanwhile, BLTH will be keeping UNC corded up. Though there is multiple angles they work with Manhung already, making sure that 𝐏𝐆 gets occupied. So this will basically open up a lot more spacing for Unicorn Cyber to deal with this current position of Valentine Esports, trying to make the best out of it with a lot of mooks being thrown to blind off UNQ. And it's just going to be endless supplies to be able to slowly make their advancements surefoot, none of them having vehicles to work with. And let's see whether if Manhung will eventually find that opportunity to pick them off.
They've got them locked in, don't they? But the more time being spent dealing with Valentine, the less time they have to actually finally move into the zone, which is so far away from Unicorn Cyber right now. And Reluctant Squad as well. Reluctant Squad just here to get a couple kills and then back off. They've probably got a lot more freedom than these two teams to reach the zone. Inside the smoke, UNK does go down. Unicorn Cyber on top, helped out by Belmoth. Now they can think about what they want to do, how they want to maneuver their way in. Pretty flat ground in front of Manhung. Had a little look inside, probably trying to spot somewhere that they can park up or run towards. Armory Gaming destroyed by Panic. I believe that's all 4 kills going the way of Panic. So on paper, not the fight you'd think Panic would win, but in this game, they are dominant over that team specifically. Hwang trying to move his way into the zone. So difficult for any of these teams on that southeastern side. You can see PMA, FTF in the form of Happy, Nurins, and Dopeness as well, all looking at these teams trying to make their way in. In fact, Happy can't actually look that way right now because he's getting shot at by himself, but PMA certainly, Dopeness as well, certainly looking towards Reluctant Squad with hearts in their eyes. They're absolutely famished right now and want those kills. I don't think Happy's going to be able to survive much longer. I think he wants a kill of his own, just a point or two to satisfy FTF's consistency, but in the spot he's in, I don't think he's going to be able to get much from it.
Yeah, and I thought that he's been taken out much early on. He's doing a pretty good job staying out in the open and surviving until 21-minute mark. And with his position revealed, I don't think there's much left. That's it from the future, at least. Finish up on top 8 with, you know, small little ranking points to be made out here. Manhung now actually spots out Fab, so RXE is going to be down to 2 men only here in Vikendi. Got to use whatever cover that they have for RS at the moment, and it's only that tiny shack. So for UNC having the biggest numbers here, with A-Trade also being spotted out by Canna, going in for that check. Reluctant Squad now so far setting up a good trail to go in for a direct challenge against Dopeness, but huge damage being done towards Hwang. Kind of holds him a little bit back. Canna did actually land one towards Jun as well as Zone 6, 8, 9.
I mean, you expect it to go this way, but that is incredibly clean from Dopeness. Bottom 5 team showing up right now, and they'll claim all these kills onto RS as well. Actually, never mind. Suspect gets 1. Little freebie from the other side of zone. Long range shots with the mini. But well done from Dopeness. In the process, they do lose Canna, but it's a sacrifice they are going to have to make in a game like this, but also on the leaderboard, man. Look at them. In 12th, they really need as much as they can get. So putting themselves in harm's way just to get 3 or 4 kills on a team rotating in on edge, it's something that you kind of have to play for right now. It's a play that you really have to make. Panic, they were on edge for quite some time. One of those previous circles hard shifted straight onto their compound, so they've been allowed a lot of space and time to work with, and because of that, they have been so free in their maneuverability. They've chosen the southern side as their next spot. They put 3 people on that high ridge, raining down hellfire right now onto PMA, who have just 1 rock to hide behind. That is it. A singular rock, incredibly nadeable, incredibly exploitable, and Pivi's the first one out of Panic to actually be able to do that, getting that wide, far right angle from his point of view. PMA having to put up a decent fight to actually stop Pivi from peeking, but Pivi's too sharp right now. They dominated Armory Gaming just before, and now they're looking to do the same thing onto PMA.
Yeah, there's just barely any space for PMA to basically trade back, and now Suspect comes in with a lot of nades to be raining upon him. Yeah, managed to squeeze to the back. We'll be able to fully dodge it though, and well, to my surprise, like for the past minute or so, the circle had a lot of free space for teams to basically find a little bit more of a wiggle room, but a lot of them basically commit to all the fights and they match get it. Oh, small town kid. somehow PMA stays alive, still having him try to fight for the chicken dinner here, but PNC, they still have a lot of numbers for them to just fully go in for a long haul exchange.
It's a micro decision from PB there, but in that moment, I feel like it's so much better for him to not zoom in his 8x SLR and just jump spot around that rock. Not necessarily jump spot, but just jiggle, just crouch up and down, get that wide range of information onto PMA before you decide to zoom in and take those shots, because you're going to know absolutely for certain who has the advantage at that moment in time. And it's a much more confident fight to be taking. It actually could cost him his life. It does. A micro mistake from PB, and he goes down. But Panic have been very good on this southern side, racking up 10 kills, I believe it is now. So it's been a fantastic... 11. My bad, sorry. I underestimated them. 11 kills right now for Panic. It's been a fantastic game from them. And you love to see it. As a person from that region, my bias is showing a little bit, but if Panic are able to show up on the southern side of the zone here, then it's scary for the rest of the teams in this lobby, who, mind you, are very weakened. It's 2 up for PMA, 2 up for 𝐿𝐼KC, and then only 1 up for Reluctant Squad. So this is Panic's game to lose.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, they are definitely poised in position to take the claim, and this itself would basically send them to a top 8 if they could basically secure all of the players in the lobby. But it will definitely take a while. More and more supplies for the side of Hwang F. I don't expect him to be able to get anything much out of these supplies. But look at that on the feed. Panic just making every single claim, stamping them out. And even though 𝐿𝐼KC has 2, I don't think that they're really in a good position right now, especially with a little bit more pressure being applied by Hwang F. And still got a lot of smokes to work with to slowly inch into the center. But here comes the push coming from Dusky. Now Rapsec Esports kind of split into 2 different angles of a fight. Vinsu now flashbang to be able to at least buy some time and go for the other push against the singular unit of RS.
Panic need to win this fight, but 𝐿𝐼KC aren't giving it to them. They're backing off to the safety of their rock, but it's not really safe, turns out. Hwang's got line of sight on you. Vinsu now, based off that information, is making his own maneuverability, trying to find a different location to hide behind, but it's too late. Panic are going to take full advantage of that change of position from 𝐿𝐼KC and take them out. Up to 13, 14 kills now for Panic. Make it 15. This is Panic's game. 15 kills might even be the record for the lobby right now. Make it 16 if they can get this kill onto Hwang, the final member up for Reluctant Squad. But Panic have controlled this late game zone absolutely perfectly. Reluctant Squad, they finish themselves off to the blue. It is a 15 kill win from Panic, and a dominant win at that.
And we absolutely love the momentum that they've been able to get in Vikendi here. And like you said, this is the top record being set with the highest elimination throughout the past few days of play. Panic now will find themselves with a good opportunity to sustain in the competition. With this chicken dinner, I'm pretty certain that it will be them finishing above top 8.
Yeah, they should find themselves in the top 8 off the back of that. I mean, it's an end game from Panic that is controlled very well. I mean, first of all, that fight onto PMA, apart from Pippi going down, that was a very well controlled fight. PMA had that rock to pull up at, and at that point, you know that Panic's game plan is kind of easy. The decisions to make at that point are quite easy. There's 3 people stuck behind a rock. The game's going to come to you, right? The decisions are going to come to you at that point. So they deal with that, and then of course they have to manage the rest of the zone, and turns out the rest of the zone is quite weak. And so Panic, off the back of their southern position, are able to get all that information, take the correct fights, and win the game off the back of that. I think it's a perfectly played end game from them, again, by losing Pivi, but at that point that didn't really matter. So Panic do very well. And of course, we look at the highlights. The start of the game was FRKS versus ISG, and maybe the first hot drop that FRKS has actually won.
Yeah, and I guess like when we look into how Foxray Kingslayer did overall in this fight, they still managed to at least go in for some extended trade against AG, though first they were in the midst of resetting where AG did not give them any form of chance to do so. And then we also did see Force Natural Gaming having a little bit of a hiccups there, especially when you first saw Chem99 having suspectedly disconnected in the midst of a potentially huge pickup against the rest of Whitefish. But with that form of position that was played out, I think like Whitefish definitely have been able to do pretty well. Daytrade also did suffer quite a little bit as they were basically squeezed by multiple teams and were absolutely denied their form of entry.
I'm pretty sure this win from Panic will be them pushing out either Daytrade or Armory from that top 8, but we'll have to see when we go to the final leaderboard. But this is that situation that was just so easy for Panic to close out. Just throw utility at PMA's Rock and they're almost certain to die. It doesn't actually go that way. They actually survive for quite a while. The nades never actually reach them, and so they have to take them out with their guns. But you know, they do it, Panic, so you can't really criticize them for it. And then of course, giving it up to the blue is entirely expected in a moment like that. You never want to give up points to a team that you're currently competing with. So Panic with 15 kills, I believe, yes, it should be the record for the lobby. And out of all the teams that we were looking at, PMA, GLS, and Panic to potentially fight their way through to that top 8, I had my eye on Panic because I think they can pull out wins like this every now and then. I don't think it's their consistent thing. They haven't done it previously, but I think when they get into a spot where they can, then they do rack up those kills quite significantly.
Yeah.
So happy for them to have pulled this off, and I can't wait to see that final leaderboard right now.
I mean, me coming in from the PCR region as well, I'm also really happy to actually witness them going back into a lot more confident when it comes down to going for all these micro decision making that they've been able to make so cleanly inside of Vikendi. So hopefully there's going to be more of all these instances heading into Erangel. But of course, Erangel being the comfort map for almost everybody out there, it might still be a little bit tough. But with Armory as well as Daytrade now under pressure, I believe that they will definitely fight back a lot harder into these upcoming matches, because it's definitely crunch time for all of the teams that are not poised for that top 8 right now. Meanwhile, even for those who have been able to secure big wins like RXE, they don't want to have the loss of momentum. So we'll definitely have to take a look on how they would basically approach the upcoming match of Erangel. But Vikendi definitely was a lot more interesting compared to what we've seen from yesterday's run, where this one at least have a lot more involvement from the outskirts, where a lot of teams were playing from all the mountainside and also trying to basically make do with close to zero terrain for some of these players out there. Like what we saw from FTF, Happy had almost close to zero cover, but tried to, of course, stay alive as long as he can. But here is first the leaderboards for this specific matchup, with the highest point gain in the single map. It's 25 for PNC.
It's a 15-point gap between them and second in the game leaderboard. It shows you their dominance over that game. They didn't get 15 kills just in that late game. They were racking those up from very early on. So it is fantastic to see from Panic. And again, I cannot wait to see that overall leaderboard. But for the moment, yes, it was RSA and PMA, or sorry, RS and PMA with 10 kills, 10 points apiece. And then, of course, there was another team below them. Didn't actually get to see them. RXE first, 92 points, and Panic move up to 6th. That is a massive game from them, and it completely pushes Armory Gaming out of the top 8. And all of a sudden, Contra, we have a fight for 7th and 8th. To FTF, Daytrade, Armory Gaming, PMA, all within the 60-point gap, and they are all fighting for 2 spots at the moment. GLS falling a bit too far behind, 11 points between them and PMA. And then obviously, if you ask me, that bottom 5 is already out of the competition. But what a game from Panic, and it even gives them a little bit of a buffer, or a decent buffer. It's a 9-point buffer between 6th and 7th. And so that is a game that might even confirm Panic in the top 8 for the grand finals. But of course, we've got plenty more games to be played. 8 specifically, and the last 2 of the day are on Erangel.
Yeah, and this is where, of course, it's panic mode for the side of Armory Gaming, where I believe that they're never really comfortable being put into such a stance at all. So there definitely will be a very, very close match between some of these guys from FTF as well. But we definitely see that they are looking very, very shaky in most of the matches that was being displayed for today. FTF haven't been able to take clean fights, and they've been caught out for a couple of times as well. I could say the same about day trade in certain instances, but at the very least, we're looking at Armor Gaming having something that's a little bit more obvious, those early trades that have them resulting in a couple of losses. So that trend is continuing, and they really need to find that quick fix moving into Erangel.
Yeah, it's not fun to see, because I kept hyping them up, and I have hyped them up throughout the entire tournament, because Armor Gaming, when they're on point, it seems like they are one of the most explosive teams to watch. And in a lobby like this, I said it earlier on, but in a lobby like this, you would expect them to be up there just farming away, completely farming away in a lobby that on paper has worse teams. But they're not really doing that. Only a couple teams are really doing that. In fact, what's weird about a lobby like this is the teams that are at the top of the leaderboard are just being consistent. RXE are the ones with the most wins, yes, but when Forest is up there and the other teams that are up there in that top 5, it's not like they're getting super explosive games, right? If they were super explosive, I feel like we would have seen more than 15 kills, but that was the most kills we had just then. It's just been consistency from everyone so far. Their points per game have to be very, very similar. They're getting whatever kills they can get in the game, and they're maximizing the placement points as well, which is very weird, because I feel like in an APAC lobby like this, you'd have 1 or 2 teams that are just farming away and grabbing a ton of kills and completely dominating the rest of the lobby. That's not necessarily the case. It's been a bit weird. It's been exciting, don't get me wrong. We've had some excellent action and some sick highlights, but I feel like the way the leaderboard has panned out, and the way it's panned out that way, is just something I wouldn't really expect to see.
Yeah, a little bit jarring as compared to, prior seasons of what we've seen coming from APAC, where most teams often not will basically go gun blazing and just basically go for direct challenges a lot. And this time it really seemed to be that it's kind of a little bit mix of both, right? Especially when we take a clean example of RXE. Like I said, a lot more on the tactical aspect of how they basically set themselves up for success, playing for ranking points, and on top of that, basically clean up other teams starting from maybe Space 6 onwards. That's where they find themselves more of an advantage. But with the teams basically having the direct aggression approach, they eventually find themselves into really difficult spots. So maybe that's something that they need to basically start copying in terms of how they would be approaching their playbook. So Erangel definitely would be the setting for them to first play a little bit more stably. But I say that, we could always get that Sanoska ending and all hell will break loose.
Yeah, we could. I do want to see it. Would be an exciting game to see, but there's plenty of other spots on Erangel that are fantastic spots to end at. We can say that much. In fact, as I look at this map, it's I mean, I've got my own. I think yesterday I said, in fact, I forget what my secondary spot was. I said Sosnovka first, and then I said potentially I said Stalba was maybe my second favorite. I actually have no idea. I can't remember what I said yesterday. But I know for a fact that I wanted Sosnovka Island ending, and I'll be very salty if I don't get it. But the way PUBG pans out sometimes, you never get what you want, really. It is a game of improvisation, and I'm going to have to improvise this cast if I don't get my damn Sosnovka ending. Either way, the Georgia Pole Bridge is the flyover for today. If you want to rotate across that bridge, it's generally a last-ditch effort, or you were there before anyone else. We don't know if the circle's going that way yet. Panic getting out towards Military Island. Looking at the map stream as well, it's just showed up on the live feed, so there we go. It's a bit more southern. In fact, it's very similar to, if not identical to, the plane we had game 1 of yesterday, and that game turned out to be quite hectic. Lots of terrain fights that were excellent to spectate, and it was also a plane path that lent itself nicely to a lot of early action, a lot of hot drops for cars, contests for vehicles, and general shenanigans. Whether or not that's going to happen on the identical plane path on day 2 is up for debate, considering people will certainly have changed up their strategy on a plane path like this. It's happened before, so they know what to avoid going into this game.
Yeah, almost like a deja vu. Like the plane path's pretty much the same. The main difference here is that we're not seeing too much of a hot drop. Contest for vehicle is for certain because of how the path have basically skewed towards the south side. So you expect challenges like this to occur from time to time, but no casualties thus far. as teams are wise enough to, let go when necessary. So looking at the map though, RS does have 𝐏𝐆 pretty much planted onto the island. So they're definitely looking to zone off any passerbys, and we're looking at panic. It really depends on the timing, whether if you're heading into the east or the western side of the bridge. You still have either or FTF to deal with.
𝐿 almost had one. Almost had one at the start of the game, but he missed out on his opportunity. He had Ironsight SKS up against UNK, who stole his hard spawn in 𝐏𝐷𝐾𝐒. That's very disrespectful, but something that you can do sometimes. Here we go again. It is FRKS up against Forest. Obviously, Forest have the apartments. Only one member of FRKS is in these gigantic buildings, and so Forest will probably be able to trade him out. If they do so successfully, then they've got the high ground in this scenario. They've got all the information that you could ever want, but clearing out these apartments is notoriously difficult. Typically, you want a lot of members to be able to throw up these stairs of these buildings, but Forest only have 2 at the moment, and the fight, a lot of it comes down to who wins this engagement here. They are being incredibly careful, though. I like this from Forest as well. Information gained. It could have been dangerous through that window, but a nade has been thrown. I don't know whether it's going to land off the back of the building. The parachute comes out, but it's a jump shot from KM99. FRKS, Bowfish ripped apart. Pure confidence coming out from Forest Gaming. I thought he was going to lose his life on that jump. I thought he was going to die to fall damage, but not the case. What? Pure, is that arrogance? Is that confidence? I don't know what it is. I think it's just a heat of the moment thing from KM99, but it pays off.
Well, I think it's confidence, man. Like, of all the teams that they could hot drop, I think they really picked the wrong one to fight this time around. So right now, once again, on the back foot, and with Turtle P pretty much out for the count. I don't think there's any form of saving grace, but they managed to spot one over the top, and 𝐏𝐿𝐒, only with the S1, will be able to find both of them.
Oh my gosh.
That's quick work for Forest Natural Gaming. They're happy about that because, the battle for pride, first and second, they're slowly inching against the side of Rapid Esports. So at least this gives them a little bit more a smoother start from the corners of Triggerpool. Honestly, I don't really expect the battles to happen inside of the corners of Triggerpool so early in the game, but man, you can never even predict where FRK goes next.
Yeah, that's the thing, right? Is they're everywhere on the map, hot dropping in a completely different location every single game. Good win though from Forest, and yeah, KM99 pure confidence to jump off that roof. You love to see stuff like that because the other player's parachuting down, and KM99 realizes that he's not going to be able to take these shots if he's also using that parachute to save him from the fall damage. So he says, all right, I'll give myself up. If I die to fall damage here, my teammate who's also on the roof has me. Don't worry about it. Either way, ISG, Whitefish going at it in the yellows. Central spot in the zone, so fighting for this is totally viable, totally justifiable. Dali's got decent damage done onto Sayudo, but decent damage done back onto him. So Fevin's now here to back them up. ISG completely stuck on the backside of this yellow too. This should be Whitefish running away with this. They've got them completely boxed in. Once they deal with that player in muck on these ridges on the outskirts here, once they deal with him, the fight should easily go WF's way, and it has very, very quickly gone their way. 3 knocks and just one more to find. Tay9 inside that yellow. Unicorn Cyber over here to steal one of those kills, but very clearly wiped up by Whitefish, and they claim that central position that is so desirable in a zone like this.
Yeah, Whitefish will also get enough time as well as some cover to reset for the moment. Unicorn Cyber, lucky enough to actually pick one off, so I'm pretty sure that they'll be extremely happy about that. While Unicorn Cyber could also opt to rotate to a different area than to, hold out against the rest of Whitefish. TMA, though, will be the next one to be moving around. And the most in that gun, I don't think it's ever going to be possible. So we'll see. Unicorn Cyber hoping to do at least keep trail of where TMA is going to be heading. As we take a look at the minimap, it is exactly identical as compared to the first map that was played out yesterday, to be around the region of 𝐏𝐷𝐾𝐒 overall, which definitely explains why everybody's pretty much taking these early battles.
Unicorn Cyber in a Pretty decent spot. Nice spread in the center of the zone. Obviously, every time you see that, you worry for them, thinking that potentially things can go awry. Solo can get breached and he doesn't have time to leave, or the teammates aren't there quick enough to back him up. But hopefully that's not the case. Generally, if you're a team in a lobby like this, especially one like Unicorn Cyber up there in 4th, then you've got your fundamentals down. And part of playing as a solo in a compound all alone is having your car parked ready to go. As long as you can hop in that vehicle and ditch out the side that's closest to your teammates in quick fashion, then generally you're pretty set. And so I'm imagining Unicorn Cyber have set themselves up like that. The pancake occupied by GLS. This is off in the distance, though, very far outside the zone. In fact, you can see Dopeness rotating on the bridge just next to them. I don't know what GLS is doing here. Waiting for an emergency parachute or sharing loot would be my guess, but they're just kind of wasting time. In fact, there is Panic as well. If you go to the map stream, Panic is all the way down the bottom of Military Island waiting for the ferry. And
yeah,
you know what? It's totally okay with me, because currently Ferry Pier is in the zone, and so they will be able to get into the zone. It'll take a little bit more time, but all this screams to me is that they didn't have an emergency parachute, because otherwise I think they'd be taking that. Either way, it's sad for Reluctant Squad, because Reluctant Squad are probably looking to camp Panic. They are close to Ferry Pier, but they're going to have to get information that Panic is on the ferry and then quickly scuttle their way over to get those kills onto Panic if they do gather that information. But Panic ain't going to be crossing the bridge anytime soon.
Yeah, it's definitely going to take a while. And with RS waiting right there on the bridge, not too sure if Panic's going to be able to have that form of a leeway to eventually get that wrap around once they touch down. And Pawn Rival reposition might be the ones to actually take RS instead. But of course, we'll see if that ever is gonna happen. Well, we'll take a look at Valentine Esports. It's just making sure that they would be able to get more presence around the compound. PMA would be around the vicinity, while Day Trade will take a little bit of a heal. But you take a look at Panic. Okay. It's a long journey ahead of them, but they're already soaking it in. I mean, at least they got the Blue Zone backs, while GLS, they've got the emergency parachutes.
The thing for Panic there is they've got 4 cars. They've parked 4 cars onto the ferry, and so that's resources that you wouldn't have if you opted for that emergency parachute. So it's I like it from Panic, right? Keep 4 cars up, make your way in zone. You've got it's less risky than taking that bridge. Reluctant Squad hasn't moved, by the way. So if Reluctant Squad, the only other thing, right, is if Reluctant Squad look at the ferry as it's coming in, they see that there's all those parked cars on it. That's go time. That's their signal to scuttle over to Ferry Pier and be a nuisance for Panic. But I think Reluctant Squad's probably going to give up this bridge camp before Panic even get close. They are coming in at an absolute snail's pace, so I think they're going to be totally fine.
Yeah. So far, not too much action happening across the map just yet. Just frustrating blows, and we'll see if they do get that spotted out, though. I mean, which actually explains why Panic is arriving so much later as compared to everybody else with the ferry. Now, I think I get what I asked for from yesterday.
Damn,
potential finish on top of the hills.
Oh boy, not many teams inside this one either. No one's even on Everest. Usually that's a spot that you find a couple people on top of, at least just for early game information, but it wasn't really necessary zone 1. So on a circle like this, though, it certainly becomes potentially necessary for some teams. I mean, it's absolutely prior positioning. It's not something you necessarily want for information. It's something you want to play God in a zone like this. So is the hospital. Absolute priority. It's off-center in this specific zone, but GLS will happily take it. It's a spot that they can certainly play out of. Pixel Star's right next to them. Absolute neighbors at the moment. In fact, Pixel Star's taking quite a decent bit of damage from GLS as they parachute their way onto the hospital. They've done a 2-2 split as well. Nice split from GLS to secure a couple positions in the off-center. It's one of those plays from GLS where not necessarily are they playing for the win doing this, but if the zone shifts towards them, they've got 2 of the best spots in that potential center of the next zone. And so it's totally fine to have a nice 2-2 like this, even though you're not really going to get much action. If the next zone comes towards you, you're pretty much set up for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and first, at least having pretty much a lot of safety net to play out for late game is going to be crucial for the rest of GLS. Whereas 𝐏𝐶 trying to try their luck here with some versus parachutes, spots out the entirety of Dopeness, landing to the towers. Will be a little bit of distance to be able to hit that, while the rest of 𝐏𝐶 will be keeping watch for a lot longer, because there's plenty of more teams to be headed to their direction in a moment's time, while Valtai Esports have been able to pick Shinosuke off. And that's going to be a pretty clean from inside of Megaloss, consider the fact that he's going to be under the smokes. While Tanan somehow gets a headshot towards the side of the destroyer. I thought that they're going to go on challenge overall. But UNC, they would be a lot more careful in their regards. So 𝐏𝐶, with the split that we actually see early on, should be able to at least hold still for now.
Yeah, no reason to move just yet. Could get a little dodgy. Teams might want to breach 𝐏𝐶. Kind of it's a simple breach, to be honest with you, in 𝐏𝐶, especially if you notice it's a 2-2, because there's so many buildings that you can hit from either side. You can wrap around the north side as well if you want to try and gatekeep the current owners from ever leaving 𝐏𝐶. So it's a simple breach, but it's not one you necessarily want to commit to this early on. And I don't think there's anyone around that are going to do that. So they remain pretty safe. Lots of presence towards the western side. Armory Gaming in an interesting spot. I don't know if we'll ever see them get into any action. Forest Gaming, though, very close to Valley Thai. 𝐾𝐿 all by his lonesome in the observatory here. Forest find themselves on the rocks. 𝐾𝐿, I suppose the thing for 𝐾𝐿 is he's in safety. And so he can kind of back off upstairs. In fact, he's choosing just to leave. This could cost him his life if he exposes himself too much, but he's taken a decent LOS through those smokes. He's angled his car nicely, so he's able to avoid any potential danger. And that zone shifts even more north. Whitefish are the team on top of Everest right now. Panic coming in on that emergency parachute. They came all the way down from Ferry Pier, all the way up from Ferry Pier, sorry, just to have an emergency parachute play into the center of the zone. You can't blame them, though. This is a devastating zone for a lot of teams. 𝐏𝐶 will be grouping up. No more 𝐏𝐶 for them. Forest, Valley Thai, both teams are outside the zone, and both teams have a fight in front of them that they have to take.
Yeah, Reluctant Squad's going to be doing exactly the same with the emergency parachutes. Planet Esports lend themselves into a really nice spot, but up in the air, they're going exactly for the direct drop, and this is goal time for light work. Whitefish also going to be looking to pick one up as well. They're just basically attracting all the eyeballs across 𝐏𝐶. And good news for Panic Esports at the very least. They will be able to get themselves pretty much a line drawn and have the absolute safety net for the time being.
And not the most safe from Panic. Can say that much. I think I just saw a mortar popped up on top of Everest up here from Whitefish, so they can play with that later on. It's something you'll see a lot of teams do, though, just kind of send themselves in to the little divots that line the hills of Everest. You kind of have to just park yourselves up in there, use the bushes, use the trees, use whatever car cover you have to just survive. It's not necessarily the winning play, but sometimes it's the only play you have. Okay, Reluctant Squad. All four of them in this little hole on the rocks. I have never, ever seen anything like this ever in my life. I don't know what their play is, but I suppose they are kind of pinned down. They can't go low because Panic's there. They can't go high because Whitefish is there. And if they go down towards God Compound, well, 𝐏𝐶's there. So maybe this is their only play. I don't want to believe it, but it's quite funny. So I'm happy to be observing that. I can imagine one grenade is going to finish off every single member of Reluctant Squad. But for the moment, they are safe. Nice headshots from Lete. Olympus down and Forest Crusade to make their way into the zone. Might actually have to turn into a wrap. Initially, it was them taking the fight towards Valley Thai, but I think KM99 is finally realizing they've got other options. They can angle themselves towards the field and maybe try that play out instead.
Yeah, I could basically imagine that nade flying in later on from Whitefish. But of course, looks back on the other side of Valtai Esports. This is going to be a clean stop.
Oh my God.
Did it happen?
It was a mortar as well.
What?
I want to see that. I need to see that. I know the observers can't hear me, but I need to see that. That is iconic, man. Oh my God. It was from Pixel Stars too. Wasn't even Whitefish. That's insane.
If only you have the cams on me, my jaw is all the way down.
Dude, I'm lost for words.
Me as well. Like,
dude.
The moment I say that, that appears on the feed.
Replay. Oh my gosh, man. That's crazy. That is crazy. I don't blame observers for not being able to pick it up because you're never really relying on the mortar kills to actually come out. It could be quite inconsistent, but a replay. I'm hoping we get a replay, man. That would be sick to watch live.
Oh man, a painful way to go out. Panic really had, well, what am I saying? It's not Panic, but RS. They could have spread out, maybe. I don't know. I don't think they see that mortar coming. Or is Natural Gaming instead? They eventually had KM99 to be taken out by the zone, while Dopeness still having some tough challenge from the side of GLS Esports. Oisama should have enough spacing for the rebuttals to go through, while Tomochida 10 having a really good area of play to at least reposition for themselves. Well, both sides hugging the rim of the circle right now with 𝐿 pushing by. I would basically count Dopeness out of this already.
Yeah, it's not looking good, is it? Armor Gaming on top. It's not a spot that Amashidatan wants to be in, and he'll be cleaned up. 𝐿 grabs it. Armory Gaming now looking towards GLS. Armory Gaming in a much better spot to finish this fight off as well. They've got the high ground of Radio Tower. GLS are the ones under pressure. Blue Zone grenades go out to stop GLS from moving forward. And Armory Gaming train their sights on the players on the edge of the zone. They've got their own little line of sight to move in with, and James already accounting for that. He doesn't want to let them maneuver around to that north. He wants to create this barrier between them and safety, freedom, success, essentially. More Blue Zone grenades come out to cover this space that GLS has to play with, and Armory Gaming continue to push their way forward and hopefully enable themselves with a bit of a knock, because once they get that opening knock, it's essentially go time for Armory. Whitefish, however, remain kings of the hill. Daytrade below them, along with Panic. You can imagine Whitefish pushing Daytrade into Panic and Panic just cleaning house, right?
Yeah, I can absolutely imagine that.
Daytrade have no idea that Panic's there, right? So if Whitefish is successful in that, then I can see that happening. James does get that opening I was talking about. It's 𝐿 down, and now GLS on the back foot.
GLS blindsided as well. The moment he pops up, he does get one back. GLS managing to at least make things a little bit more salvageable, while Ryu pulls all the way back, needing to rescue his teammates. Not enough to actually get Dynasty release. So Hwang Nam doing such a splendid job. Armory Gaming still have Shanks on the far flank watch. But I don't think that you basically do much of a support at this current standpoint. Just Esports managed to overwhelm Armory Gaming. And that's only one more left on the far end. Shanks got to play his own game right now. Maybe even Paradise heading into the next phase. Well, that's it for the side of game.
All right, GLS. Came to play, I suppose. Thought Armory Gaming might be able to capitalize on that, but GLS fought back incredibly well. Shanks has to back off and concede that position to Armory Gaming, or to GLS, sorry. Daytrade never ran into Panic. They never even gave themselves a chance. They had vehicles to escape this situation with. Actually, never mind. I might eat my own words. I think they've turned right into Panic. Panic are going to have absolute freebies here, rotating in cars. Daytrade have been turned away from Panic. Suspect is going to get one, and here's Pixel Stars. Mad Pig, 4 kills already off the back of that mortar, looking to continue that momentum. Oh, a free UAS for Panksky. Yep, we'll take that. We can use that to get inside the zone. Panic remain alive too. Daytrade completely torn apart on their rotation in by a multitude of different teams. PV did go down. Whitefish now looking to capitalize on Panic's attention being drawn away from the top of this hill.
Yeah, they could still play for a very long time here, as it does cover the Everest side. Armor Gaming finally eliminated, and it's going to be GLS that will be able to still put in another point. But the end, struggling to survive with Nade being primed in from FAP. So RX Esports will be able to basically get that final cleanup, while From the Future is starting to also close in onto Panic. So they will have to deal with the squad over on top end of Everest, and Day Trade might actually get a little bit more of some good side against FTF's approach. Meanwhile, PMA has been playing a very passive play inside of the real estate. They are currently dealing with the rest of Pixel Stars. So it will be a little bit of a long-range standoff from all these multiple teams that are currently on board. Managing to find Dahlia on top of the hill, though, Vinsu will basically have a couple of members of Whitefish being a little bit preoccupied for now.
Yeah, essentially, Panic got quite close to Whitefish as well. Vivi's up close and personal. Eventually going to be... this is it. Ooh. This is... Dude, I need to see it. I am going to be devastated if there isn't a replay of that mortar. Either way. Vivi trying to get up close potentially to weaken WF, because at this point for Panic, it's rough to get into the zone without taking any losses. FTF's on the backside, they know that. Day Trades are in front of them, they know that. And obviously they know Whitefish is above them. So they need to start thinking about weakening the teams around them, or making a completely separate play that's going to secure as many lives as possible, because I can't really see Panic surviving here unless they put up a really good fight to these three teams in the next couple of minutes as this phase closes in. Essentially what they need to do, and it's already started to happen onto FTF. RXE looked like they were in a decent spot. Day Trade's actually moved off. They've moved off from the top of the hill into the bowl that RXE was grenading just before, but Day Trade had absolutely no idea. So it's a free couple kills for FAP. He still had more nades to work with. He's still got more to work with, to be fair. More bodies to pick up, more utility to snatch as well. Dazel's gone down. Off the back of Sapal. They've been in that compound for eons, bro. They're trying to make that work. They've just been sitting there loving life, but now it's life's being made a little bit more difficult now that RXE is trying to get involved, pushing their way into that compound, but a good defense from Unicorn Cyber. RXE, hard to make that push happen, and a fantastic nade from Pivy onto WF. It's all starting to kick off.
Yeah, and basically it's crunch time for them to move into the zone. And FTF, they still have to deal with PMA. They know the presence of Small Town Kid, but they could still find wiggle room to wrap around through the foothill, but they're still panicked though. Panic have their eyes locked onto Whitefish. Perhaps that's the only way that they can basically approach this safely. And Happy chimed in. Final Thievin, that's gonna be a clean shot from FTF to secure. And for FTF, they gotta be absolutely careful about the approaching Panic members, as they would also be coming in from multitudes of angles. But look at this tree man setup from the side of Whitefish. They're looking to annihilate Panic Esports, but they don't really have nades. They just put in all the bullets. Lightwork's already down to Dusky as well, suspect. Firm fighting chance though. We'll basically confirm Dahlia first for anything else, and there's just no way out for Panic at all. We'll bring as much as they can before bowing out to the zone.
It's a nice attempt, a necessary attempt from Panic, but yeah, just can't pan out. Torn between too many different teams, too many fights to take from the side of Panic. It was just never really going to work out. I think potentially the better play for them would have been to make a desperate play and just fight one team, claim their spot, and then move in the zone from there. But I really do not blame them for that attempt. To be honest with you, they survived a lot longer than I thought.
Yeah,
so a good fight from Panic. Yeah, I mean, absolute kudos. They put up a really good fight. I mean, it totally messed with FTF. They basically spelt the downfall of Whitefish on top of that hill, and then towards Day Trade as well. I mean, Day Trade weren't really a problem. They got away from Panic quite quickly, but yeah, Panic were definitely the downfall of a couple teams in that scenario. FTF remain the victors of that whole event, though, on that northwestern side. They remain with a little bit of high ground. It's probably going to be pushed out in these later zones as we move to phase 8 and phase 9. But 26 minutes passed, and it's already been one hell of a game. We've already had some incredible moments. Now we're down to our top 3. 4 of 𝐿𝐶 Cyber, 4 of PMA, and 3 of FTF.
Yeah, and it's basically pressure on the side of PMA as well as FTF. These two teams are basically playing for survival. 𝐿𝐶 Cyber, if it's a chicken, it's definitely a bonus to be looking for that #1 spot. So with both FTF as well as PMA in pretty close proximity as well, FTF definitely was happy about the play that happened over onto the Everest. So now they managed to at least open up a little bit more room through the northern part of the map, as PMA, through those passive play, managed to pull through. But 𝐿𝐶 Cyber, they have so much free spacing as they could basically claim half of the area of play already. And as a matter of fact, they're already sending one directly in the middle, just giving so little space for PMA to work with. A couple of smokes now popped up. It's going to take a while before we conclude this one. And we'll just really have to see. PMA doesn't really have much cover if they do leave this foothill though. So I'm not sure how this would basically play out later on. They need to basically pick a fight. It's either Unicorn, which is going to be a lot harder to do, especially with the spread. So maybe if they could find the members of FTF, finishing second would be the best thing possible for them.
Usually in a scenario like this, I'd say that for PMA and 𝐿𝐶 Cyber, it's about pushing the other team into their competitor. So PMA pushing FTF into 𝐿𝐶 Cyber. But looking at FTF's position, I don't think they're going to be able to move from that spot at all. I think as soon as FTF start to move, it's just going to be PMA and 𝐿𝐶 Cyber vying for the kills onto FTF. I don't think that strategy of being able to third party one of these teams is going to come into play. Tian goes down. As you said, PMA don't have much space to work with at all. We're seeing essentially all the space that PMA are going to have to work with right in front of us. Manhung is giving us the full show right now of all that PMA are going to have to utilize to try and win this game. It's trees, it's low side trees, and obviously 𝐿𝐶 Cyber are going to have full information and full line of sight on basically all of it. I think that US is out of order as well. I don't think that is going to come into play in the late game. Lots of tires popped on that. Tian gets in it, but I think realizes that that is a lost cause. FTF certainly going to go out. This is probably PMA's game plan right now. We realize that the game is pretty much lost. Let's just try and get as many kills as we can onto FTF, and then we can think about maybe trying to win the game against 𝐿𝐶 Cyber. But 𝐿𝐶 Cyber have far too much control, and just like RXE in the past, they aren't letting the game escape them. They are bringing themselves into the center of the zone, absolutely controlling PMA, corralling them into deadly lines of sight. These crossfires are absolutely on point right now for 𝐿𝐶 Cyber. There is absolutely zero chance PMA can win this game.
Yeah, there's not a way that they could basically close this one out. Or if they do, it really has to be a couple of really clean pickoffs. And as a matter of fact, it's 𝐿𝐶 Cyber that has been stealing all these potential points by taking down FTF, by getting that US. And running out in the open, that's not going to cut it. Who dat? Looking to secure the final one. 1 versus 2. Could he actually pull it off? Nope. Not a chance at all. 𝐿𝐶 Cyber Esports with a really clean ending here in the map of Erangel.
Yeah, well done from 𝐿𝐶 Cyber. Unfortunately, also one of those games we didn't see too much of them from because they were in 𝐿𝐶𝐁𝐆 initially, and then of course they moved themselves up into God Compound a little bit later on, and the circle just kind of went towards them. And we were watching all the other action. We were watching all the action to the north, and so 𝐿𝐶 Cyber we didn't get to see much of. But they racked up 12 kills, which means they were being incredibly active, not only in the mid game, but also in the late game, as we saw just then. So it's a well-fought win from 𝐿𝐶 Cyber. I believe they did have to defend against RXE as well, who set themselves into their compound earlier on in the game. And so that's one of those things you can point to as another reason why 𝐿𝐶 Cyber deserved to win this game. So it's well done from them, but I have only one question. Contra, I want to know if that mortar was caught in the replay. I'm very nervous as we go through these highlights right now.
Oh yeah, that's definitely the golden question. But we basically kick off with a really huge play coming from KM99 as well. I think a kill is not enough. He needs that spotlight. So of course that did appear here. But I don't think we're getting it, are we? We'll wait for it. So
we'll wait for it. Yeah.
Okay, we at least got the one with GLS, which was pretty interesting because they eventually went against Armory Gaming, which we have expected Armory to be able to overcome. And then you take a look at this double peak that has Phoeben coming on top, and 𝐏𝐆𝐒 cleans everything up from the edge of the map. So that's really, really well done coming out of GLS to shut down the entirety of Armory.
Yeah, Armory have looked not like a shadow of their former selves in this tournament, but certainly a lesser version of it. They are a team, again, I expect to be popping off with a bunch of kills. Not in every game, but in a considerable amount of games, and they just haven't really been doing that this tournament. So it's unfortunate to see, but it is what it is at this current moment in time. WF, as they came off the top of the hill, it was an absolute cleanup, and the same can be said for Panic. It was difficult for both those teams to really get anything done in this late game. And unfortunately, we do not get to see that mortar, which absolutely breaks my heart, because I think if we were able to see that replay, genuinely, if the observers were actually able to capture that on replay, then it would have been one of the most iconic moments in modern day PUBG esports history. But that didn't happen, and that is very sad. I'm hoping that one of the players will have access to the replay file in one way, shape, or form, and then they're able to go back, watch that, upload it to Twitter or something like that, and we can see it in its full glory. But yeah, another entertaining game, and that was game 5 out of 6. So there's only one more to go.
Yeah, if that clip does appear, I mean, everyone's just going to be hitting that instant retweet button. So, well, we'll see. But I think that it's really interesting to note that a lot of all these teams who were desperate to secure that top 8, PMA, and we had, of course, Panic, who managed to breach in with that previous chicken dinner to be pitted against each other, with FTF also watching by the wings. So, of course, FTF, we eventually were bested out by PMA's survivability by the tail end of it all. But it will still be a very, very close battle between these teams overall. So we'll have to take a look at the margins in a couple more minutes or so. And for most part, I think Unicorn Cyber, I don't think we've given them enough of a credit of how well they've been doing throughout the tournament from day 1 all the way up to today. So far, the level of consistency and the way that they've been taking fights were not only smart, but also they know when is the right time to basically aggress. And the way that they secured the course of the map from the start all the way to the finish, we saw how they've been opening up with the 2-2 split initially, and of course eventually moved slowly towards the side of Everest. And with that, Unicorns will be able to reap in 22 points, but it is Pixel Stars that has got that perfect tenor there alongside with Whitefish.
Yeah, out of all the bottom 5 teams, Pixel Stars has been the most consistent. Whitefish putting themselves up there now in this specific game, but again, maybe a little bit too late for both of those teams. Regardless, they're up there this game. Got to give them credit for that. And then as we go down the leaderboard, it is, as expected, couple kills here and there. Unicorn Cyber now in first place on 103 points. Panic moved their way up to 5th, and that 8th spot now looks like the one that is the specific spot to be fought over here, because FTF put themselves up a little bit further than PMA in that game specifically. They've got 77, PMA now on 69. Daytrade and Armory Gaming. Daytrade, an iconic SEA team, and Armory Gaming, the winners of Super Cup 3rd in the Thai League before this, in 10th. This is not the result I would have expected more than halfway through this tournament, but it is the one that we have. And I think for both those teams, going back to the drawing board is probably step number 1, or at least trying to figure out what problems are occurring for them, just so they can actually secure their spot in the top 8. It is not a Super Cup. It is not just fighting for prize money. You are fighting for qualification to PGS 3 and 4. There is a lot on the line here for both those teams. Both those teams currently are not living up to expectations. So to see them down there, they certainly need a bit of a resurgence. 2 wins for RXC, Panic, Reluctant Squad, and Unicorn Cyber have the other 3. And then, of course, we wait and find out who is the 6th winner of the night.
Yeah, it really seems to be a huge pitfall for some of all these Thai squads, which we have a lot of expectations on. So I'm not too sure to really put it, like you said, like they look so much less than what we've actually desired. And of course, being in the shadow of their forward self right now, it just looks to be really strange to me because honestly, even if they had any form of changes, it wasn't all too drastic as well when it comes down to whether it's the roster or so, or maybe the ideologies of how they've been playing the game here may not have been fitted into how the rest of them have been playing throughout the course of this entirety of the playoffs. Then again, when you look into how things have played out for Panic, look at their rise from the second pager all the way up to currently fighting for top 5. That itself is quite the story that we're seeing here from the teams from to the Challenger Rumble series. Well, PUBG Challenger Rumble.
Yeah.
So there's just so many different stories that goes around, but over the top end, I think 𝐏𝐆𝐒 Esports definitely have surprised all of us for the past 2 days with their consistency and very, very clean plays after all.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, obviously, 𝐏𝐆𝐒, with the most wins in the tournament, you've got to give them full credit for that. They've been able to pull out 4 wins, and you have to be doing something right to be able to get to that point. But to go back to Armory and Day Trade, to put everyone who's watching, to put their mind in the correct place, I suppose, Armory Gaming, to me, are a team that should be in that top 8 no matter what. Armory Gaming are a team that should be farming this lobby, and that should be absolutely capitalizing on all the opportunities that come their way. And to have them losing members on members at the start of these games is we're not going to get to see the full breadth of Armory Gaming's skill if that continues to happen. And so they, for me, shouldn't be down there in 10th. They should be in the top 8 confirmed. Whether or not they're 1st or 8th doesn't really matter to me. I think they should absolutely be up there, and given previous recent results, there's no narrative to say otherwise. Day Trade is a bit different. Day Trade on paper are a household favorite. They are a household name, and they've got players who are internationally experienced and players who in previous regional series have done incredibly well. And so on paper, you look at them and you go, okay, they should absolutely be up there and fighting for top 8. The other side of that coin, and the other argument you could make, is not only during Super Cup did they make an IGL change. I believe it went from Flash to Norens or vice versa, can't remember. But they made an IGL change, and Super Cup was abysmal for them. Super Cup was not the tournament that Day Trade wanted at all. We were very shocked at the placement that they had in Super Cup. Coming into this tournament, it's weird, because do we expect the Day Trade of Super Cup, or do we expect the Day Trade of old? The other question is, what is their mentality because Thanadol's obviously coming into the roster after PGS 3 and 4. And so that obviously kind of weighs on Day Trade's minds. It'll be weighing on the players' minds. I don't know whether it's going to have impact on the in-game performance, but you can imagine in some circumstances it will. So Day Trade, not necessarily with the same expectations as Armory, but certainly just off the back of their household name, off the back of the expectations you have for them on paper, they should not be sitting down there in 9th.
Yeah. A daunting task for them for the final day of the playoffs. If they don't get this one down to close off the night, it's going to be our final match of day 2, as we will be taking a bird's eye view of what we have in store for us. So let's fly over to Erangel real quick to see what we get this time. It's going to be, well, of all things, prison.
Yeah, a bit odd. You ever been to prison, Contra?
I have not, thankfully.
Neither have I. Very good. All right, nice. Neither of us are criminals. That's a fantastic start. It's a great place to hot drop, though. I'll say that much. It's changed over the years a couple times, but it's remained. I think it's got that same feel that it had all the way back in 2017. So I like prison for that reason. It absolutely is. It's one of those spots that's remained. It's got that same identity, similar to Pachinki as well. It's kind of maintained a very similar identity to how it was back in 2017. Lots of spots on Erangel maintain that identity, to be fair. It's been touched up and changed over the years, made much better, in my opinion, made much better than previous versions. So that's good to see. And it's also good to see that the identities of iconic locations remain intact. Armory Gaming off towards Shelter, where they have been oftentimes on Erangel. Seems to be their loot spot. And then there's a couple other teams getting quite close to each other. Whether or not we'll get a hot drop, where's FRKS?
Let me just inform you, they are once again going for the hustle against Forest Gaming. So it's inside of Watertown, so I'm not too sure if they're going to be able to actually get much of it. it also seems like Forest is a little bit further into the corners of Ruin, so it should be pretty all right. It won't be too much of a direct drop that we'll see them basically contest each other, while FTF has the initial advantage of having the circle pretty much close by to it's not player. I mean, it's smack dab in the center. So with that being said, we'll see what are the approaches for some of all the other squads. I'm looking into the island itself with Panic this time getting a better access as they have switched it up a little bit from the side of Novo. They should be able to bypass the bridge safely if they do it rather early than late. So we'll definitely have to take a look. Well, now we get ourselves into the FRKS engagement. It's 𝐏𝐼99 once again flexing on them. There goes Masters to also clean it up for him as well.
I don't know what FRKS's beef is with Forest, but that's 2 games in a row, both on Erangel. They've decided to drop right next to them. Forest will clean it up, though. Probably one of the reasons that, I mean, aside from Forest's skill, the 4 free points that come to them at the start of both these Erangel games will put them, or keep them in that top 5 quite nicely. Currently sitting in 3rd, and they're about to put themselves a little bit further away from Valley Thai off the back of these points. And I say 3 points, might be a little bit harsh, but I absolutely mean it. FRKS have basically won maybe one of these hot drops, maybe 2. The other times they have been not very good. But it is what it is, and we have to be very honest with ourselves. There's no point sugarcoating it because I mean there's just no point. There's no point sugarcoating it. There haven't been a team in this lobby that have looked like they are here to compete. They have hot dropped every single map, and you can only gain a certain opinion off the back of that. But maybe they can secure one. And that is a whiff, an absolute whiff from Bowfish, and the Panzerfaust doesn't even follow it up either. Master has been allowed to live on essentially 1 HP. Scrappy now off in the background, trying to cover Master behind that ridge. Dynasty and Riz combine onto FTF. Maybe that's a fight we'll go to later. 𝐏𝐼99 with a whiff of his own. Bowfish able to get that, but Scrappy there just in the nick of time to secure that trade.
Oh, thankfully. I mean, that would have actually been pretty overwhelming if he would be able to make that play. But for Natural Gaming, they do have Masters being knocked back. So Olympus goes in for a quick reset for 𝐏𝐼99, and they should be able to seal the deal. But they might actually give Masters life up for that. So thankfully, they'll have a safe distance, and that tap from Scrappy will finally put an end to this early trade. And once again, dropping off the earliest for FRKS. And honestly, I didn't expect to see these kind of plays coming from the Masters region, right? Like, because back in the days, we have so many of all these teams that were really, really aggressive. And now it's really feeling like FRKS is kind of spoiling the reputation a little bit.
Good information gathering from Forest to realize that Unicorn Cyber is trying to third-party this. They're a bit too late to the action. Fight's already over, but they are still surrounding Forest. All 4 of Unicorn Cyber here to keep them inside of ruins and pressure them enough so they put themselves in their line of sights, and they've absolutely done that. Destroy onto 𝐏𝐼99. 1 of Forest down, 3 to go for Unicorn Cyber. So Power on the backside as well, all the way down there below Ruins. He's got an opportunity to potentially wrap super wide, make sure that Forest can't really leave Ruins. In fact, I kind of want to see one of Unicorn do that right now. It's kind of got to be Sapao too, because Forest is just going to get out of here. This is a losing battle for them. Absolutely no way they can ever justify taking that fight if they want to have a consistent rest of the game. So they're going to leave, but at the same time, Unicorn Cyber weren't really set up in positions to deal with it. I wonder if Sapao had a car that he could have taken to that southern side, put himself up on one of those ridges and watched them as they ran in into Boatyard here. But he never actually did that, never actually got into the car. And so Unicorn Cyber a bit too late to catch Forest on rotation there.
Yeah, and there's also no vehicles for Forest Natural Gaming to work with. So for the meantime, they will have to commit with a little bit more of the trades. And at least the good news is the circle won't be too far off. All they have to do is to maybe get a couple of pickoffs to open up the space for them to journey their way into Rozhok. And Rozhok by then should be clear enough for them to resupply and hopefully enough, maybe get one vehicle if it hasn't been taken by other teams already. So for the meantime, we will go into the views of Rapsec Esports as they're currently planted True Shelter, as well as the rest of RXE. So far, we're going to be setting up in the case with more and more teams to actually cut across. Managing to spot the member of Whitefish. They've been trading for a while now. Well, Fab would just quickly reposition and regroups with the rest of the RXC squad. So they gotta also keep an eye out for Armory Gaming that's basically taking the warehouse in the direct center. Meanwhile, Armory Gaming still with the pressure of getting back into the top 8. They need to play a perfect game from here on out in order to secure any form of chance at all for the finals happening this weekend. And UNC, it seems like they have gone for a further spread to head back into the George Poro sector. And that's going to be Pixel Stars that will be cutting over the north side of George to eventually move into the Stalber Bridge in the form of entry. So that will be pretty much a safe area of play, while the rest of Day Trade Gaming, they will play a very significant role as the game progresses. There will definitely be a lot of teams that were hoping to contest for some of their real estate.
Yeah, especially if it goes towards the mansion split, right? You have that forest that Day Trade can look at and got all these buildings inside of mansion that become breach territory, essentially. 𝐏𝐆𝐒 might have to leave. His car right now for 𝐏𝐿𝐒 is not parked to leave. So if he wants to back off to the rest of his team who are more on the northern side of mansion, he's going to have to turn that car around and make sure that it's in a safe spot for him to quickly hop in and then leave out the northern side, because you can imagine teams breaching from the west and the south, but not necessarily breaching from the east. So he's got to be careful of that. But Day Trade confident as ever. Haven't really looked too shaken in this tournament. Just things haven't necessarily gone their way. I don't think they've been under too much pressure. They haven't looked indecisive or anything like that. They just seem to be losing in pivotal moments. But certainly a resurgence to be had for them. Whitefish now looking towards Vinsu from RXC, alone in those yellows, and he hasn't made a single sound either. So Tiara is probably calling it to be free. Maybe the shots from Thanahan in the distance make him a little suspicious that there's someone inside that compound. Why would Thanahan be shooting at this player if there was no one close by? That's a question Tiara is going to have to figure out the answer to. Mrs. Pooch is spread quite nicely as well in the flat top, closer to Yasnaya. A very, very, I wouldn't call it a dangerous split from Day Trade, but it certainly could get a little hairy. If they are breached from multiple different angles. But I'm sure they're ready for it. As I said before, Forest Gaming, they have no other option really. They submitted to having no cars off the back of that Ruins hot drop, and then obviously everything at Rozhok School is going to be taken. So what other option do you have but to take an emergency parachute? I think they've timed it. Well, actually, no, they haven't timed it at all. So this is just a on-the-fly thing. Generally, you'll see teams time it for that phase 2 pop, so they end up in the center of the phase 2 circle, and they can make a choice as to where they want to go. It wasn't the case for Forest. They're a little bit late to that timing. That said, you can already see the opening in between all those names. The yellows in the dead center of the field are currently free. Will Forest be able to claim those as their own?
Yeah, there's a few little free spacing for them to make a little bit of claim, but that will still draw a lot of attention coming from other squads as well. Meanwhile, a little bit more of a convoy coming out of GLS. So is other squads as they try to basically take a lot more spacing into the fields, while 𝐏𝐿𝐒 will be able to shred out some of the members of GLS. With 2 cutting by into the other side, it will be GLS having 2 losses though. And unable to basically fight back. So Day Trade claimed that one clean, with them still having a really, really firm hold into the direct center.
Yeah, they haven't really given it up, have they? They've left Mansion, so credit to them to leave Mansion, focus on the Forest, which is a much better spot to hold the southern edge from. You can often catch teams out. They kind of pull up right next to you, and you have a freebie sometimes as they hop out of their car, but they're also quite close to their teammates. They've got one in the flat top just north of that Forest Bowl location. Then, of course, they've got Pooches in Alamo, just to the eastern side of Yasnaya Polyana. That is the risky position potentially. But at this point, for day trade, confidence and a big spread like this is what you want to see. This is how you rack up a lot of kill points in a game like this, and day trade put themselves in prime position to do just that. ISG find themselves in the apartments on the southern side of Yasnaya, looking towards the field, but obviously ISG, I can imagine they don't even have a plan right now. They are just sitting and vibing because the circle's on top of them, and generally when the circle's on top of you and you're inside these apartments, you're not really thinking about the future. Yeah, the future should be pretty set for you. If it shifts off, it's panic mode. But for the moment, I think they are ignorance is bliss, I suppose, is probably the best way to describe ISG's position right now.
Probably, if they're lucky enough, if the circle does pull into the city of Yasnaya, then there's going to be a lot of cars that will drive towards their direction. And who knows? Maybe there's going to be multitudes of angles that they could basically get a few pointers out of. But good news for the side of Forest Gaming, though. They managed to not only land in the direct center, but also claim that compound for their own, which also means that they will be able to sustain very, very long into this fight. It's still relatively early in the game. 12 minutes have passed, and we're still seeing majority of the players still left alive. Unicorn Cyber, though, we see that spread destroyed over a lake, Sapao by the corners of the gas station, Manhung still by the edges of Rozok, and having who that over on south side. They are going for a very wide spread, but I'm not sure what are the chances to survive this match.
I like it. I mean, I don't necessarily like it if you're fighting for your life in the tournament, but Unicorn Cyber are first. They don't really have anything to lose right now. At this point, they can take individual fights that we've seen them win time and time and time again. Armory Gaming set up nicely. Trick, rest of FTF, or the remainders of FTF set up nicely too in that library position. Daytrade might even choose to regroup on a zone like this, but I think for them, it's about controlling their side of the zone, so I love that from Daytrade. And this is the panic. This is the great migration from everyone who doesn't have a spot in this zone. There are only so many bowls that you can play in a zone like this. Forest has control of the yellow, so those are already taken, and Reluctant Squad have find their way. I mean, they're the first ones into that priority bowl in the dead center of the circle right now. There is a neighboring bowl, a couple neighboring bowls really, that the other teams can find themselves in, but Reluctant Squad claim the best in slot bowl essentially right now.
Man, these guys are like slugs. Snail without a home right now to basically keep themselves safe. PMA out in the open, getting their vehicles slowly shredded apart, while what's currently happening towards RS is exactly the same, with a drive-by coming out of Whitefish to at least knock down Long Hive. I don't think they're ever going to stop to claim any form of point, so they're just going to leave them be, while they also do soak in an initial shot coming out of Fab to be able to pin one down. But for now, at least, coast is clear. They form a vehicle bunker to last out for the meantime. Oh, man. It is just getting crazier as it goes in our final match.
All right, well, that's bowl number 2 claimed. PMA, there's a third bowl up for grabs. Do you want to grab it, or do you not really have the facilities to send yourself through Whitefish and Reluctant Squad to claim that third bowl? IMP's just sending it at Reluctant Squad. That was never, ever, ever going to pan out in PMA's favor, and so they've completely skipped over bowl number 3, and they are going to the Forest. Daytrade have moved their way out, so this spot will actually be safe for PMA to play, but they've lost 2 members for that information. That is never a trade that you want to make. WF have realized that if they put up a little bit of a smoke wall, they can actually peek down here into Reluctant Squad, but really good cover from Reluctant Squad has been made. There's a really good car fort here, bolstered by those foldable shields as well, so Reluctant Squad will be able to live. WF will remain on top, and it's going to be harder and harder for WF to actually peek over once those smokes have dissipated.
Yeah, meanwhile, Dopeness now caught on by surprise. UNC having put that on the watch. There's really no safe space for Dopeness at all. They passed by a couple bowls, as you mentioned, and now it's only down to Shinosuke is wrapping towards the rim of the circle, hoping that some of the open fields of Yasnaya will give them that form of space. So you called it out, Dopeness, as well as ISG. I mean, they chilled for basically a little bit too long, but Dopeness now crashing in. I don't think he expected there is going to be a little bit more of that pressure coming in, but Pixel Stars will keep watch. Will be able to at least help Omo Daiten to be able to get back on his feet for now. as the circle does actually shrink towards the northern end. It will be a little bit of a shift, and it's going to be really tough for those over the south side. But yeah, Valley though, I think they should be able to actually get a little bit more of an access. Armory Gaming just got to really see if they could basically squeeze through.
There is an argument for here to day trade to not leave that flat top position. Especially if their cars are parked and ready to go. But I think because the safe spot would be to park their cars on the northern side, I think Panic can probably see that, so can DNE. And if you risk those tires getting popped, then it's just not worth the struggle of having to defend a breach. So they play the smart, they play the safe play, they group up in Alamo, put themselves in the dead center of the circle, all up as 4. Day trade in a prime position to... If they're not going to win this game, at least they're going to deal a ton of damage. They've got that hill they can play later on. First task for Day Trade is to defend against Valet Tai. And as Valet Tai drive in, Norans gets 3 out of the window. I think one of those was a fadeaway. He can't get 4. He is humbled a little bit by Kiss, who's actually got 2, but finally finished off by Omishodan from the yellows up in the field. RX in now as well. Oh, this is chaos for Day Trade. The group up was good for them, but this is maybe a bit too much for them to handle.
Absolutely overwhelmed. Norris, he did such a great job, but with the arrival of RXE and the blue zone grenade to seal the deal, making this invade look a little bit too easy. But man, good timing once again. RXE, when it comes down to all these timely pushes, they are the best in the business. Yeah,
it's really heads up play from RXE, and they put themselves... They take that prime spot that Day Trade previously owned and take it for themselves. Really, really nice heads-up play from them. And we've seen it, as you said, across all of their wins. So to see it in the kind of mid to late game is a bit of a new thing for us. Generally, we see it when there's 28 minutes past, but 18 only minutes past now, and RXC still making plays. So it's fantastic to see all of the confidence from their previous wins culminating in a moment like that. The Reluctant Squad have survived all of this time as 4. Now the next test is Armory Gaming. Armory certainly on the back foot here, but they've got cover that's kind of obscured by those trees, but through the leaves, Dynasty's hitting shots. Jun has to back off down to 41 HP. In fact, the entirety of Reluctant Squad have to back off. Dynasty's found a god angle to push them away from his 2 teammates, allowing James, Riz, and now 𝐏𝐿𝐴, who's grouping up with them, to finally front this assault.
Yeah, at least for now, Reluctant Squad has been able to get a little bit of cover, but not exactly from the hands of Armory Gaming that can basically shut them off from the back. They definitely paid attention to the assault, as James will be the first one to fall. Great claim coming from 6, 7, 8, 9, while the nades are also falling by. So they've been staying around this bunker that they've created for long enough. They will not have a chance to move back into the vehicles with Armory Gaming's approach, with lots of death lays dropping directly into the middle of it all. So it's going to be pretty rough for the side of RS, especially having the watch coming in from FTF from afar. Don't see a way out for these guys at all, but if there's anything at all, they can still put up a fight against Armory Gaming, but chances are pretty slim for now. But they managed to recover, as they will have more damage being done. Flashbang still popped on the side of 𝐏𝐿𝐴, will be held back ever so slightly. Armory Gaming so far masterfully closing in, but there's the drive-by. 𝐿𝐴 trying to save the day here with the heroics, but there is still Rue to hold him off. 𝐿𝐴 just having so much damage to be done here. At least create a little bit more damage. Mono shot! Oh, Pixel out of nowhere.
It's Mad Pig again. Again on the accurate mortars. This guy is apparently quite talented with that piece of weaponry. Yeah, Axel Mortar King. And here come ISG now. Clown card up, trying to make their way into zone. They'll actually skip past Armory Gaming for the moment. What a nightmare for Reluctant Squad, but the nightmare is not over for Armory Gaming yet. ISG pull up, destroy Dynasty. No chance he was winning that 1v3, and now they turn their attention towards the rest of Armory Gaming, stuck behind flaming cars. 𝐏𝐿𝐴's already down, Riz down to 1 HP. ISG in a fantastic spot in the zone. Dynasty finished off. This might be a really good game for ISG, especially if the circle goes their way. They've got this high ground to work with, but before that, they have to take down Armory Gaming.
Oh, an absolute helter-skelter right there. Armory Gaming now only hugging by whatever cover they had. Blue Sun's closing in. 𝐏𝐿𝐒 being forced to make a play, or maybe just deny himself for now. Somehow, Whitefish got themselves a little bit more of a cover through the mansions. And there is a member of FTF approaching as well. T9 getting taken out by 𝐏𝐿𝐒. This could still be Armory Gaming surviving to Telltale into the top 5. PMA is out. And I don't know if he has enough time to basically going for the rescue with Riv still on his knees. The Ronex now getting invaded. Had too little health to work with, and FTF will take over.
Nice from FTF. They survive like they have done in many a game previous. ISG, I don't think there was any chance they were ever going to lose this fight, but they certainly lose a member. 𝐏𝐿𝐒 is just in the cover of that smoke. Spotted out though. Nice headshot from Aegon. Madpig's got a knock onto FAP inside that Alamo, but I don't think anything's going to come of it. Pixel Stars have found themselves in the edge of Yasnaya inside that single just outside the library. So they're in survival mode too, just kind of playing whatever's available to them. RXC are the ones who look in control. ISG, they would be the ones in control right now, in a little bit more control in my opinion, but they lost one on that initial engagement. Pixel Stars, they've lost two. 𝐏𝐿𝐒, Vinsu tag team them. Mal rush down. Panic. I didn't even realize Panic was still in this game, to be honest with you. They're in a top 4 position. They've only got 4 kills now, but they've been sneaky on the edge of this zone. They've taken control of the flat top now. It's currently out of zone. They can certainly fight their way in. They've got the cars to do so. They probably saved up a bunch of utility. Lightworks actually lost his helmet, but maybe that, well, hopefully that won't be an issue. Sayuto though, Sayuto and his teammate Aegon, they've got the high ground here. The zone did come towards them, and so unless Panic decide to push this way, they can remain a little bit calm, but I think that's probably the play that Panic have to make. This might actually be the best play for Panic, and it's the play that indeed they are making. ISG, will you pass this test?
Well, let's see. 2 members to hold out against for not really liking their chances here. Got pretty much the weaponry to work with at the very least, but here comes the drive-by. Well, that's one down. One more to go. Panic will ensure that they will reach the top 3, and somehow FTF still remains in this matchup. They are going to be cutting in from the northwestern corners of the map, so a lot more of a stock available for a side of Panic Esports. Realistically enough, Panic should be able to challenge RXE eventually. We'll see how RXE will fare as they will slowly make an approach towards 𝐿𝐒 and the rest of FTF. Cornered up, not much space for a trick to work with. And 𝐿𝐒 looking for PV instead. Well, I'm not too sure if that's going to be the right call for them, but FTF, they really don't really have space to work with. No, there's no side that is clear for them. Now, it's only down to 𝐿𝐒. And pick up onto the suspect. So RXE looking to close out with a fake chicken dinner if they could.
I feel like priority number 1 for Panic should have been exactly what Dusky's doing now. Park up on the other side of the road, start to create some pressure, start to grab some space that you didn't previously have. Luckily, Dusky's done it now, and they're being allowed to get that res onto suspects. So the fight back from RXE isn't good enough to down Panic just yet. But they've only got 1 person in position to take the fight, the close range fight to RXE. And I feel like that's maybe where the fight is going to be won from Panic. It's not going to be won from these far back angles. RXE have a lot more of the zone than Panic do. Panic kind of have to pray for a feed, or they're going to be pushed out. They've got cars to play with as well. They can move these over to Dusky if they need. Right now, he's the point man, though. As long as Dusky doesn't go down, then the game can still be won by a Panic. A little bit of a 50-50, though, to be honest with you. Less space for Panic to play on their side of the road, more for RXE, but it's only probably 55-45, not too much in the favor of RXE. The circle, though, determines pretty much everything. Sometimes that's just the way it goes in PUBG. We've got 4 seconds until this bad boy closes in. Doesn't necessarily decide a winner, but that is heavily in the favor of RXE. Alamo is even still inside. The roof of Alamo can still be played, and this is when Panic need to move their butts across to the other side of the road and start to take this fight towards RXE.
Yeah, slowly closing in with both of the members to be wrapping around side. And we're looking at Pithy really closing in against FAP. 2-2 split as well coming in from the side of RXE. They're a little bit wider coming in from Panic as well. Now the nades are dropped in. FAP actually taking a little bit more of the chip damage. Panic, if they could get this opening against FAP, then they might actually be able to really create that opportunity. But FAP's going to fall all the way back. moving into the far end. So there's not a way that they will be pretty much pincered by any members of the side of Panic for the moment. As we take a look at the rest of 𝐏𝐷𝐒 to be wrapping into the northern plains, to be playing around the hills, as they will basically funnel the rest of Panic through the trees. And 𝐏𝐷𝐒 Esports is really trying to slowly force the rest of Panic to go into these open spaces and basically prioritizing the zone till the very end of it all.
I don't think this is super dire for Panic, but it's certainly not ideal. Maybe one of the fights they can take is towards FAP. Now that they know he's here, one of the options Panic has, or at least had before this phase started to close in, was to wrap that left side, maybe catch FAP off guard, take him down. Then it's all of a sudden it's a 4v3, and they can make a much better play off the back of that. Lightworks moved his way to the opposite side of the zone to the rest of his teammates, and he was almost knocked out of his car on that rotation. The worst part for it about Lightwork is that he's only got a thick tree to play with. He's got absolutely nothing else to play with. The smokes and whatever else he has in his inventory are all the resources he's got in the trunk of that tree. And you would imagine one of 𝐏𝐷𝐒 trying to maybe maneuver around and get an off angle onto Lightwork, but that hasn't happened yet. 𝐏𝐷𝐒 are all inside of all inside of Alamo. This could create problems of its own. Yet to be seen, though. This is why I said it's not too bad for Panic, because 𝐏𝐷𝐒 kind of do get trapped inside Alamo at a certain point here. If they don't make a play themselves, FAP had to move back, and so potentially this is Panic's game to lose now.
Yeah. Of course, with the shift now going to the open spaces, Panic really would be able to at least hold out, especially needing to have 𝐏𝐷𝐒 Esports attention to be pulled by Lightwork and FAP. It's already soaking in a little bit more of the pressure. Still got that grenade to lob. I mean, there's about 4 frag grenades that he could utilize. He's trying to actually close in order to perhaps obliterate them with those flurry of grenades, but I don't think that there's going to be all too much until all these smokes are perfectly set. POV, this could be the play here.
Playing with fire. It's risky, but he's got the P90 in hand. P90 and basically fresh 3 gear too. So if anyone's going to make the play, it's got to be Pivy. Get up close, get that opening knock, and then the fight's so much easier off the back of that. Lightwork still alive and still in zone as well. Feel like this is definitely Panic's game to lose. They've avoided all these nades so far as well, and on cue every time Lightwork chimes in with a bit of damage, making it even harder for 𝐏𝐷𝐒 to get within nade range. That positioning from Lightwork has been immaculate. An absolute saving grace that he didn't get knocked on that rotation. Otherwise, this might be so much harder for Panic to actually pull off. The smokes continue to come out from 𝐏𝐷𝐒. More damage done from Lightwork, and the smoke that Thanahan was using to get up close and personal to Panic has now dissipated. So it has to be this car play from 𝐏𝐷𝐒. They're going to make their way to the solo, but they're getting shot in the back in the meantime. It's a nade that might cost everyone their lives at this tree, but it's just Lightwork that goes down. But here's the rest of Panic chiming in. Pivy from a distance with that P90, Suspect with the Mini 14, and 𝐏𝐷𝐒 have put themselves from one bad spot into another, but at least they've taken one down with them.
Such a risky call in a desperate time. They do understand they're slowly getting choked out from the left-hand side of the map, and at the very least, still having 2 to play with is still going to be pretty much all right for the taking for the time being. Pivy did manage to first secure the number. Panic Esports, they could basically wait it all out, and this is another chicken dinner for them to claim, while Pivy fully prones and crawls towards the way of 𝐏𝐷𝐒. Gonna be seeing whether or not will they be able to get the angles right. Vinciu going for the exchange. Suspect is the one that goes down, and the tides might actually turn back towards the favor of 𝐏𝐷𝐒 again. Dusky now spotted out. Damage done. Not enough. Not quite yet for him to be out for the count. PV, he's got to find him. And yes, he does!
Oh, no way. He's actually done it with the P90 at range again from Panic. FAP last one up. the star player on 𝐿𝐸, but what can he do against two of Panic? The smoke's gone now as well. It should be a freebie from Panic, and it is. Thankfully, it is potentially dodgy, but the trade was there. The smoke dissipated, and there were too many members of Panic for FAP to deal with, and so Panic claim the last and second dinner of the night for them. Another very dominant 12-kill win, and thankfully, again, we got to see a lot more action from the winner of that game that time round. So another excellently done job from Panic in a game that certainly they took into their own hands to win. This is the Panic that I really love to see. When all their players are firing on all cylinders, we get a very special version of Panic, a version of Panic that can take the fight to everyone else in these APAC lobbies, and that's what we've seen for both their wins tonight.
Yeah, and they definitely delivered a nail-biter finish here in the very final game of the evening. And they technically are the biggest winners of the day. Remember when we started off, they were basically fighting for survival. We were also wondering, do they really have what it takes? Thankfully, of course, they definitely turned up the heat and basically had rounds after rounds going very, very well. Of course, there were some struggles in between, but this final game looking absolutely sublime. We saw them having that initial struggle, not being able to find big goals or so, and having to resort into getting the emergency parachute to get into position, and they did manage to find it. And of course, Daytrade was actually holding to this got compound as well as the forest, and that was just them being overwhelmed, not only by Valentine Esports, but eventually with the collapse coming in from the rest of RXE, which managed to actually be the prime spot for the longest time. And Armory Gaming, man, they really had a brawl out here.
Yeah, this was an absolute brawl. It was a brawl that ended up with another average finish from Armory Gaming, unfortunately. They did get a decent amount of kills, 6, 7, something like that potentially, but eventually they lost out to ISG, who kind of just rocked up, destroyed Dynasty, and then from that point forward, it was easy pickings for the rest of ISG. An average game from Armory and an average game from Daytrade too, both the teams that we highlighted kind of coming into this game as the teams that we don't expect to be where they are on the leaderboard. What a play from Lightwork, though, to survive for as long as he does there and to have the presence of mind to throw that nade down. It throws RXE's play into such disarray, and it allows 2 knocks from the rest of his teammates off in the distance once he does that. I mean, there's 4 in a car of RXE coming at your very thick tree. How much space do 4 people actually have to play with behind that tree? Lightwork could barely fit behind that tree, so how much space do you realistically think all of RXE is going to have behind that tree? It's not very much, spoiler alert. And so it's a very well played ending from Panic. And look, I'm not going to give my final thoughts just yet, but I was very happy with the performances tonight. I think we saw some very exciting and explosive PUBG.
Yeah, I was definitely happy with the outcome of it all as well, looking at how certain teams have been able to not only get that bounce back, but also with some of all these unexpected outcomes, with, of course, downfall of some of the Titans that we expect to do really, really well, and even up to today, not really showing up to expectation. Yeah. And with this final game that has concluded for day 2, I do believe that even for the teams with the likes of FTF, AG, as well as Daytrade, some of the scorelines probably will just neutralize each other, because we're looking at an average of 4 to 5 kill pickoffs in between the match. So I don't really expect too much of a heavy shift going in between the latter. So meanwhile, over on the top end of the field, RXE still showing us that they have pretty much finishing moves, though this time bested by Panic Esports. So I really want to see whether or not if Panic Esports basically go from rags to riches, where they start off so rough back in day 1 and maybe end day 3 at number 1. Now we have that huge possibility, and the boys from OCE, they definitely showed up.
Yeah, it's good to see. You're kind of wondering when Panic's going to have a game like they have had twice tonight. And good to see that they have the consistency to do it back to back. It's a very good sign for them. And I think off the back of both of these wins, I don't want to say they've booked their slot to the finals yet, but I'm almost certain they probably have. They have to play to a certain floor tomorrow, and then they've secured top 8, which is great for them, and fantastic for the PUBG Challenger Rumble regions. This is the overall leaderboard going into tomorrow. Daytrade scraped through into that 8th spot. Armory Gaming just falling behind by 2 points. The gap between 7th and 8th that we have to keep an eye on. That's about 11 points. points, and RXC remain on top. Panic shoot themselves all the way up into third and crack triple digits as well. Unicorn Cyber there in second. Not the leaderboard I would have expected by the end of today. I thought Forest would remain kind of on top. Valley Tai also would remain in that top 3. FTF, expecting them to have a banger day at some point and probably put themselves up in that top 3. So this is not the top 3 I was expecting, but that said, we only need the top 8. We're not playing for anything specific when it comes to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or anything like that. It's just the top 8. And so this leaderboard is going to potentially look a little bit weird because of that fact. There's no one really digging their heels in and fighting for 1, 2, 3, anything like that. It's just the top 8, and then you can kind of chill from that moment forward, hit a certain floor, get a certain amount of points per game, and then secure your spot in the grand finals. But it's been an excellent day of PUBG so far.
Excellent indeed, and I definitely miscalculated on the final points for some of all these teams, and at the very least for FTF, they get a slight security for the time being. When we take a look at the top 8 as well, I guess the ones around the 70-pointer mark is the ones that are in danger, that being AG, Day Trade, as well as PMA. So not too different from what we last saw back in the match number 5. So with that being said, well, we'll really have to see if Day Trade, if there's ever going to be even maybe another team that is on maybe 12 to, I don't know, 13. I'm just having a little bit of copium, all right? So do entertain me on this. Who knows whether or not if somebody's going to have the performance like Panic Esports did, because that could basically shake things up once more. But Panic Esports today, absolutely outstanding. Like, I did not expect them to be within the top 3 ratio. Like top 6, top 5. Yeah, that's kind of like my expectation for Panic ever since they gained that momentum with that chicken dinner. But these guys, they really have basically got not only my respect, but I'm really starting to be a huge fan of Panic.
Yeah, I mean, I think once we saw that right side of the leaderboard, once we saw that we had kind of 3 teams, it was Panic, PMA, and GLS, I believe, who were 9th, 10th, and 11th. And then you had the bottom 5 teams. And those bottom 5 teams looked like they weren't really even competing. And then you had, again, Panic, PMA, GLS. Out of those 3 teams, Panic's definitely one of those teams that can make their way into the top 8. And so once I realized that was the state of affairs, I thought that certainly Panic had it in them to do it. I've been critical of Panic in the past. I'm not gonna shy away from that. But when they do very well and when they pop off like they absolutely have done today, I'm happy to praise them. They've been exceptional today, and I can't wait to see them play tomorrow. Any closing thoughts, Contra, anything you want to say to close out tonight?
Well, for me, I'm really grateful to be able to witness all these epic action, and tomorrow is going to be an important day for all the 16 teams here in APAC that's playing in the playoffs to see who will be able to challenge the seeded teams in the finals this weekend. Make sure you guys don't miss any of that action. We'll be back here for more for sure, but I believe that we've already got pretty much everything wrapped up Extreme, so I'm good.
Yeah, sorry. I thought you were passing it off. He's absolutely right. We have absolutely everything wrapped up. And look, we had excellent action today, and I can promise you that we're going to have excellent action tomorrow. So please do not miss tomorrow's set of games. It's the final day of playoffs, final opportunity for everyone to make it into that top 8. Don't miss it.